Think we're live. Woo! Live on the internet. Live on the. Hey, Barry.
Like,
How was your last week or so?
for the most part, good.
Yeah, pretty much the same as always. You are a constant, like the North Star, as they say. We can set our clocks to Barry.
I have no life.
Okay,
I,
with us today is Corey. However, just so everybody can know, so Corey is a game designer, board game designer. He's published or self-published his it's Witchborn colon, what's the thing after it?
Enter Perdition.
Witchborn colon Enter Perdition. So
is this a sequel or like copyright thing? What the hell? Why is it so long?
It started off being called The Witchborn, and it was just all digital. And so when we went to print, it became The Witchborn, Enter Perdition, and then all the expansions are The Witchborn, The Pit, The Witchborn, Field of Screams,
Okay.
et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, a little play on words there. The Field of Screams.
Mm-hmm.
Clever. All right. So, So Barry is he's a podcaster in retirement.
I'm trying.
He's a podcaster in retirement. He got hit by a train, so he can no longer work for the railroad.
No, that's not the reason, but yeah.
Yeah. No. So he's also our resident medicinal user. So, and I say that as always at the beginning, because so if I ever get in trouble with YouTube, I can say that he has medicinal use. Because you do.
I actually have a pleasant surprise about that.
Okay, well, fill us in. What's the pleasant surprise?
So I had to re-up my medical card, and they didn't call in, and I did all that, paid them. They called back and said your driver's license expired. I was like, okay, it ended in June. I just forgot about it. I haven't driven for years, basically. So I went to DMV, and I thought it was going to be a hassle. I really did. But I go in there, and we were only in there like 20 minutes, and it was like real safe and all. Everybody masked and all that. But I get there, and the last license I got wasn't federally compliant because Jen had my Social Security card with a bunch of other stuff from the marriage, and I just couldn't find it. So this time I got it federally compliant, and they were like, you don't have to come back in for 8 years. I was like, holy shit, you're kidding. And they're like, no. And I was like, is this a federally compliant thing? He's like, no, in Delaware, it's any license now. It's 8 years, and it's only like 40, I think it was $40. So I was pleasantly surprised with the DMV in Delaware.
So, with DMV, it's just it's like my brother had to go because he's been living in Minnesota up here at the lakes, in the lakes country, because he was taking care of his daughter, and he had to go back to Las Vegas to get his thing done, and like to get to re-up there, it literally is a process where you have to like set up a time to do it, right? And you have an appointment, and you have to set that up to go through the whole process just to get signed up. And so, but he signed up to get it done at like 8 o'clock in the morning, like the moment they opened, because somebody had told him that's like the best thing to do. You walk in, you're the first person in line, you get it done. There's no wait. There's no person in front of you that takes extra time or whatever that gums up when you get to go. But he has said, and I'm sure this is the same in other locations as well, he said that like there is like literally jobs for people to go stand in line for other people. Like, I go to the DMV, or I go to this government type thing where I stand in line, and then I have your phone number. And when I get to the part where I'm like 20 minutes away from being the next person called, I call you at your job, and then you're able to leave your job and drive, and then you take over the spot that I've been holding for you for like the last whatever.
Yeah, Philly's like that. You might as well bring a tent with you when you're going to the end there.
Bring a tent.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible up there. And I've been to like 5 of them up there. It's just fucking horrible.
That's that's crazy. Hold on, I there's so many people that like I have to invite like go through the process of like getting it through here, because we've Kirk Dennison might be on later tonight. He's got the new Rurik expansion in the on Kickstarter. He's going to come on and talk about that. And oh look Chris Cluey and his COVID hair.
Howdy.
Hi Chris.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. So Chris, this is Corey. Corey is Chris.
Hello,
Nice to
Corey.
meet you.
Chris is also a board game designer and an author, an auteur, if you will.
Awesome.
Published. He didn't even self-publish. He actually found somebody. He suckered somebody into publishing it for him.
I know. I did self-publish another book though. It was another sci-fi one that me and a buddy wrote. It was okay. It didn't deserve to be traditionally published though.
When I was in college, I thought this was like the biggest garbage. Like I had to take like some philosophy class or something. I think it was religion actually, because I went to a religious college. But I mean, I had to take this class, and one of the books assigned to us was a book that the professor had wrote.
Such a scam.
So I was like, so it's like, let me get this straight. Like you basically you assigned your own book
That we have to buy.
that we have to buy. And like, I mean, there's got to be something against that, right? I mean, it's just like, oh, look, yeah, I sold another 1,000 copies of my book. Just like, you have to,
Be the expert.
yes, I just, that was weird. Yeah, no, he was, but that class was garbage. No, so anyway, so Corey, just so people know what kind of what's your what about your game. Yeah, so Witchborn. Tell us a little bit about it. I mean, just because I know a lot of people might not know exactly what it is, because I know you've retired just to become a professional board game designer because of all the millions, right?
Yes, it's just so lucrative, as you know. The Witchborn is kind of a mashup between skirmish games and role playing. And what makes it interesting is you start off, there's been this terrible cataclysm. It takes place in a fantasy world. And the world has pretty much been taken over by the Witchborn. Witchborn are these malignant demonic spirits that have entered our world. You don't know how or why, but when a person dies, their corpse is taken over by these malignant spirits, and they rise up faster, stronger, and smarter than they were in life.
Like the $6 Million Man.
Exactly.
Faster, stronger.
Faster. And they have this insatiable thirst for blood. So that's how they keep these corpses going, motoring along. And so you start off in Enter Perdition, you start off as a small war clan of elves or guild members who we call the little ninja rats, or paladins, or whatever war clan you want to be, orcs. And it's you think that you may be the last survivors of your type in the world. And so you kind of band together for protection and safety. And the goal of the game is you start off really low level. You start off at 0, and you have almost no money, no equipment, and you learn how to survive in the world. And there's a whole series of adventures. And as you go through and level up and earn treasures and rare artifacts, maybe you can start to take the fight back to the Witchborn and reclaim your world.
No. So I know it's like a skirmish battle game, but I mean, is there like a scenario that you go through to do it? Or
Yeah.
how does that work?
It's hard to explain. It's really easy to show, but basically each adventure module is a framework. Like in Enter Perdition, it starts off real simple. You're out in the desert, you're scavenging, you're just trying to survive, find some food, find something that you can use for weapons, armor, whatever. And you see this airship flying overhead. And um, it's a wooden airship. It must be held aloft by magic. And you're looking up and you're saying, God, it'd be cool to have one of those. And all of a sudden, the pilot starts freaking out because flames are shooting up on the deck, and the things, he's having hard time keeping altitude. And so he starts throwing things overboard. And before long, he crashes into the desert. Ship burns up. If somehow he flung himself free, he probably broke his neck. He could be witchborn roaming the desert now. But you figure, hey, why don't I go check out what he tossed overboard? Maybe we can use it, you know? And so it's a bunch of different war clans see that at the same time. And at this point, you don't know who you can trust and who you can't trust, because if somebody died of natural causes and became witchborn, there's no obvious thing like a, you know, arm lopped off or a big spear through the chest. So you trust no one. And so it becomes this game of cat and mouse where you're going to search in the desert and looking for valuable things. And there's an app that becomes the GM. So everybody gets to play. And the app has, you know, just hundreds of different encounters that could play out. It could be valuable airship cargo that you're looking for, or it could be witchborn monsters wanting to rip your face off. And so you don't know until you go and investigate. So you've got the other players competing against you. You've got the app competing against you, and you're just trying to learn how to navigate this pretty rough little world.
So what's the incentive for the players? Is it just survival to the end of the game, or is there like a victory point system or something like that?
There is it's called, we call it shadow. Basically, the more powerful you are, the greater shadow you cast, and so you earn experience points, which we call shadow, as you play. And then any treasures that you scavenge along the way go into your roster, and next adventure you come back, you know, possibly leveled up, a little richer. Maybe you have armor, maybe you have weapons that you didn't have before. And so everything that you use goes into the next adventure.
Are all the adventures contained in one self-contained thing, or are they each like their own separate thing? That like once I beat this one, I can go on, like I can buy this next one and do that one.
So it's designed so that right now there's 6 adventures released, but you could just play the first one over and over again if you wanted to, and you can jump between adventures whenever you feel ready.
Okay.
I've got a little virtual group that we've been teaching on Tuesday nights, and they're all just learning the game and that sort of stuff. And I'm like, you guys are really ready for the next adventure? And they're like, I don't know. We're a little nervous of moving on. I'm like, bigger rewards, more challenge, but bigger rewards. You wanna jump around and play other stuff too.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is that how you manage the progression balance? Is by like essentially the new adventure unlocks the new, like, you know, weapon cards or whatever they happen to be, as opposed to like everything being available at once?
Yeah, there's so much depth to it. Like each war clan has their own book that tells about, you know, let's say you're playing elves, you have a completely different culture, completely different kind of weapons and armor and all that kind of stuff that you can get. And at the beginning, you start off so poor. There's no way that you could play 50 games and probably not afford everything that's in your book, you know, because you want the best armor, you want the best weapons,
Yeah.
you want your unicorns, you want, you know, everything that you can get. So, and the treasures in the first adventure are much less powerful than ones you're going to find in future adventures.
Okay.
the adventures also scale too. So let's say you meet the troll the first time out. You know, that's like probably the scariest thing you're gonna face. The first time you play it, depending on your war clan value, you start off at 125. You're going to face one troll, and it's probably going to take all 6 to 8 of your guys to take that troll out. I mean, it's that tough. But as you play, and maybe you'll meet the troll 6 adventures later, your war clan's gotten a lot tougher. They've gotten a lot better. The app's going to tell you now you're going to face 2 or 3 trolls, so that the adventure also scales up as you grow. So it's always still going to be that challenge. But
Okay.
maybe now you have the spells or the treasures that take a troll out faster.
Cool.
So I got a couple questions about the app.
Okay.
Yeah, I before you say that, I want to ask you this question about the app. Who, I mean, did you make the app yourself, or did you like engage in like a company to do that, or
Yeah,
how did
that's-
you go about the process?
So I'm pretty lucky in that I've got an
You have
advertising.
millions of dollars.
No, I've got an
Oh.
advertising background, and I've got a lot of friends who donate their time. And,
I was gonna
and
say,
so I wrote and kind of designed the app, and then my buddy builds websites for a living, and so it's pretty easy to.
All right.
so it's pretty cheap.
So do good friends of you get to be good friends of those people? No.
Yeah.
So how? I'm sorry.
I was going to say my buddy Chris has pretty much made his late part of his career because he built that app, the first app for me, and companies have hired him and said, "Hey, can you build an app? We've got a gambling app we need, or we need
That's
a
cool.
app for a trade show." And so he didn't make a whole lot of money off of me, but I mean, now he's pulling down some good change building apps.
So how is the app integrated? Is it like it tells you place your tokens here,
Yeah.
pass
If
or
you-
fail, or is it more interactive? Or,
If you've got a browser handy, go to witchborn.com/apps.
you could actually pull that up on your screen.
Yeah, how do I share the screen there?
Well, you should be able to just
Down on the bottom.
All right. Share screen. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
So basically, we've only got 4 of the apps up here. We started off on Google Play and the iTunes Store. And what we found was these web apps work much better because people were like, oh, Google just introduced the new operating system for Android or whatever, and now your app doesn't work. And it's like, we haven't changed anything. These are dirt simple, right? There's absolutely nothing to them. And so we found that rather than me paying Chris every time there's a new operating system upgrade or bug fix or whatever to fix 13 different apps, we'll just make a web app, and now it'll work on a Kindle, it'll work on a laptop, it'll work on a desktop, it'll work anywhere, it'll work on your phone. So a little tip to people who are making their own apps. They had nothing but problems going through the big boys. You lose the advertising, that's why I leave them up there, but these are the only ones that get updates. So for example, if we were playing Enter Perdition, I've got to start a new game. All right. And what's going to happen, this one's a search game. So all the games are different, but this one's a search game. So there's going to be discovery markers positioned randomly around the board, and these may or may not be the airship cargo that you're looking for. And so let's say that Lance makes a discovery. One of us 3 would become his GM, because sometimes there's decisions that Lance has to make, and if he could read ahead, he would always pick the right thing to do. And
Well,
so
I always pick the right thing to do anyway, but you know.
this one's a real mild one. It's not bad at all. It's one shadow point. So when we were talking before about how you advance, the warrior of lances that made this discovery would earn one shadow point, and generally the fewer shadow points you earn, the more mild the encounter. In Enter Perdition, they only go up to 3. Some adventures, they go up to 6. There may even be a 7-pointer coming soon. So you know that it's, you know, you're meeting a demigod or something at that point. So this one's just, I'll just give you an example. I would read the box copy. This one's called Three Wishes. A hand-painted bottle of beautiful cobalt blue nestles in the prairie grass. The ornate bottle is of Javanard design, shaped like a genie bottle. Maybe a genie could grant a wish for gold and riches or an end to the witchborn. You'll never know without a closer look. Now, Lance is under siege. He's got other war clans that are coming to see what he just found. There could be monsters already loose on the board. He has to decide if he wants to go ahead and investigate. And if he chooses to investigate, in the GM notes, it's going to tell him that he's marked with a strike last condition marker. That's bad news. That means everybody's going to get a second turn before this guy gets to make his next turn. And then he'll roll D6 to see what he finds. And there's storytelling elements if he goes ahead and search, and he can actually find an elf, actual elven genie that will grant him a wish if he rolls really well. Let's see if I can find a more complex. Oh, here's a great one. I told you the pilot may have broken his neck. Well, he definitely has broken his neck. If you find one,
Spoiler alert.
This one's called Take Me to the Pilot, and it is a man struggles, dragging one leg heavily behind him and moaning with each lurching effort. His clothing.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll walk it off.
Just drunk.
Yeah. Just rub it. It'll be fine.
Rub some dirt on it.
Clothing and skin are charred black except for a bright golden ankh dangling from his neck. Smoke rises from his crisp flesh. This was the pilot from the crashed airship. His head swivels drunkenly, sensing your presence. Burnt lips peel back, revealing still pink gums and white teeth clenched in a sinister smile. So this guy has just gone through what we call the quickening, and now he is witchborn. And his stats are pretty high. Basically, an unarmored guy is going to be about a 5 or 6 defense, and witchborn, when you become witchborn, all your stats go up by 1. So he's probably stronger and more agile and smarter than most of the guys on your war clan. And he's still got his weapons, and he's going to kind of shamble along and attack who's ever closest. So that one becomes, last night that one actually came out, and it took 5 orcs to take him out.
So here's my question to you. I mean, so obviously this is definitely a throwback game because it's got a ton of stuff going on. There's a ton of it requires a lot of stats. It requires a lot of, hey, adjust this by this, add this to that, roll this, do that. And that isn't a negative in my opinion. I mean, that's something that I enjoy personally. And this is obviously, I think Corey, you and I have, we've had this discussion before where we, like, it's like just basically kind of like a game you've always been working on your entire life. It's kind of like I hate to say, what's I'm looking for? Like, dream project or magnum opus or whatever. I mean, have you? One of the people that used to come on the show a lot, which unfortunately hasn't been on for a while. I got to reach out and get Jim to come back on, especially since Cosmic Frogs just came out. So if you know Jim Felly, Cosmic Frogs just got released. You should go check that game out. It's awesome. But anyway, what I'm getting at here is that, like, you've made this game because it's for you, in my opinion. I could be wrong. and you hope people will enjoy the game you made for yourself. Do you get like any kind of like pushback from people like saying, oh, this isn't like my type of game, or this has got, why isn't this more, kind of like watered down, like to make things a little more simple or make things a little more presentable or approachable?
Yeah,
Have you ever considered, how can I make this more simple so it would appeal to more people? Or have you just thought, you know what, I'm going to make the game I want to make, and if people like it, great. And if they don't, oh well.
yeah, it's kind of like when you get to a point where Christopher Nolan is, he makes the movies he wants to make now, right? He made Tenet, which saw the other night. It was pretty stinky.
Somebody said that, like, so not to get off on a tangent. Well, okay, we'll put a pin in that. And we'll come back to that. Go ahead.
But he makes what he wants to make. I make what I want to make. And really the origin of this was, I'm an old GM, right? I'm an old D&D player. And I hated the combat system. I hated the magic system. I started to make my own, right? Simpler combat, but more tactical. A magic system that made a little more sense to my sensibilities and what I like from all the fiction I've read over the years. And we started playing something that didn't even resemble D&D anymore. And everybody said, we've got about 20 regular players. And everybody said, why don't you just make this, And so put out the first Kickstarter, funded. Everybody said, well, it's great to have this digital rule set, but we want a game board, and we want miniatures, and we want this, and we want that. And so second Kickstarter funded, and we're like, okay. And, started to take off, started to go to game shows and trade shows, and people come by the booth, and you run a quick demo, a little half-hour demo, and they're like, this looks really fun. And there's so many times when my D&D gaming group, like, two guys don't show up, and so we really feel like we can't go on the quest, and it would be great to jump in and play a game that only takes 2-3 hours. And next week, when Bob and Jim come back, now we can get back to our quest, and then they start to get into this, and they end up switching.
Well, but to answer my question,
Yeah.
have you ever considered, like, I don't want to say dumbing down the rule set, but have you ever considered, like, have you ever gone to a developer and, like, said, hey, what do you think, like, could you take this, because obviously you've done a great deal of world building and it has a great story behind it and you've done a lot of work with it, but have you ever considered, like, making it more palatable, I guess, or palatable, whatever, for, like, the crowd that's out there right now that is going to be, like, playing board games?
Yeah, it could be. What I find is the players who love this game they want to come back, and they want to play that War Clan every week. They want to just keep building that up and see how many games they can get, and just see how powerful they can get. And they want to blow people away, and they don't want to play something that's self-contained, and it's done like a one-off. I think the main reason they come back is the building aspect, is the War Clan building aspect. I've got two guys that drive an hour from Indiana to play every Friday night. That's our regular play testing night, and they won't miss it for the world.
Fair enough. Hi, Cassandra.
Hi,
Cassie. Cassandra.
Cassandra, how are you guys?
Hello.
I actually had a question for you, Cassandra.
Hello, mug girl. What's in your mug tonight?
Coke. I'm all out of, like, fruit flavored things.
So
Just say Kool-Aid just once, please.
So today I ran out of Diet Dr. Pepper, so I was like, ugh. But I was at so if you live in the Upper Midwest, you'll know of a brand of stores called Menards, which is basically like like a home improvement store. I mean, they basically they got they have
Home Depot.
yeah, it's like a Home Depot, but it's more centralized for that part of the world kind of thing.
It
Anyway,
has a lot more weird crap in it.
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
But then they also like they have like a small little section. They have they have cheap dog like pet food and stuff. Like it's a good place to pick up pet and dog food. They definitely have a good garden area for like like if you have to get stuff for like tree, you can buy trees there and things like that. And then they're in
This is
season.
like a jack of all trades store.
But yeah, it's got a lot of stuff. But like and then they have like a very very small like grocery section, which has like and there's you can even like you can pick up like shampoo and stuff like that. There's like this little tiny home goods area that's just kind of like and it's just. But anyway, I was going through and I knew I was out of Diet Dr. Pepper, and I really didn't want to go shopping anywhere else. And there was Diet Dr. Shasta, which I had never had. So yes, Diet Dr. Shasta actually tastes pretty damn good. So I was actually pretty happy with it. It's really tough to screw up Diet Dr. Pepper. It's like Pib Zero is still the best Diet Dr. Pepper I've ever had. But now I'm curious to go to like Walmart and get Diet Dr. Thunder, which is what they have.
What?
And see what that's gonna be like. I'm intrigued.
It's gonna taste like butt. That's what
No, so I mean,
Diet
like,
butt.
so like Diet Coke or Coke Zero. Like I just like Coke is like just such a good, honest tasting soda. Like literally, and like I mean, in the last couple of years, like I phased out of like sugary soda just because, and I really should stop drinking the diet soda too. It's probably bad for me.
As all good things are.
Yeah, so but I mean it's just like Jack, Lance, you're talking about these great drinks, then you ruin them with the plastic. Look, just whatever.
You could at least have a ceramic mug. Come on.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, a ceramic mug. I mean, actually, here, hold on a second. I'm not gonna do this, but because I'm not gonna give Cassandra the but here, this is one of my prized possessions actually, because you basically you can't get them anymore. So Spiel Uber Spiel, like play, and then so one of the best online game stores of all time, GameSurplus.com. And if you were a good enough customer, they would just haphazardly decide we'll send you a mug. We'll send you a Game Surplus mug. It was just one of those things. And I would get stuff from them all the time. And it was this guy Thor that ran the place, Thor at Game Surplus. And then right before he sold off the thing to somebody else, he sent me one, which I was really pleased with. I was like, but anyway, I could, but no.
The nice thing about the ceramic mug is I don't like ice, because if my ice melts, it ruins my beverage and then I'm wasting it. The ceramic mug keeps it cold, so I don't need to put ice in it.
I think that's a bunch of garbage.
It's almost logical.
This show talks about mugs too much.
I think that you're just scared of what the mug bourgeoisie You're just afraid of big mug. That's what you're afraid of.
I have my 90-cent Target giant blue plastic cup. That is all I need.
My
Basically
mug
what
was
I
a
got.
gift.
I have my. This is my water one though. See, Minnesota Vikings, Mr. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. Corey. So we make fun of Chris a lot because he was a professional athlete. He played for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know
He-
who you are.
He's just a kicker. It's no big.
Well, I mean, all he did was punt a football around.
It's a step up from cheerleader. I mean,
Is there a difference between a kicker and a punter?
There
Yes.
is, Chris, is there a difference between kicker and punter?
Yes, there is. Kickers kick field goals, and punters punt the ball downfield on fourth down.
Or third down if they want to get clever.
Uh,
Did you?
I don't
Did
think,
they ever
have
do a
you
quick?
seen a quick kick in the past like 30 years? I don't think.
No,
I've
but what about? Isn't there like you can do the thing where there's like that weird rule where you can do a like a kick, and if it like isn't it like a quarterback, if they do a quick, like they do a kick, there's a certain kick you can do that'll get you a point or something like that.
Yeah, you're talking about the drop kick.
The drop kick, yeah. And if you can get it like through the uprights, it's worth like, isn't it?
It counts as a field goal. It's I think Doug Flutie was the last one to do it in.
And that was just because he had scored he had scored every other way.
Yeah,
he had come in and he had kicked a field goal. He had kicked an extra point. He had run for a touchdown. He had thrown for a touchdown. He'd received for a touchdown. He had never got like tackled anybody for a safety, but technically you don't really get those points. He had never scored that as a point. But yeah, that was the last thing he had to do. He had to do that so he could score every single possible way as an offensive player.
So Chris, I'm assuming a kicker could cover for a punter, but could a punter cover for a kicker?
So it's funny. I actually am just looking up the Reddit thread that I answered that 7 years ago because it comes up literally like every 3 months. And like,
what
really?
question?
The question is, why can't punters and kickers like why do you have to have a separate person for each job, right?
No,
like,
that wasn't the question. But I'm sure you got to specialize because they're different things. But could one cover the other? As reverse.
You can like technically when I punted, I was the backup kicker, but my consistency would not be at the NFL level as a kicker. Right. My make rate would be like 50 to 60%, whereas they're looking, like 90 to 95%. And then same thing for a kicker coming in as a punter, like they can give you, a 35, maybe 40-yard punt, but the hang time is not going to be anywhere close to what you need it to be. So the returner is going to have a lot of opportunity to bring the ball back.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, that's why it's always entertaining to watch a punter or kicker go down in a game because the other guy's got to fill in. It's not entertaining for the guy who goes down, but
well,
everyone else is.
I do remember when like the like it was for the Vikings when the long snapper got hurt.
Yes.
And
Atlanta.
and then
Jared
what's
Allen.
his face? Yeah, Jared Allen was the emergency long snapper, and they sent him back to I
took I think he snapped 3 punts to me and 2 extra points. And it was funny on the extra points too, because we had a defensive lineman that had played for us the previous year, Ray Edwards, who Atlanta had given a big contract to. And we were lining up for an extra point. And I hear Jared tell Ray, he's like, "Hey man, if you try to jump on top of me, I'm going to punch you in the nuts." And sure enough, Ray tried to jump over the line, and you just see Jared's hand go boom. I'm 100% sure he got fined for it when the league went over the film the next day. But yeah, it was hilarious. There was no love lost between those two.
Who between Jared and who?
Ray Edwards. Ray had a very high opinion of himself. But I mean, he was a decent NFL player, but he wasn't like a Jared Allen level defensive lineman, but he thought he was. So yeah,
well, he's the guy who tried to go into the MMA.
Yes,
remember after.
That is correct. Like I said, Ray Edwards has a very high opinion of himself.
Yeah. No, and then he got signed for a boatload of money to somebody else that yeah.
Cassandra, have you been out in DC lately? Out and about, or have you been pretty much home?
Mainly home. We've been doing a lot of rallies around DC, but unfortunately I'm not going to any of them because school started. So Devin's back at school and back at work, and our friend group mainly comes from UMD's school. And they all had to take COVID tests, so we're all negative, and it's like if we go and interact with anyone, we now have to put in ourselves in a 14-day quarantine, and then we have to get retested, and so it's a big thing. So we're like, we do bare minimum. We go to the grocery store, and that's pretty much what we do.
Yeah, DC is kind of special. Me and Jen spent our honeymoon there. We go there a couple times. At least once a year. But she was talking about our anniversary is coming up next month. She was talking about it. I don't think so, but no. Yeah.
So I got great news recently. We got an email saying that somebody associated with my kids' Taekwondo group tested positive for COVID. So we were all exposed, and we're all like taking the necessary measures or whatever. But and we're pretty sure we're fine. But it was but like no Taekwondo for a couple of weeks, and of course the rampant thing is, who was it? And the and of course they can't say anything. They can't say anything about who it is or anything like that, but everybody assumes it is our incredibly libertarian / right-winged Taekwondo instructor, who is a really, really nice guy, but like if you gave him more than like 5 minutes, he would pull you aside to let you know how much like he would espouse that, well, I got a better chance of getting in a car accident than I am dying in COVID, and like he runs a like marriage event center as well, and a really nice place. He's done a lot of hard work in making it look nice and everything like that. But I mean, I remember we had to go there to do some extra training on some stuff, and I saw that it was like one of those things where he had because it's in Minnesota, so legally you can't be outside without a mask. It's a statute. Of course, like you still see people without them, but for the most, I would say like 75% of the time, people are wearing masks, like and being good about it. But you still run into some people, like they run into the Walgreens or something. You can just see they're not, and like of course the people there, it's Minnesota nice, so nobody feels that they can, nobody wants to call the number, and they don't have somebody stationed at the door like they do at Walmart. Telling them that they can't come in or anything like that. So, but no, he put up a sign, and it really annoyed me because it said, it was something to the tune of, it's like, by order of Minnesota, the Minnesota governor, masks are required. However, and it said, however, if you have a medical condition that makes it so you cannot wear a mask, we will not ask you what it is, and you don't have to wear one. It was just like he basically like said, oh, if you don't want to wear one, it's fine. It was like you
Get
knew
out of jail free card.
Well, yeah, you knew when he was typing it up, he was like, like sticking it to you, and it's just like there's a balance between, and it's and I've definitely like I've definitely thought like, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, if it did come down, we'll never know if it's him, right? We'll never know if it's him. But I mean, it's one of those things where if it is him, it's like, I really want to just like say, it's like, we're paying you a lot of money every month to teach our kids this. And he, like I said, he's done a fantastic job with our children. He's taught them a lot of self-defense and stuff like that, but he also taught them a lot of self-reliance, and and he's definitely helped like develop them as and it's just one of those things where it's like, it's awesome, but it's also like, you effing asshole, if it was you, just like we try to let you have your kid. I don't know. But anyway, so like, we're pretty sure we're fine, but it's also one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's garbage. But anyway, so that's like, this is my closest brush with it, right? That it's weird, it's like my closest touch, if you will.
How was the test? Did you do that big Q-tip up the nose?
Well, so on Friday we can go get tested. Like, we're all like symptom free. Like, none of us, our food tastes the same. We don't have a cough. We don't have a sore throat. We don't have a fever. I mean, so it's like, I don't know. On Friday we can go and get. There's a drive-through basically that they've set up on Friday to, like, you can go and just pull up and they'll shove the Q-tip up your nose and they'll let you know in a couple of days what your results are, and it's free, right? So, and no questions asked, or anything like that. They'll just do it. So I'm like, should we go? Maybe. I don't know.
I'm waiting for Jen to do that. So. I got a little concerned the other day with her.
My mother is watching, just so everybody knows. So keep your F-bombs until she falls asleep. But yes, my mom has texted me. It's him. It's him.
Hello, Miss Meister. Is it Meister or is it?
No. My parents got divorced when I was very young. My mom remarried my step. Right. Yeah, her last name is a good German name, Vetter. Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was your stepfather's name or not.
Meister. Yeah. No, my mother's parents, get this. So like, a gentleman doesn't say, how old, a gentleman doesn't ask how old a woman is or whatever, but like, so for the era, so if I'm 48, and I'm the last of her children, you can just kind of, my mother's, wonderful person and strong and, and tough as nails and all those things. But, my mother, when she was born, her parents living in rural North Dakota named her the Hawaiian name of Lawana, meaning peace at sea, which is just like I've said, like, how do two rubes living in the middle of North Dakota like look up this name and like decide that's what we'll do. We'll name her this Hawaiian name out of nowhere. So I mean,
was your mother a hippie, Lance?
Yeah, that's a good question for her. I don't think she was. I think my dad was, like, way back in the day. I see the pictures of him with the long hair and big mutton chop sideburns. So pretty sure he may have been a little bit of a, here, she's texting me like crazy. Here, let's see what she says here.
Just bring her on. I got questions. Bring her on.
Yeah. No way. No how. Never
we can walk her through how to use a laptop.
I do it all the time. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no, not going to happen. No, she's just repeatedly telling me that she's Norwegian, and she is Norwegian. But, like I said, her parents gave her this crazy Hawaiian name or whatever, for whatever reason. So, Tom Vassel's trying to get in here, but apparently, he can't work There he is. Look at that. Oh, you're muted, sir. You're still muted. Click the little button. There you go.
Same thing every single time.
You sure you aren't muting him on purpose, Lance?
No. Tommy, oh, look at that. He's drinking out of a mug. Look, he's trying to. What are you drinking out of your mug there, Tommy?
I'm drinking tea with honey. I think I might be losing my voice.
Oh, what a. And you're risking it for the Alaboom. I appreciate it.
I won't be here long.
Oh, Tom, I got good news. As of 2 weeks ago, Shady Maple is still open.
I know. My brother sent me pictures.
My cousin went.
How's that good news for me?
I thought you going up there when you were with the PAX.
Yeah, I know. When's that happening?
Next year, following year. Eventually, it'll happen, Tom.
They haven't canceled yet.
Really?
It's all force majeure stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's what, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, they have to, like, if in most of those cases, if the convention people like cancel it, they probably would forfeit some of the money. However, if the venue has to tell them that they can't have it, then they get a refund. Almost every single one of those cases. So right. Which is ridiculous.
And Pennsylvania is semi-open again.
I do want to find out from Scott if he's made any headway on getting refunded on his hotel room at Essen.
He ain't getting that back.
Yeah. I don't want to see him punch you through the screen here. Come on.
I would love to see that. That'd be so cool.
That's true. I lied.
Well, you know what also is upsetting is like, remember when Pete had that big long story about Cracker Barrel and like how they didn't refund his money? I want to know if he ever got ever got that money back too. Like he had that huge grievance where like basically he waited 2 hours for his food and it was cold. And
Oh, it was the
horrible.
Cheesecake Factory. Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory, that's right. And then they wouldn't give him any money back or anything like that. And I was just like, what are you gonna do about it? Well, I don't know. And I was like, I mean, that's when you I don't know. Gotta get creative in your revenge or whatever, because you know they might say revenge is like what is it, it's like, oh, living well is the best revenge, but that doesn't feel as good, in just my opinion. But anyway, or
Cassandra, do you
as
know
Norm
about the
Macdonald
hotel
said-
thing?
Norm Macdonald once said, I used to think revenge is a dish best served cold, but now I know it's getting back at somebody who hurt you. It's a good never mind. It's a play on words. See, if you never mind. I'm not gonna walk you through it.
It obviously
dad
wasn't
taught me
that
a long-
funny.
My dad taught me a long time ago, when someone makes a bad joke, you just have to act dumb. Once you force people to explain it, then they just stop telling you bad jokes.
That's not a bad joke. That's incredibly funny. That's hilarious. You know.
I apologize. We should have laughed.
Ah,
Ha!
what was it like? Then he goes, did you hear that Playboy magazine is no longer going to have nude pictures of women within the magazine? So that means that like Playboy magazine is getting rid of their pictures of women and they're all together.
Try
All
to
right, I'm here all week.
picture waitresses.
Where's Grant? Grant needs to be on here. He's a professional comedian. He needs to be on here and telling his jokes. He said he'd be
He's
here.
obviously scared of your prowess.
No, I actually you bastard. Hey, I actually like mounted my microphone now.
Ooh.
Like I'm almost professional. Oh geez, I just broke it.
Doesn't know how to use a single app on his computer, but he's got the microphone semi down.
Shut your mouth.
Only a little bit because he keeps breaking it as he moves it.
No, it's just okay. There you go. There. No, there you go. See? So now I don't have to have it awkwardly to the side. I have it like, never mind.
Fancy.
Anybody play any games lately? Anything new? Anything fun?
Yes.
Well, of
What?
course you have. It's your job. What have you played? What's the best game you played since the last time I talked to you?
That's a good question. Maybe the pinball game from Engelstein.
Oh yeah.
That's really good. It's a roll and write, and I tend to look at roll and writes with some disdain. But
And why is that, Thomas?
because they're all the same. What you do is you take you get some 3D renderings of dice, put them on the cover, make up a weird word like "furkle," have it so someone rolls dice and everyone writes down a few numbers, and you're done.
Is that what this game was?
Which game did I just describe? I'll answer for you. About 30 of them.
Yeah.
But
Does that mean they
Oh.
aren't fun?
they're fun, but they're okay. A lot of them, and a lot of them are very derivative. This one's called Super Skill Pinball, and it feels like a pinball game. I really like it.
Did you ever play the pinball game from? Oh, what was it called? It was like a card game.
Yes,
I like that one.
that one was good, but this one is way better.
Okay, I forget what was the name of that one. Yeah, but that one actually felt like a pinball game too. Like it actually
It
felt like.
it felt pinball vibes to it, but it didn't necessarily feel like pinball itself. Hang on, my daughter's calling from college. More important than y'all. Be right back.
All right, fair enough. Dad, I need money.
Yeah, probably.
Lots of money.
I played Mariposa.
Oh, what do you think of the Mariposa?
I enjoyed it quite a bit. Devin absolutely hated it. Like, I think we probably got it and played it 7 or 8 times, and every single time he was like, I just hate this game more and more. Every single time I play it, I hate it more. And I'm like, well, we should probably stop playing it then. No. I have to play it though. So it was. It's a
Well,
cha-
what was the theory behind that he had to play it even though he was hating it? I don't
so he
understand.
wasn't enjoying it because he wasn't able to like get the points he needed, and he was having a hard time with strategy and figuring out the strategy to winning and how you actually like accomplish it.
He's taking it personal.
And so yeah, it was like I have to play it until I at least get some of the strategy down so I know it's possible to win. And I'm like, okay, sure. I enjoyed it enough that I didn't mind that we played it 7 times in a single day. But it was definitely funny. And then we played it again on Sunday, I think. But yeah.
So that one for me, it just looked like a mess. I mean, it just the board just like I mean it. I don't know.
I didn't like it. It's a tend your own garden game. You shouldn't get it.
But I mean, you can have a tend your own garden game, but you can show it to me and it can look cool, right? But I'm like looking when I saw that and somebody was telling me, oh yeah, is this cool thing about monarch butterflies and stuff like that. I was like, oh okay, that sounds interesting. Then I looked at the board and I was just like, this just looks like just like slapdash color and weird. I mean, I'm sure there's more to it, but I mean, it didn't dazzle me when I saw it. And plus, like the cover where it was like, oh hey, it's a monarch tornado or something. I mean, I don't
did
know.
not. I thought that the cover was a little simple. Like there wasn't much to it. I was like, cool. It's about butterflies. I guess that's cool. But it's definitely got some tweaks that I think could have been made to make it flow a little better. Like there's this whole separate board that like holds cards.
BORED probably. Oh, sorry.
That holds cards that you're just trying to collect, and it's just like, do they need to be cards? Why am I having a separate board of cards? Can't I, like, can't they be tokens that just sit there and I grab them? Something that's not taking up, a huge space on my table that's already having to hold so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to each their own. I mean, it's. I'm sure the game's wonderful, and I mean, it's an AEG title that was originally like I think they found it in China or Japan, which that's pretty standard. And hey, by the way, John Zinzer, the guy that runs AEG, he had a weird health scare, a benign brain tumor, which thank God he's fine. Super nice guy. I've met and hung out with him, more than a few times. So good news as far as that guy goes. That was like, yeah, one of those things where no, I don't want to. I mean, you if you dug on the internet, you could find it easily enough. But I mean, he basically they what was it? He like basically went home and like he was at home and he was like slurring his speech and like he was just maybe feeling like he was kind of out of it, and then his wife made him go to the doctor. He said he was just going to lie down, but his wife made him go to the doctor, and then they did a CAT scan or whatever, and they were like, yeah, you have just basically a ping pong ball sized tumor in your head. And then he had like surgery like that night. Ugh. Just super scary stuff. But anyway, sounds like John Zinzer's he's posted pictures of himself outside at his house and enjoying dinner with his family, and so good. I'm happy. So like I said, he's a good guy, and AEG is a good company too. But AEG also is like a company that goes over to Japan and China, and they find games like this. And I think Mariposas was one of those games that they found over there. I might be completely wrong, but I mean, if I remember correctly, let me see here. No, it is Elizabeth Hargrove. I'm completely wrong. I'm completely
I think you're
wrong.
but I wasn't gonna just like step on.
No, well, I'm completely wrong.
You should have just done it. Just tell them.
No, I'm completely
We're all
wrong.
adults here.
I'm sorry. I'm an adult.
So, Cassandra.
Well, why? Because like one of the very first pictures I ever saw of it before it was even published ever was like this Chinese, like it had Chinese lettering all over it, and it was like a demo copy for China. Like that was like anyway. I don't know. Who knows? I'm crazy. You're crazy. Everybody's crazy. I'm an idiot. Moving on. So, Monarch Butterflies. Woo!
So, Cassandra, do you and your partner play conflict games where you're going against each other, or do you tend to steer clear of them?
We tend to steer clear of them. We have a couple of them and we do play them, but we tend to play them with other people. If we play them as two-player, we tend to get way upset with each other, and it's just like, it lasts way longer than the game. It'll be like 3 days later, I can't believe you broke down that door and killed me.
I find a lot of colors like that. Me and Jen we basically had a rule like the first game or two, it was a learning game. You know, we had the mix on. But after that, it was all gloves off, and she usually went for the juggling. You know. But I found a lot of couples I thought are like that. They just rather avoid it.
Yeah. And it works really well because we both are really fans of cooperative games, because I'm sure it has something to do with that, but so it just works really well, that we tend to really enjoy cooperative games, and we tend to stick away from the conflicts.
But how will you know who's better out of the two of you unless you destroy one another?
But we still have the conflict. It's just not head on, because once someone else joins the game, we could like destroy the other one and everything be like, I'm taking you down. But as long as there's someone else there to be present, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, because it doesn't feel like it's a total head-to-head. There's
There's a buffer.
there's additional factors, so you can't blame 100% on just the one other person.
Yeah. And we don't need to be the best at certain games. It's okay. I win
Yeah.
most of them anyways.
Not all people do, Lance, Chris.
So I actually had to like train myself out of that habit, because when I was younger, it was just like, I am winning everything all the time, or I am raging. And so after, like, basically after playing, in the NFL for a few years, I'm just like, I've pretty much done what I want to do. Like, these games aren't that important compared like to playing a professional football game. It's not life or death. If I lose this game, I'll be okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Do you find you don't enjoy competition as much being out of the NFL? Being in it so long?
I still enjoy competition. Like, there's plenty of things I still like love competing at. I mean, I play in or I used to play before COVID in a adult competitive soccer league where it was like no holds barred. I mean, it was brutal. Like, but yeah, something like that allows me to be competitive in an arena that I know everyone else is out there to be competitive as well. Whereas like for board games and stuff like that, like I'll make it very clear when I'm playing with someone, who I don't know or who I don't know how they play. I'm like, okay, like what kind of game are you looking to play? Like, are you looking to play, sort of like everything's fine, or are you trying to go extreme cutthroat? Like we're just absolutely murdering each other here. Because if you can get that on the table at the start, odds are much better that everyone's going to walk away happy at the end versus like, one person's expecting, a chill game, and then the other person's like, kill everything. It's like, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, I think any board game of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Especially when you got multiple.
Yeah, it's but yeah, no, I mean, I still love competing and stuff. Like right now, I'm competing against the freshman football kids that I'm coaching, because I'm doing all the drills with them, and so I'll be like, I'm going on 39. You should be able to keep up with me. I'm old and evil. So it's great because I mean, like they have no clue. They're freshmen. So.
Right now, I'm competing with the bastard 6-year-old on the scooter next door. He's winning.
Who's winning?
He is. We only go 3 houses, but.
Well, at least, yeah. So you're keeping it going. Hey, Mr. Ham.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Rich.
What's going on?
Not much. You?
Not much, I suppose.
What's
here.
the giant game in front of you?
This is Monsters on Board, which I'll be filming tomorrow. The latest game from Final Frontier Games. The I assume they're Macedonian because I know they're friends with the Miko, so all their games feature his art, and it's like their third or fourth big Kickstarter game, and this is by far the best one. This one's really good, and it's got really awesome little cute miniatures. Look at that little Frankenstein guy. Oh, he's adorable.
So wait a minute. Better than
Yes.
what you would dig? I'm trying to remember the better than Rise to Nobility.
Yeah. Or is Rise Nobility the one about immigrants coming in and getting trained and whatnot?
Yeah, I believe so. If I remember
Yes,
correctly.
that is the one I played. I liked the core ideas of that game a lot, but it was a little half-baked. It was one of the few games where I said, yeah, I'll go ahead and cover that. And then they sent me the prototype and we played and said, yeah, I don't know if you guys want me to cover this because it probably will do you more harm than good if I speak about it. And so I ended up not covering that. Although, as I understand it, they did make a lot of changes because I gave them a shit ton of feedback. But yeah, no, this is ready to go right out of the gate. It's an excellent little dice drafter. It even comes with these cute little cars that you store all the dice in that you hand them back and forth to each other. So the components are insanely cool, and it's a very sharp, surprisingly deep dice drafter because it looks like it's a game for kids. It looks like it's basically Monster Mash come to life in front of you, but the dice drafting is really deep. Lots to consider.
What about
Yes.
What about Coloma though?
Are you saying is this better than Coloma? No,
Yeah.
Coloma is like top class, top tier stuff. But this is very, very good.
See, the one I'm waiting for. I mean, I played it and I loved it. Merchant's Cove was awesome. I'm waiting for that one.
Oh, that's a neat one too. So basically, we're just going through all the games with the Miko's art, effectively.
Well, I mean, but
Regardless of publisher or designer, it's all
these are all Final Frontier games.
Was Coloma Final Frontier? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, good on them because Coloma's fantastic. Oh, that's right. And isn't Johnny Pack kind of their de facto, in-house design director?
I think they have a very good relationship.
Exactly. Well, then maybe him being on board has turned stuff around because the Nobility was a really neat game with some cool ideas. Just needed some work. This is super sharp, but no, it's not quite Coloma level.
They came out with Cavern Tavern first, which I really liked, and then Rise to Nobility was second game. But but I think the only game that everybody kind of thought clunked for them a little bit, which I didn't agree with, is Robin Hood.
I would like to try that one. Honestly, they never contacted me about it, and I thought maybe they were kind of smarting after I kind of.
It's incredibly mean.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, then maybe I didn't want to try it. Never mind.
Yeah, so that's what I think. It's like it's a semi co-op where only one can win. So you end up really screwing people over, and it's also pretty grim. Like you can get your opponents like caught by the sheriff, and then you can get them like basically executed by the sheriff and stuff like that to make them lose points. And so yeah, it can get kind of brutal and mean. So
all right,
but yes, but I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're definitely, I would say, on the rise, and and their production quality is just second to none. And
yeah, they do a really good
Coloma magnetic wheel. I mean, 5 years from now, everybody's going to be copying that. It was so smart.
It was good. Hey, Kirk.
Hey, Lance.
So Kirk, if you guys didn't know who Kirk is Kirk's kind of like you're kind of a catch-all in the board game world. You handle like everything. You design stuff, you publish stuff, you work as like basically other publishers like logistics manager people. Is that fair to say?
Yep, logistics management.
Yeah, so but Rurik
and pledge management.
There you go, and you have your own like pledge manager type of thing. So yeah, you do everything.
You do telemarketing on the side.
I really try to not do marketing. Marketing is like the thing that I don't like to do.
But you published like, so I mean, just so you know, and just jump in and say whatever you want to say eventually. But you did Rurik Dawn of Kiev, which came out in 2019. And
okay.
Yeah, did you play that one, Richard?
No, but I imagine, was it Kirk? Did you send me a copy of it?
I think another publisher that we were partnering with at the time did, and you mentioned it was too.
Yeah, I mean, and
too
had
aggressive.
the other publisher asked me ahead of time, I would have said, no, that's okay. You don't need to send it. But they just went on ahead and sent it sight unseen. So yeah, can you talk about whatever's going on with that? Because then I got contacted like 3 months later that it's coming back to Kickstarter, but it was with a different publisher, or I guess it had like rights had reverted back to the original designer, or
Yeah, so it was kind of complicated. I mean, so Rurik was a game that we signed from the designer. We published it. We got approached by a much larger publisher that you're talking about to license it, and they were planning to do a Kickstarter earlier this year. And then COVID kind of changed their production schedule for
okay.
a whole host of projects, and it became they have a whole bunch. I mean, I don't know if I should. I mean, it is out there. If people want to dig into it. I mean, they never did a press release. They never announced it, but there's one Board Game Geek thread that names it, and they had one interview that the designer dropped the name because we assumed they were announcing it soon. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't no ill will or
Yeah,
anything.
we'll just leave it alone. We won't
Yeah.
we won't dive into it. That's fine.
There are 13 people watching, so you better play your cards close to your chest.
There are 31 people watching.
I
Ooh.
transposed the numbers. Actually, I just completely picked a number at random, but now I can say I transposed them.
So yes, maybe in some time it'll come out more. But yeah, that publisher just decided they'd send it to a whole bunch of people, and I said to them, "Oh, I don't think it's the type of game that Richard would like." And they said, "Oh, no, we think he'll like it." And I'm like, "All right, whatever."
Yeah. Oh, it always makes me feel terrible when somebody just sends me something sight unseen, and it's just, yeah, I'm never gonna even take the shrink off of this. It's gonna go on my shelf, and sooner or later I'll get rid of it somehow. But yeah, so I mean.
It might be a good
The
giveaway.
original designer contacted us because he was saying, "Hey, could you cover for the Kickstarter?" And we weren't sure, but it's with this other thing, and I guess it fell through. But I know I'm glad the Kickstarter went ahead. It's a shame. I know Shay, my contributor who does run throughs like me, he was really excited to cover it, but I guess
Yeah, it was me who reached out.
okay. So
I was on
it?
I was on a shoestring budget with the campaign, so it is
There
what
you
it
go.
is.
Yes,
The
And
other publisher.
we're elite tier run throughers here, so.
Yes, the other publisher had a lot of money that they would have spent on marketing, and when I got the license back, I got it back in June. We've been waiting for like 5 months to know when our Kickstarter will go live, and then I get it back, the game's done, and I'm like, I want to get this done before the holidays. All right, we'll launch in 2 months. So I hadn't done any marketing or any manufacturing prep because that was what they were doing. I was responsible for design, art development, and playtesting and rulebook. So then, I mean, I've done all this stuff before, but it was like, all right, got to wake up the sleeping dragon and do all the things. And it's worked out. We funded in 5 hours. So.
Well,
There
yeah.
you go.
Whoa.
I mean, if nothing else, the other publisher, I guess, did lay some groundwork for you. Just, because it was out there, people were aware of it, they missed it. So,
yeah, they got some things going with it in the background, and they really like the game themselves too.
Well, and it's Stan Krodonsky, so I mean, and like it seems like he's just making really cool stuff.
that
so.
Stan Kordowski is on a tear. He
Yep.
is definitely a designer to watch. He is the designer that nobody knows. Well, that's another really great game. Where do these games keep coming from? Well, it's fucking Stan Kordowski, apparently.
I really liked Lockup.
Lockup is fantastic.
Yeah.
Old West Impresario is great.
I don't know who published that.
I couldn't even tell you. I
couldn't
have no
even
idea.
tell you.
I forget.
It's from the before time.
Basic Minstrel.
No. So, but no, I really liked Rurik. That I enjoyed.
Oh,
it
so
a
you
great
played
deal.
it, right?
Oh yeah, and it's
Yep.
I mean it's like it really like does auctioning in a way that like like area control, which I like because area control is awesome, and but no, like, and also there's some programming elements and stuff like that which I really enjoy too. So I mean, yeah, just it was a really really good game. So
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks good. After it arrived, I actually took a look and I thought, well, this is really impressive. It's a shame I'll never play it. But congratulations on funding in 5 hours.
And I would say I was really sad because I, of course, was an idiot and I didn't back it on Kickstarter because I totally missed it. But a friend of mine got it, and then I went over to his house and we played it, and I was like, "This is amazing." And then like a few months later, like Kirk and I were talking, we had a meeting just to talk about some board game stuff, and I was like, "Wait a minute, do you have any of those left? And he's like, I have 2. And he showed up, and yeah, and Kirk was kind enough to sell me one. He didn't even
He gave you 50% of his remaining stock. Wow.
he didn't, and I got some metal coins, which was awesome. And like, yeah, and he so thank you again. So now I have my own copy, which I appreciated a great deal. So
You're welcome.
but anyway, the reason we're talking about that is because right now on Kickstarter, you have the expansion, Stone and Blade, right?
Yes.
And so, what does this expansion add to the already fantastic? And I always ask this: is this stuff that got left out of the game that you wish you could have fit into it? Like you watch it, you watch a movie, right? And you're like, oh, okay, that was cool. And then like nobody owns DVDs anymore. But if you own a DVD, then you're like, oh, what's the bonus materials? And they're like, oh, deleted scenes, right? And you're like, oh, these are things that would have been in the movie, but they had to like get rid of them because of time. So I always wonder for expansion stuff, is it because like they said I had all these other things I wanted to put in here, but no, we just wanted to like leave those out for now, and we could possibly use those for an expansion later on, which is a completely valid thing to do, right? I mean,
When does the question end?
Tomorrow at 7 Pacific.
Oh,
It's all right. At least Grant's here now, so we can actually get some good jokes.
Hey, Grant.
Happy to provide.
Hey, Matt. But no, seriously. So, like, is it something where he just came up with, or was it like one of those things where like it was stuff that you removed for whatever reason?
Good question. It's all new. My design philosophy is why leave something out when you can put it in. I really hate making people put things behind a paywall of, oh, there's the 7 more things we're going to make you pay for later. And that's just me because I'm not a traditional publisher that's trying to make a product line that's 3 products deep. So I put literally everything in the box and make the box as compact as I can to fit all the stuff. And then what ends up happening is then everyone says, well, does the expansion fit in the box? And it's like, well, not exactly, because we didn't make it to make expansions. We made a complete product, and now good luck. We have really nice trays too. And actually I just did some measuring earlier. I think every miniature, if you don't put it in nice spots in the base box, can be shoved in weird places, which isn't ideal. They'll be better protected in the expansion box, but I think people that want to condense boxes can make it work. But no, it's all new stuff. It was designed to spec. I had a couple thoughts on what I wanted the game to be and said, hey, Stan, this is what I'm thinking high level. Can you make it happen? And voila, he came up with some cool stuff. There were a couple of concepts. I guess I should mention there was one thing that I wouldn't say we left it out. We discarded part of his initial design that at the time was in a half-baked state that I didn't like it. So it was discarded, and we revisited that and then amped it up. So I wouldn't call that leaving it out, because we didn't leave it out saying, oh, we're going to come back to that. It was, you've got all sorts of stuff you play test, and a lot of it goes in the trash and you never get it back out again. But
fair enough. So I got to ask, so tell us what does it add to the to Rurik?
Sure. So it adds some core content, which are some extra starting variability of some new players, powers, new leaders. Adds some a resource draft at the start of the game with some cards you get dealt, and you can keep 2 of them and get some starting bonus resources, so you have a little more asymmetric start. It adds a few different ways to encourage play styles that were maybe slightly underpowered compared to others. I wouldn't say truly it's a very balanced game in the base game, but perception can play into things. And we do amp up warfare, though. That is a conscious decision. The base game was warfare was minimal because that's what we wanted. We wanted a more minimal warfare game. In the expansion, there's a module that's all about warfare, and it adds a push your luck element.
I'm in.
You can capture your opponent's troops and take them on to your dungeon, and then you can release them for points in between rounds. And it coincidentally, we were able to make it work that those plastic trays for your player pieces work as like the dungeon, and you can put the mat in the middle of it, and it fits perfectly. It's pretty cool. That was also not planned, but it works out awesome.
Kirk, I'm looking at your trajectory.
Here's my money.
I'm looking at your trajectory here. So when we look at your 3 games that you've put out, and we go from the first one, the Flag Dash, and then up to the next one, and up to this one, if you keep following that, your next game's going to have like actual gems in it. Because there's the difference between all 3 is it's immense.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're going to just put straight up 24 karat gold in the next game. It's going to be like $1,000 game.
There was a game that did that. I forget what
Really?
it was called, but like there like if you wanted to pay extra like super stupid amount of money, you would
Was it
get
Dragoon?
yeah, Dragoon. Yeah, you'd get gold plated
Dragons.
dragons.
I do
Yes.
recall that. Yeah, actually, they got a lot of inquiries as to where they did it. They found someone. I'm trying to remember what website it was on. They found a local artisan in the U.S. even that was willing to make those to spec for them. So it was a nice find for them. And I do recall seeing that at a convention.
Yeah, and I mean the game wasn't all that great, but in my opinion.
It was not.
The pieces were awesome though.
Lance, you
I will
don't have
say-
to say in your opinion when you talk about a game. It's obvious.
Oh, Tommy V.
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
As the professional arbiter.
You didn't know
this
whatever Liz says is fact.
game. Yeah.
It could have been really good. That's all I'm gonna say. Had some good ideas, Dragoon did,
It did.
but it just shoved them all together and hoped for the best.
You know what though? They're very successful, and I've seen them at many conventions. So regardless of all that, they certainly have found an audience.
No, they have. So good for them and good for them. So anyway, if people want to go to Kickstarter, can you get okay? But here's the other thing, right? Even though I got one of the last 2 copies, Kickstarter copies of that game that you had, plus the coins, which was awesome that you gave me, that I was able to buy from you as well. So you didn't give it for me off. I paid for it. But can people still? You're gonna reprint the Kickstarter version of the base game, right? If people wanted to get a hold of that, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the expansion can be purchased along with the Kickstarter edition of the game plus the add-ons.
So is
Claim
the
that in coins.
is the expansion both compatible with both the Kickstarter and the non-Kickstarter version, however?
Yes, the difference with Kickstarter versus retail is those black player trays don't exist in the retail edition, and there's a small set of 11 cards that are basically events that they're not earth-shattering. You could always buy those separately too if you got it on Amazon or something.
There you go.
So yeah, the expansion works with both.
That's sweet, man. No, I mean the game it looks amazing at the table, and it like when I saw it, I was just like, oh, it was just like. Then I got over to my buddy's house. And then for once in my life, like I remember when I got it, like somebody else got to teach the game to me, which I didn't have to be the one with my nose in the rules the entire time, which I always appreciate because it never happens for me. And yeah, but I mean, it was like, and then it was like, as happenstance was, we had a conversation like about a month later, and I was like, you gotta have a copy. So cool. So I would strongly suggest if you like area control games, this is like a really, really good area control game. And like the auction programming, which is like, is that your, like, did you guys come up with that name yourself? The auction programming?
We
As
did,
far-
yeah.
as far as a
It's an
mechanism?
original mechanic by Stan. I've still not seen it used in another game. And I was trying to come up with the term. It does get sometimes typoed as action programming, but I was trying to come up with a 2-word term that would make it easy to understand generally what you're doing with it. You bid for things that are going to happen in a sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
So
excellent.
I got to ask you this. So like,
Put that in a euro. Come on.
It is
so
Euro.
no. So
Euro.
explain to them auction programming. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So you have weighted workers numbered 1 through 5, and number 1, the printed one, always goes first. You take turns playing them on these columns. Compared to some games, so like a good example would be Zulkin, where you can, I probably pronounced that wrong, where you can queue up your actions, but you don't know where you're actually going to end up and which action you're going to get when you pull them off, because it goes from, I forget, one resource and you get rotated and you go to another resource. And this, each column is all the same resource or the same action type. So regardless if you get bumped down, you're always getting the attack or you're always getting a build. You just might not get as many of it. The other people can play their numbers that are higher than yours on top of it. They go down. And the rub is which things you want to do quickly, you're going to get less of them. And which things do you want to get more of, you'll go later. You can pay a one-time fee to both go quickly and get more of it with your coins, but those are limited throughout the game. So you're taking turns planning these out there. And for some people, it's pretty AP inducing. Most people it's not, but for some people it is, as you're really trying to think, okay, you're doing this first, and I'm guessing you're doing this later, but I don't know where you're going to play it. For some people, that is the entirety of the game, but then you take the actions after they're all planned. So if you think of Robo Rally, which is a completely chaotic and fun game, there is not the chaos factor from that game, but it still has that uncertainty of what's going to happen. There aren't too many games that do that. I mean, it's almost like if you take our first design Flag Dash and put that on steroids with the planning of the tokens and the cards together.
That's fair. Yeah, I actually, yeah, I think that's not wrong. Is you're not wrong, which is like a comment I hate hearing, but it's not really like acquiescing something being correct either. But anyway, all right. Well, Kirk, thanks for coming on. You're welcome to hang out and chat with the hubbub. Is just to Matt, we haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to lately? You said you were playing D&D earlier. What are you GMing or are you a player?
I'm just a player.
What's your character?
I am a 7th level druid, 2nd level barbarian, water genasi.
Multi-class.
Pick a
Forgot to say,
lane.
in my opinion.
In my opinion.
Multi-classing just breeds into power gaming is what all it is. It's like, why would you have
having fun with it? I don't have any direction or plans or anything. I thought it'd be fun to have a raging bear. So, but no, we almost had a player die tonight. It was like pretty close.
Are you playing 5e?
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to kill players in 5e. You have to get like a critical hit that does 46 points of damage to a monk.
Tears him in half, spraying his body across the rest of the party. When would that ever happen?
A rock carried him off and was about to rend him with their talons. So, and he was at 0 at the time. So, but
how'd you get him down?
Well, then how did he live? If he was at 0 and a rock dragged him off into the sky.
One of our wizard polymorphed himself into a giant eagle, and our paladin went with him and did suggestion on the rock.
Did he ride on the eagle or what?
It was like Lord of the Rings.
And cast suggestion on the rock and then failed and dropped him. So he caught him and then brought him back.
That sounds
far-fetched.
Hey! I watched a recent video of yours where the DM should not shit all over the creative output of his players.
Yeah. Richard, did you really watch it, or did you just listen to it?
I believe him.
Did you just read the title?
Yeah.
Because that sounds pretty clever.
No. I agree that but I'm guessing there's a little bit of Dungeon Master forgiveness there as well.
Oh yeah. Well. Okay. Let me backtrack it a bit. The eagle had to make a with advantage athletics check to catch him, and because we were using fantasy grounds, the DM had to roll the dice. 2 1s were rolled with advantage, right? So
yeah.
In that case, he's like, well, he's not at terminal velocity yet, so you could probably swoop down and catch him.
Oh,
you missed him on the first pass.
And then he rolled well on the second attempt.
Yeah, and he did. He rolled like an 18 on the second attempt, so we were all good.
All right, that's a coming through in a clinch. Well done.
Yeah. Lance, not all DMs try to kill their players.
I'm not playing at Lance's
No, okay. I don't go out of my way to kill a player, but if the dice,
I don't believe that for 1 second.
If the dice,
you're in the shower before. You're in the shower before
I am
session, like
that
who kill
sequence
the
in
knight?
my head, and it is so cool and dramatic. Just misses. He's falling. He's going off in the distance, and you do that quick dive where the wings go back and they fly down, and that must have been really awesome. That's a really cool sequence.
and then
why
missing,
would anybody want to
and then he just like
all over that.
He just like hits the ground. I think that's fantastic as well, right? I mean, like
Matt, I bet you're regretting coming to this chat, huh? What a downer.
Every fucking week.
Yeah. Don't you know that you weren't having fun?
You having the right kind of fun.
If you don't, Scott, get in here. All these like just watching. Apparently, here's the deal. True story. There was a moment when I was DMing, and this is like in my 20s, and it was 3rd edition D&D, and there was and I literally heard a player say, "Let's just try to break into the place and see if we can get it." there's no way Lance is gonna kill us anyway.
And
And I was just like,
accepted.
and no, and at that point, right? I was being a very forgiving DM. I was like, oh, you should have gotten killed, but no, we're not. Because for the sake of the story, for the sake of the thing. And at that moment, that was like a bing, a light bulb moment for me, where I made every single one of my rolls as a dungeon master in the open from that point forward, and I just let the dice roll where they may. So it was like, literally those two idiots snuck into this ogre den. They got caught and killed, and it was just like, make a new character. And I was like, and at that point where they had to actually, like, if you never are scared about the possibility of your actions, then you're never really, like, there's no tension, right?
There's no hesitation. There's no, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you aren't worried about the possibility. That's why, like, I don't allow resurrection in my games. It's just like, because one of the worst things about, like, Pathfinder in 3rd edition, they made being able to raise people from the dead way too easy. Like, in the old days, it was a super high level spell. It was like at least
Sorry,
a 7th
Grandpa.
It was a very spell. And you there was a really good chance that you just didn't survive the attempt, and it was like a certain point where, like, you lost points of constitution, things like that. So there were, like, really debilitative effects of being brought back from the dead. And now it's just like, oh, do we got 5,000 gold pieces? Yeah, okay, cast it on him, he's fine. Okay, we're back, let's do this, and it's just kind of like, people
Matt,
this
were
DM
you worried for your friend?
Yeah, because this DM has killed people before.
Yes.
Good.
And so this is our first campaign in 5e. We were Pathfinder before.
What is in that mug?
In my mug?
No, in Lance's. He's so hateful tonight.
No, I'm not hateful at all.
What do you mean tonight? Just in general.
This is Diet Dr. Shasta. Diet Dr.
I
Shasta.
apologize. I didn't mean for this story.
Chris, you're right. We do spend too much time on mugs.
Plastic mug.
What's in your mug, Cassandra?
Coke.
If you are ever in Fargo, go to Chubb's Pub. Proud sponsor of my softball team for like a decade when I ran a softball.
Because that's where everybody wants to go. Fargo.
Lance, I did want to tell you, you asked me a number of weeks ago about Stygian Society.
Yes.
I just got an email. Mine shipped.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been. Oh, well, that's sweet. So I'm excited to, like, get mine finally.
Mind you, my Mary Poses has been sitting in Miami for 2 weeks. So.
Yeah. You missed out on the Mariposa.
Speaking of, Tom, I would like to talk to you about Mariposa before you log off. But
hey, Tom, how's your daughter? She is college.
Oh, she was fine. She was just calling to say hi, which was nice.
Yes, that is nice.
Tom,
what about Mariposas, Richard?
I actually had a kind of personal question about your daughter's going to college. If you don't mean it, fine. And if you do, just tell me to screw off, and we'll leave it at that. This is your second eldest that went to college a week or two ago, right?
Yeah, I got a small family now. I'm down to 5.
So are you at the state where you're like she's gone, or is it more like she's at like summer camp or something? She'll be back in a week or so,
No, she's gone. That's fine, but she'll be back for Christmas, so I'll be fine.
And
I cried a little, but I'm busy, so I got things to do.
And was it different between the first and the second? Like, was the first harder to deal with than?
No, this one was harder.
Really?
Because the last year we've just really been close. So I miss having her around the house. No one else laughs at my jokes. What's this?
You're saying you had 7 kids and only one of them laughed at your jokes?
He didn't train the other ones well enough.
No, or he trained them too well. If they're not funny, you don't laugh, and then
that is what I have told them. Yes.
Just boomerang back on you.
The problem is once your kids, once they become the age where you can have meaningful, wonderful conversations with them, they leave.
You know,
are you trying to make Tom cry again?
I'm sorry, Tom.
So, Rado, what's the thing about Mariposas?
Oh, well, I'm curious. Obviously, you played it at higher player counts. I think it goes up to 5, right?
I've not played with 5, but with all the rest.
Right. Okay. All right. Because we played it a couple times today as 2-player, obviously, and I thought it was very cool. But the I forget what they're called, the cities that you have to find. It really feels like it wasn't scaled very well for 2 because if one player is going for trying to get those sets and the other player says no, well, okay, the sets player loses because there's no scaling. It's a gigantic world. At a 4 or 3 or 5 player game, there's chances are there's more people spreading out to the 4 corners and revealing cities. But with me having to do it by myself, by the end, I had personally gotten to 13 of the cities. Jen had gotten to 1, and I ran out of time, and I didn't get a single 4. I didn't get a single set of 4. I had 3 of each of them. And
This sounds like
and
sore
I
loser
came in
talk.
way behind. and we agreed that, oh, well, you know what, on my last surge where I was so desperate, and in the final turn I got everything so I could get 2 more so I could hopefully get some sets because I would get an extra turn and I would get an extra level 4 butterfly back across the border. Nope, those were the only 2 I didn't see. The only 2, the ones that I needed. And and we both agreed that if it had been the other way, we might have actually tied. And that really felt way out of place. And I'm
But
curious.
that's because she was playing that way. She
Hmm?
was playing that way. Sure, but then you're supposed to kind of switch your maneuvering if she's not going to go for any.
Well, that's the thing. And yes, and what that means is in a 2-player game, the act of one player pretty much demands the other player, oh, well, okay, I have to abandon this now because there aren't any other players. It's impossible for one player to do the work of 2 or 3 players. And it's implicitly a losing strategy. So literally 1/3 of the game in a 2-player game is kind of a waste of time.
Literally, I'm going to say it's probably not true.
We'll see. Yeah, that's. I mean, we played twice, and we basically had bad experiences both times. And would you say that it's not the case that at higher player counts you don't see more than one person trying to collect sets, and therefore more cities are inclined to get revealed, and therefore you don't just have to fly off into the wilderness and hope you find what you're looking for because more stuff is revealed?
You get a resource for going to cities, so why not go anyway?
At the end of the game, you've got so many leftover flowers, it hardly matters. I mean, since the flowers are second tiebreaker, I think, and they do nothing else.
Why would you have leftover ones? Why wouldn't you be making more butterflies?
Because if you're going for the butterflies, if you're one person having to find every single city because the other player's ignoring it, you don't have time.
I'm saying.
To make a
Why
lot of
is one person ignoring them? Why would you not land on them? Each card is worth a point, and you get a flower. So why wouldn't you go to them?
Because you could go to places where you get 2 flowers, or you could go to places where you actually birth more butterflies that are ultimately worth more than just 1 point, and maybe you get lucky and get a set.
Yeah, but you also get points for having your butterflies in certain areas. So what you just flighted us.
Oh yeah, and of course, yes. That seemed to be in our 2 plays the number one, the 2 things to concern yourself with are what are the objectives, do those, and get as many butterflies south of the border as you can, and forget about this set stuff because unless both players apply an equal amount of effort towards it, if only one player actively tries to pursue that arm of the game, that player is really setting themselves back because they have to pretty much abandon everything unless they just get crazy lucky and happen to get the 4 sets after searching 6 cities or something like that. And that's very unlikely.
Thank you, everybody, for watching Corner to Corner.
I don't know. I feel like this is very similar to like.
Oh, did you play Cassandra?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Then forget about Tom. Out with the old.
Screw you, Tom.
Devin and I played. Devin had very similar feelings to you when we did 2-player, that it was kind of misleading and there was like a hard to win if you weren't the first to get those or if you weren't doing it. And then when we scaled it up, it did work a little better because they were turning over a lot more. So you didn't have to go to Maine unless you knew that you needed that one in Maine. But I would say I didn't feel that way, but I'm not sure if it was with just luck that I was getting better action cards that were leading me to make different decisions in turning those cities over as well as getting back, or what the issue was. Because there is definitely a lot of luck involved in getting cards that you need for the movements that you want. Because sometimes you're like, I need a breed. And you're like, well, I have 4, so I guess I'm going around this city until I can.
Yeah. Cards are definitely the big tactical element of the game. You can have all the plans in the world, and if the cards say otherwise, well, I got to come up with a plan B. I agree with that, and I don't mind that. I mean, that struck me as perfectly reasonable. It just really kind of, I don't know. I read somewhere one of the testers has actually posted the notion of just playing with all the cities face up right from the get-go, and ignoring the discovery element and just saying, oh, you can be planning right from the get-go. Those are the 4 places you need to go if you want to get that particular bonus that's going to give you an extra turn at the end of the game. And that can become a big part of the strategy. And this cards will still mess you up. You'll still have to work around the cards.
I'd play that way.
Yeah? You would, or you have?
I would. No,
yeah, I think
that sounds okay.
I like that idea a lot. It's like an advanced variant, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want complete. I mean, because obviously this is a game targeting, it's a gateway game, definitely. But as an advanced variant, I think I would like that. I'm probably going to give it a try that way.
It's not
Tom,
a gateway game.
In your video, Tom,
You don't think so?
No, sir. You've been in this gaming scene too long, dude.
I will cop to that.
What makes
in your
it
video,
not
Tom,
a
you guys
gateway
have
game?
talked about how the gold cards
Yes.
it was a little ambiguous as to what they were trying to tell you sometimes when you had to have your butterflies between 2 places. Richard and Cassandra, did you find that at all, or?
I did not find them to be ambiguous. I knew exactly where they were. I will say when we played with more people who hadn't read the rulebook as close, they were definitely a lot more confused with where, like, left and right.
What a
of the
line
city
was. What's west? What's east?
Okay.
Yeah.
I never felt that way with, like, north and south. That was a really easy line, but because that line went down the middle, they were like, this is west. And it's like, no, that line is.
Yeah, it's because it kind of goes.
Well, yeah. Well, the tricky thing is, and you're right. And that it is made clear, but it is a bit subtle that when they're showing you, hey, anything to the left of St. Louis or whatever, the picture shows St. Louis and shows arrows on, coming out of the 2 left vertices. It doesn't show coming from the center, so that anything that's kind of half aligned in a column. And so it is clear, but it would not have hurt if they could have mentioned the rules. By the way, just to be clear, in case you didn't get it from the picture, it's everything to the left, not everything to the left and overlapping in the same column.
No, they totally did.
It is in the rules.
There's
Is
an
it?
entire page about, like,
Richard, read.
That's like how you
that's not my
distinguish
strength.
them.
Yeah, I know.
Cassandra,
I've seen your videos.
Cassandra, to go back to your question about the gateway thing, I think that gamers almost always overestimate what people are willing to play. Ticket to Ride is a pretty.
This is not a gateway game. Now, I would agree.
Ticket to Ride is a
this
pretty
is not a
hefty
game
for most
that-
people.
I would agree. This is not a game that new players could play well because there is a lot of surprising depth to it. But I believe it's somebody that, look, I have 2 cards. I will pick one. I move butterflies, and I try to get them into spots. I mean, do you just think the core gameplay is hard?
Again, I think that it's more complex. I think the game is tricky to do well at, and that's one of the definitions of that style game.
I
If
would
someone
agree
plays a
that
game
it
and they don't
is-
do well at it, and they're new to it, they're not going to like it. Again, I think we overestimate what people are willing to do. I'm not saying people are dumb, but people want to play fairly simple games for the most part. Ticket to Ride is looked at as heavy by many people.
Really?
That's craziness.
So where does it specifically say? Do you
Go to the
remember?
back
Here, hold on.
page.
Let me pull it
It's on the
up.
back
Just a sec.
page.
Oh, you got the PDF? Cool. Oh, by
No,
the
I
way,
have the source
aside
files.
from this little complaint, this I think is my favorite rule book in board game history.
That's pretty
Are
strong.
you responsible for this, Matt? I'm sorry, Tom's here. That is
Whatever. I'm not gonna melt.
Freaking A, Matt. This is
Oh, now that I know that.
whatever else I think about the game, I was gonna laud this as arguably one of, if not the best rule books ever.
Wow.
Yeah, the
I wanna
rules
say
themselves
it's
are
on
pretty
page
clear, although they're
Wow.
pretty
Or
straightforward.
12.
But the attention to detail, the working thematic stuff in this entire page
Oh yeah, that page
That's
is
a nice one.
amazing.
So involved and engaged in what is really a very abstract game, but this game does not feel abstract to me because of this rule book. The interview, I guess, or the final words from Elizabeth, telling the story of the development of this game and giving a shout out to who was it, Mark Wooten? Developers never get shout outs.
Yeah.
From start to finish, this rulebook made me so freaking happy. And
I want to put
Page 11.
page
I
11.
don't think he likes his rule book, man.
I
do
want to
like the
put
rulebook.
infographics in more of my rule books.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
okay.
making them.
Well, I'll say this.
She's
I've
in
never,
verification.
I completely skipped this page. This was meaningless to me. When I went to look it up, what I did is instead I looked here. I looked on these pages where I would expect it just to say in text. And I completely skipped literally the entire 11th page.
The best rule book
Could
I've
not
ever
be more
seen,
clear,
but I didn't
and
read
that's
all
on
of it.
me. That is not on this rule book. This
And
rule book
this
is now
is-
100% flawless.
And this
That was
is Rado
pilot error.
runs through.
I agree.
see,
I
I guess,
super embarrassed now.
my great rule books are dependent upon the source material or the game they're trying to describe as well, which is why I have yet to find a rule book that's better than the Dominant Species rule book, because Dominant Species is a bear of a game, but that rule book teaches it perfectly. It takes an incredibly complex and deep and very aggressive game, and then it teaches you step by step how to play.
It does do that, but I don't think most people are going to sit through that.
Maybe not, but I mean, but that's like, but I guess, I mean, I've never seen a game that's that heavy explained, like basically holding your hand the entire way through it, and it gets everybody to the end really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a fantastic skill too. For me, what I really got excited about is reading this. The theme came alive, and I feel like I know more about the world now, and I was certainly found the gameplay to be so much more engaging, because I was a little put off by it. It seemed so abstract compared to Wingspan. But all the little interstitials, as I was reading the rule book, I was able to successfully anticipate, I bet I know how this is going to work, because I didn't know about the, not the retiring, but the, the generational thing. It comes late in the book. I was like, everything makes so much sense that I am intuiting how to play this game based solely on theme. And
all right. Since we're talking rule books
around me, should study this book as a way to
Quiet,
make
Lance. This is Rado's show.
I do feel like the rule book really helped, because like I read the rule books and then I explain them to other people. And
so Grant,
Devin,
here
I just want to
cut her off mid-sentence.
I'm not trying to. Okay, the rule book for Mariposa is amazing. Okay, fine.
You guys have made me want to play it, and this is literally the most emotion that's ever been expressed about butterflies. So I'm on board.
So
wait till we get to ants.
So Grant, you tend towards the lighter games, whatever, of the games
I'm like
you
a
played.
light medium. Yeah.
Oh, so what's of the games you played, which is the rule book you hated the most? Which is the rule book you liked the most?
Boy, the rule book I hated the most was one I just played was Noises at Night, and I just was like, I can't figure, this game is not complicated at all, and I cannot figure out the game from this rule book. And then once you figure out the game, it's actually like a very enjoyable little game. I mean, it's just a small game. It's just I like social deduction stuff, and it's like a little social deduction game, but the rule book was just so poorly. I like any rule book that like has as many pages of facts as the actual rule book. It's like, what are you doing? Why, like, just put this in the rule book?
I think it was a translated rule book.
Oh, was it?
Sometimes those games need like an English to English translator after they're done.
Now I feel like a jerk. So
no. I'm just saying that might be why.
That might be why.
Was it a small publisher, Grant?
Yeah, it's a small publisher, but
they're not paying somebody to do that.
It was a B&B game studio.
I think they're out of business now too.
They are out of business now.
Oh, so not only that, you're just putting more dirt on the grave.
You know what? I see a knife and I just figure out how to twist it. That's like my MO, right?
Rule books are tough. Rule books are really tough to do. I mean,
a rule book right now, a rule book that I love is Isle of Cats. I've been playing that for the last couple weeks, and I love how they did it with, they do the story on each page too, right? Where you're like, okay, so I'm getting some theme with the rules, and then they're also just telling me how to play the game very well and succinctly. So I think that rule book's great.
Yeah, it's pretty well laid out.
Yeah.
But okay, so now here's a question.
Can I go back to telling Matt how awesome he is? Because I got more to say about this rulebook, but I'll come back to that.
So I'm gonna go
Private
to
message them.
we have two publishers here. We have Corey and Kirk. So
and you.
I'm not. I don't write the rule books.
All right. Okay.
So I mean, so Kirk, with your rule books, I mean, do you do a lot? Do you farm that out, or do you do it yourself with for your company?
Which part of it? The editing or the layout or the OCD nature of it?
All the above.
I'm pretty wanting to be hands-on, so I do almost all of it. I farm out the editing, and then I have people give me suggestions on what I can do differently.
What do you mean by editing?
Text.
Okay, you mean
Copy
writing
editing.
the text?
Like grammar and stuff?
For grammar and for keywords and making sure that we're being consistent usage. I use Dustin Schwartz for that, and we use a Google Doc, for example, where we go completely over the game terms from start to finish. But as far as the layout goes, what ends up happening is I'm just cheap. And to start with, when I started publishing, I paid someone to do it, and then I realized I could do it okay the next time, and people gave me decent compliments for the second rule book, and I was still cheap and decided I'd do it again. Then for the time the third game came around, it was such a large undertaking that I knew it would waste a lot of time to have someone else do it with the amount of back and forth I'd have to do. So I actually realized it was a time saver at that point with the amount of detail I needed. So then I just would have my graphic designer make different elements that needed to go in there, and I'd put it in there. And I'm not saying it's the best rule book, but I'd rather not have things creep in and be straight up wrong by having control of it. I've seen way too many of the publishers that somewhere along the way, something got introduced in the rule book. It's almost better to have one cook in the kitchen at the end of the day. That's my perspective.
Do you still write the first pass on the text though?
I write the first pass on the text, and I put the final edits into the rule book. So I'm involved from the start to the finish. It takes a ton of time, but I don't know any way around it otherwise.
It's tough. I mean, it's part design, it's part technical writing. To be able to communicate, it's to me, to be able to communicate your rule book to somebody. It's not just having like an editor that can edit the grammar. You need to. I mean, I'm working on the Wonderlands War rulebook right now, and I think it's in its 5th or 6th pass after being blind tested a couple of times. And the last time we got it back from the blind testers, there was like 56 points that came back. So it's tough. I mean, it can be really tough depending on how complex the game is.
Yeah, well, and also too, like it has to have a rhythm to it, like where
completely.
Like players are going, as we saw with Rado, right? Like players are going to expect a certain thing to be in a certain section.
Stop crucifying me!
No, it's not a slam on you. Like I've seen that.
Slam him!
Oh no, this was a slam. If you look at how many freaking pages.
It's only a 12-page rule book. And that's an entire page, and it's got a big header that's like, this is what it's about.
But again, if it's something where, like, as a player reading the rule book and you think, oh, all the other instances of this happening are on this page, you don't think to look at that other page. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. I looked at a page where I thought it would logically be, and it wasn't there because they had devoted an entire separate page to it that I kind of skipped. Because when I saw that page, like, I don't even need to read this page. I'll come back and look at it later if I need it. And then when I came back, I looked at page 12 and 13 instead of page 11.
Yeah, no, well, and that's what makes it tough is like, because especially once you start getting mechanics that like overlap various like phases or parts of the game, you're like, okay, what do we put these in? Like, what makes more sense? Do we create its own section? Like, do we put it in the first section? Yeah, no, rule books, writing a good rule book that isn't a dictionary is very difficult.
You really enjoy rule books that are super complex like that, and you are going to have to be like looking at them frequently when they put like an appendix or something. So I'm like, oh, I don't know where that particular thing is. I can go to a single page that's got like text.
Indexes are few and far between, and that is a real shame.
It is.
They're
we actually
really
did
a lot
that.
of work to write.
Well, plus you
We-
need to add all that extra amount of pages to it, so it's all based on page count.
And that's the thing. I think that's the biggest hindrance is the extra couple of cents it is per copy for these extra pages. And the problem is too, if you're going to add 1 page of index or 2 pages, you can't just add 2 pages. You need to add 4, right?
4-page spread.
So it's.
But
it's
you can
tough.
add infographics.
I would love to. I mean, that's what happened for the Mary Posts. We had a blank page. I'm like, hey, I know a perfect thing to do. But I think
the credits page?
no, the infographic.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is awesome. I love it so much. Although I love the credits page too. I love the
Yeah,
whimsy.
that was fun. That was
And by the
another
way,
page we had
well
open.
done, sir. How many publishers will ignore the most important rule of rulebooks? Devote your final page, your primest of prime real estate, to something useful.
I have no problem doing that to the back page, but I still believe the front page needs to be a nice looking cover and not actual text.
Yes.
Just my
Yeah,
Why?
I agree.
Wait a minute, time out. I actually asked Corey something. Corey, your games, do you? I'm assuming you write your own rule books.
I write everything. This game came up basically back when I used to do commercials. I was art director, did a lot of commercials. So there's a lot of sitting around in California and Florida and different places, sitting by the pool, got nothing to do for 2 days. So you write games. That's
And
where it
then
all
you just-
started.
So you mean, yeah, because you mean your whole Witchborn, so your game Witchborn, it's because that's your baby.
Yeah.
So you
And
wouldn't.
so
Who
I've got the most.
who proofreads it for you then? If you're like such a stickler for your own thing, who proofreads it for you to make sure it gets done right?
Well, guy who used to be my writing partner was my proofreader for a while, and he's a huge gamer, and he was perfect, and it got to be too much for him. He couldn't do it anymore, so he passed it on to another buddy who is a professional proofreader. It got to be too much for him, so it's just finding people, knowing people, and they're working for free, so you can't, when they say they're done, but I've probably got the most complex set of rules of any of the games we've been discussing tonight. But
yes.
but in actuality, it's a 24-page rule book, and then everything else is just reference material on top of
So
that.
do you think the front page of your rule book should be a big splash page with art without any information on it whatsoever?
The cover is, but the first page always starts with story. So it gets you into the mood, and it doesn't have any rules, but it will give you some insight into the world that you're entering.
Okay. So Matt, why do you think that the first, like the cover should be all like no text? It should just be a picture.
Yeah, I mean,
I
couldn't
think-
the argument be that that's what the box cover did?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for stepping on my touchdown call, Richard. But
I talk twice as fast as you. Come on, man.
No, you're trying to take your players on a journey, right? And that's just like the box, like Richard said. You have this beautiful presentation, like, okay, cool. And you open it up, and then you start kind of unpacking the layers. Same thing with a rule book. You have your, you start off nice and slow with the cover, like a book, like any book. You don't see text on the cover of a novel.
Yeah,
but it's not a novel, it's a game. I mean,
right, but the thing is, you look at it and it feels shabby if it's just words immediately going into more words.
Okay. I'm Joe Blow, right? And I buy game X.
Hey, Joe.
And ooh, look, the cover looks really cool. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna open this up. Ooh, I gotta punch all this. Ooh, I get to punch this stuff. Cool. Where's the rule book? The rule book. Oh, it's got words on the front. Well, fuck this game. Not gonna even bother anymore.
Once you open it, it's more
just...
that you're like, it's so hard to get into something that you're already know. I'm like, I pull it out and it's 24 pages, and then it's like, oh, and the cover's got full words. Oh my God, is this?
It's not the full words. You have a banner on the top, and then the front cover can just be like what's in the box. Like you should have this many things. Like people are gonna like, oh, do I have the 24 meeples of all 6 colors? Do I have 112 scoring tokens?
Yeah,
I can tell you right now, there is a very there's a large contingent of people that count every single thing that's supposed to come in that game. Because if they don't have every single one, I get the email saying I'm missing 3 green cubes, 1 pink scoring chit, and it's just like we already gave you 100. There's like 200 cubes in a game, and like they're missing 3 green ones that they'll never need, but they paid for those 3 green cubes, by God, and we need to put those in there and send them to Cuba. So because they
Cost you
And you would do
$15 to
the
give them the
exact same thing, Lance. We heard you say you done the exact same thing.
No,
with
I've no
different
for
products.
cubes. No, for if I get a miniature that's broken, yes. If I get because that's like a unique piece that's inside the game. I mean, when Fantasy Flight Games did Chaos in the Old World, every single one of those cultists had that little skinny little like staff they were holding, and all of them were broken off. I never got any of those replaced. You just took it on the chin on that one.
I think my main feeling behind having art on the cover of a rule book is because it is a rule book. It's not a rule newsletter or rule pamphlet. Like I'm expecting with a book to have a cover on this.
It would be strange to read the latest Harry Potter film or book and start reading, oh, and Harry was back at Hogwarts on the cover. You expect that to be inside.
Well,
it's more like a psychological thing. Is that it, Matt?
Yeah, I would say it's
Yeah,
a social
totally.
construct that most people, even if they're not aware of it, in the back of their minds, they're thinking, oh, this is a book. Like there should be something on the cover that is an illustration. Like it feels weird to get just smacked in the face by a bunch of text right away.
So it's kind of like too, like, do you don't delve into the really hardcore mechanics of the game right away. You say, hey, here's what's going to be in the box. Okay, small little bits of information, easy to digest.
Here's
how
the
you set up
story.
the
Here's
game.
the setting.
Here's how here's what the whole background setting of it is, and then you kind of get more complex as you go. But if you have, the only exception to this, I would say, is if you have a very small game that has a rule sheet versus a book.
Yeah, that's fine. Like it's just
or even if it's a booklet, like with just a one piece of paper folded,
right.
Fine.
Matt, I have a question. Since you made the rule book, one of the reasons I wouldn't say it's the best rule book of all time is I don't know why is it the same size as the box? Why do rule books have to be that giant square size, which is a pain to deal with?
I like the fact that it doesn't rattle around in the box.
Yeah, but all the other pieces do. What does it matter if the rule book does or not?
It actually gets damaged more easily if it isn't the full size Tom.
Yeah, these get dinged very easily.
Yeah, the corners bend. They get slammed into the sides. Plus, you can, if full size one, you can put on top of everything else to keep them from moving around as well.
I mean, the number of boxes that I've opened with games that had rule books that were smaller than the total size of the game box and the rules were not damaged is fairly minimal. Almost every game I've got that has the rules smaller than the game box, the rules come with dinged corners because they slide around more.
I think I'll take the dinged corners, though.
The bigger the page, the easier it's going to be to read. The bigger the text, the bigger the icons, the bigger the example.
The smaller the book, the more pages.
Right.
No, I get that part, but I just don't understand why they always have to be the size of the box.
Well, so Tom, you're not as picky of these customers that call you on every last little thing.
No, I understand from that.
So from a publisher perspective, that's why we put them all the way up to this.
But what if you could also make it so that the plastic insert can hold it too?
Sure.
But that's more money.
Sure.
Yeah.
And more logistics of trying to make sure that the
manufacturer puts it in the right spot.
You are paying a premium for those oversized pages, though.
Or you could make the cover cardstock, or you could,
So do you just find it annoying to have a rule book this big to have to search through, Tom?
Yeah, because
you just prefer it smaller.
If you notice, there's very few books that are that size.
Indeed.
Wait, you don't like I Spy?
It's not very far away from comic book size, though.
Yeah, but those books are meant to be laid flat on the table. But no, I mean it's not as bad as the rules, the old CCG rules, where you unfold it and you're flipping from
the accordion.
And you're flipping on both sides.
All right, so question then, Tom, does it matter more if it's vertical or horizontal? Sorry, like rectangle versus square. So if it's a large rectangle, does that factor into your ease of opening it versus a square?
Yeah, because it feels like a book. It just when I open it, I want to kind of be able to hold it. When I have to move my head to look, that's where the problem comes, I think.
So another one of the reasons why I think it helps to make them larger is diagrams. the larger the book, the larger the
Yeah.
columns are going to be, and the larger your diagrams can be. Because a lot of the diagrams are not going to have tiny little details in it that you need to pay attention to.
I'll say this: one of my biggest pet peeves when it comes to rule books, and I'm not even talking about like poorly written rule books or anything like that, but there's usually that one splash page, right, where it's the entire board. They have the picture of the entire board, and they have all the different components like laid out and everything like that. And there's the list where it's like 1, the action deck, 2. They think, all right, and you're following that down, and you're like, okay, and then like it's like 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5 will be like excess coal refuse or something like that. And you're like, okay, 5, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should be here. 5, where's 5? And you're looking at this stupid diagram, seeing where this 5 is, and like 5's down here, and it's like, and then 6 is there, and it's just like, why couldn't you just
Lance ain't got time to find numbers, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Lance, you better stay away from Mariposa because it does go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is this crap?
How tough would it be just like people read? I mean, not okay. People in the United States read left to right, carriage down, right? How tough is it just to follow that when you're listing off the different areas of the board, or what you're looking at in that splash page?
They have to have some fun.
It comes down to 2 things, right? I mean, for me, when I'm doing the setup diagram or whatever it is, how much text do I have compared to how large does the picture have to be? I've done it both ways. I've done it where I have the step number and the block of text wherever the actual action is happening. But I've also, like Mariposa's, there's so much text that you got to have the whole big paragraph and then reference to numbers, and they're all over the place. If you look at
I'm just going to say to anybody who's listening, who designs anything and it makes a rule book, and you have that splash page, just make it, just follow along. You don't have, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, because the reality is the reason this game, looking at it right now, is the way it is because there's a very specific idealized way to set up your board. You should set up the objective cards before you set up the flower tokens or whatever. And so you talk about that first, which means it's over here, and the flower tokens are way the hell over there. So it will take a bit of time, and that's why you jump around, right? I mean, it has to be text driven first.
That's a valid point, Lance. I mean,
there's no perfect way to. I mean, in a prior life, I worked as a business analyst, and in a weird way, business analysts do the same type of thing as rulebook creators, and you're trying to take technical concepts and make them make sense from developers to people that know nothing about development, and you're trying to figure out how to take all these complex things and organize it in a logical manner, especially if you're talking about a mobile application or things of that nature. And there is no right way to do it. So Lance, your point is very valid, but the other side is also valid. I think it's really just personal preference, and someone gets to make that call to begin with. So maybe it's Matt in his case that says, I like doing it this way. Or maybe the publisher says, I always like doing it with my games this way, and everything else falls in order after that.
No, so I'll just blame Matt from now on. That's my understanding, is it's all Matt.
You already said you hope his characters died.
Well,
It's true.
All righty, guys, I got to go to bed. Everyone have a good night.
Tommy,
Bye,
did you
Tom.
get
Tom.
we had 12 people on. That was insane before Tom left.
One of the biggest saviors I've had ever since working in the game industry is working with Kickstarter pages and rule books and box backs, is being able to create decent looking 3D models with BoxShot. And it's this packaging mockup software that is the easiest thing to use, but it creates
burn that
awesome
software?
board game.
Can we delete that software? It's the worst.
Why?
It makes games look terrible.
Whoa.
What?
You're talking about the 3D box mockup software?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
Is
that.
this
It's
actually
the
a
worst.
specific piece of software that everybody uses?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. I thought that people were literally just bespoke doing it in Maya or something.
All right, I have a grievance
No,
right
it's
now.
It's a program.
It's when companies don't
I'm sorry,
go into
Matt.
the Board Game Geek database and update it after they're done. If your game is out and you can actually get a nice picture on the front and you still have that stupid sideways 3D rendered, Fuck you.
They're all different too.
Tom
They're
is
all
gone.
slightly
so the
different. They're all
F-bombs come
different
out.
slight angles. There's
I'm
no
not
I
gonna
hate
argue
standard.
with
those.
that.
I hate
They're the
those.
worst.
I'm not
So
gonna
Scott,
argue with
why
that.
don't you like the software he's
Because they look
referencing?
fake
And
to
I
me
want to
and
come
they
back
don't
to the
look
3D
real.
angle too. But yeah,
So-
Tom
you- and-
or Scott,
and when
those
you-
are great.
When you blow up an image, you get it on the side. You get a perspective view. Why can't I look at the artwork in 2 dimensions where I can see all the details of it? I got this weird perspective.
Oh,
view
you
where
are
I can't-
talking specifically
Preach.
about the box, the 3D the faux.
You're
3D
talking
box
about the
cover.
box itself.
the faux 3D mock-up software that Matt was talking about.
Right.
Yeah,
but I
but
mean, are you
what?
talking about the way that they use that to create little setups of the game for
No.
promotional stuff? Or you're just talking about how it's used for the
I will
3D
say
box?
probably a majority of the publishers now don't upload a 2-dimensional box cover shot.
Yes, and that's
Right,
crap.
that's fine.
And Forrest is
They
right. You're
upload-
right. It's bullshit. I hate it so much.
Because I want to look at the
Why,
cover
Matt,
art.
do they do it?
I want to look at the cover art, and now I got to look at it in like, a 3D world,
Oh, yeah.
like on a 2D screen.
Do you know why
You have
that's
to
so
shift your eyes.
common? Is it
It's so
presumed that it's more exciting and dynamic and it captures
I have
the
a
eye?
theory.
What?
I don't know what it's called, but when you buy something and you feel like you got to use it, and it like turns into a tool, you use it every time, and you
Oh,
will
wow.
not do anything besides use that tool. That program is not. I think it's like $100 or something. Not that much. 30. It's 500.
500 smackers.
Yeah. Okay.
So
well,
Matt,
that makes
Pro
even,
version,
that
which is the
validates
one
my
I
theory even
use.
more. That they will only upload those pictures because then I guarantee that I use my $500 program.
So Scott, the reason people do box shots like that is because market research has shown that people are more willing to buy a product that shows the box at an angle so they can see more what it looks like depth-wise, whether it looks real or not. From a marketing and consumer psychology,
Yeah.
it sells more. Of the
And
product.
that is confirmed.
Nope. 100%.
I'm not talking about the box mock-up. The
Oh.
software is called Box Shot. So
Box shot.
if you
Box
look at
shots.
It's real.
Box Shot.
Everybody owns it now. Everybody.
So if you look at Richard, if you look at the Mary Poses rulebook, for instance, all of those diagrams inside of there were done with Box Shot,
They're all
that's
done with
cool.
box shots. All of these little shots.
and that's why I'm saying it saved me so much.
oh
work.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not against that.
And you weren't complaining
what you
about
need.
that. You're
No.
only talking about box cover presentation, which was the same thing.
Yeah, I
yeah,
completely
yeah.
agree with that. though.
We're on different wavelengths here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But when I'm looking at box cover artwork, I want to see 2-dimensional,
Yes.
not skewed, not clipped, not cropped from a 3D shot and transformed into 2D because they've done that too.
You want to see actual art.
I want to see actual art. Yeah.
How
Like
about a
you spent all
3D
this money making a
spinning
piece of art. Why don't you upload it?
I
so
would
that
like
can be-
I would like to mention something. Remember when Scott would come on here and he was all like, just like, hey guys, how's it going? Super positive this, super positive that. I just love this
2020, he
industry.
said,
I love everything about
Welcome
it.
to 2020, Lance.
And then,
Yeah,
and
this
then,
is
fucking
COVID,
2020.
Scott.
and then now it's like oh yeah, I really like. I hate that fucking program.
I used to think it was cool. I was like, ooh, look, they can make 3D sample boxes now, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Until now, everybody does it, and it looks terrible.
And so-
on the web.
Instead of
Because
saying
it
COVID,
is-
Scott,
it is-
I prefer to say this is Alaboom Scott.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's
the Alaboom Richard. Yeah.
it's firmly established that consumer psychology means they will respond if they see it in 3D mode.
Put it on
That's
Amazon.
why it's the primary
Yeah.
use. That's why it's on every
It's on
publisher
every
website,
Amazon
and it's
product
why
page.
you make the one on BGG as well.
Publishers upload that one because I feel justifies their $500 price tag.
Yeah.
The more you can place that image in different places.
But Kirk and Matt say it's because there's actual cognitive psychological research that proves people are more likely to buy a 3D.
But we
thing
don't sell games
than a
on
2D
BGG.
thing.
We only show
You
games.
think you don't sell games on BGG?
Wait, didn't we have a whole segment last week?
I know
The
we sell
BGG
games
store?
on BGG. I'm kidding.
Oh,
Yes,
I was gonna say what?
but we don't sell it. We don't. Well, that's a blurred
Don't sell
line.
many.
But yeah.
You contribute to the sales of games on BGG. How's
Sure.
that?
The
Really?
Well, the
Because I'm right
presentation-
here. I can buy that Grand Trunk. I can buy. There's all
They
kinds of-
mostly sell tapestry.
you know what? I
Give him a break.
Scott, I'll give it to you
I
though.
gotta
The
check my
box-
stats from this.
You know, I bet you if you had some box shots of tapestry, those things that
Or
move.
3-dimensional. Yeah, like a.
Just flying off the shelf.
I'd buy two if it was tilted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, Scott, actually, you're king of the castle. You could mandate that the primary view has to be a 2D shot.
I mean, I could.
Do it.
Should.
Do it.
Do it.
Eric Martin is what's the word? Obstinate. Like he's constantly pinging. Like there, anytime we get like a slew of them, like he'll just post on Twitter, like, please stop uploading 3D box shots. I mean, please upload them, but give us a 2D box shot because that looks better on a web page. It does.
Okay.
I
Well, more to the
would
point,
like
it works
where
better for
image?
you. You have thumbnail options. So you
The
can,
thumbnails
you
look
can view
incredible.
lots of pages in Geek Lists, all kinds of places. It definitely works better 2D
Sure.
on your site.
It looks like art.
Yes.
Or at
Yeah.
least have one that's like that. Because for social,
one.
like for media, when I'm making content, it looks shittier. It always
God, yeah, I
does
mean-
with the tilting.
The number of times I've tried to zoom in and then I actually go into Paint and I try to de-skew it and it's just horrible. It's a nightmare.
You think
God,
the
if-
average person really gives a fuck about this?
Well, I think it's time for you to flex your muscle there, Scott.
I don't, that's not the. I don't want to flex that muscle right now.
I
Yeah,
was
but,
gonna say,
you,
I
you're
mean,
throwing
honestly,
out
it's a-
geek gold like
sometimes it's a
nobody's
struggle.
business for a bounty on all 3D shots that are the proposed representative image.
Please. So I would rather someone just take a photo of the cover and like crop it and like it's better than a
Absolutely.
3D generated box shot.
For 10,000 geek gold, you can upload a 3D
used to do
skewed
that.
version of your cover.
Yeah. Almost all of RPG Geek is like that. Because the guys that basically worked on RPG Geek back in the day just took pictures of all the books. And they would
my
like,
my
you know,
pet peeve is
Holy
when
shit, we're back to
people-
12.
Yo.
My
hey,
internet connection is unstable. What would you rather, Scott? It said you would rather, and then it crapped out on me. Sorry.
I forgot.
Well, then it'll never happen.
I don't know.
My pet peeve is when people upload 3D renders of their game, the game spread, like all the
The
components,
pieces too.
and then they never update it after it's released. You still have there's no photo
Oh,
there. It's just the.
I know
the
what I was gonna
3D
say,
render.
Richard. It's a struggle to get publishers to even upload like 3-4 pictures.
It's a struggle
I
to
don't
get
understand it.
publishers to actually post decent descriptions of
I
their
don't even
games.
I don't understand it at all.
Did they
It's
not want to
insane
promote
to
their
me.
game?
I don't get it. Someone has to explain it to me.
Okay, well,
I don't
here, time out. I think, and this
Yeah.
is nothing against Board Game Geeks, and
Hi, Jeremy H.
I
Sure.
I love you.
I know
love
it's
you,
gonna
Scott. and
whatever
I-
Lance precedes with that. It's definitely gonna nothing against Board Game. It's always something.
I love you, Scott, and I love your
nice.
website.
I take nothing personally.
Yeah, yes, you do, because I've
There
been there.
you
You
go.
have. So anyway, but
But that was
it is like sadly, I mean, it is like I think Facebook and Instagram and like Amazon are all like better options for people to put their advertising minds and dollars and focus upon.
Okay.
And then
Fair
worry
enough.
about whether or not like
You guys put us out of business.
website has
You guys put us out of business and let Facebook and Amazon rule the day. Then we'll see what happens. I mean,
No,
I'm sure it'll be great for all you guys.
no.
But
Oh
the
my
millions of
gosh.
users can be like, well, where do we go now? Millions.
Well, here's the problem. It's like your millions of users. I mean, I would love to see stats of what your millions of users who are going to your website and find out if they aren't just going to like the top 20 games, if they aren't just going there to look up Gloomhaven, or if they aren't just going there to like check out what Pandemic is. I mean, the thing is that there aren't enough people.
So you're,
like,
you're
hitting-
saying we're mainstream now? Like we're too mainstream? We're not
what I'm
indie enough now?
saying is that your millions of users, we all know damn well that your millions of users like aren't the same hardcore people that they were a decade ago. They were like, I need to know everything about every game, right?
There's
Wait,
something like that.
Is a user someone who's signed
Personal.
up, or is a user someone who's using the website?
Both. The thing
Okay,
is
I
that,
think those are two very distinctive things.
Only
I
Reddit-
think
but I
over-
think that they're both using it for the exact same thing. Like, so here's the deal: somebody logs in, I don't know what I'm doing with Gloomhaven, I can't figure this out. Okay, I'm gonna like maybe try to figure out like a strategy, or I'm gonna dig into this deeper, or something like that. Okay, fine, whatever. But the thing is, for them to be able to post and say, "Hey, I don't understand how this works," they have to set up an account. Most people will just, I mean, let's be completely honest. Like, cards on the table. Yes, your website is leaps and bounds above what it was 10 years ago, but it is still.
Yeah, it's not been dumbed down with the Facebook Instagram interfaces.
No,
and I don't
mean,
think it'll
look-
ever be that
look
way.
at- Look at the.
It'll never go there.
Look
It
at
can't.
look at the Facebook, how Facebook jammed their new look down everybody. First of all, it was like, oh, you can try it out if you want to, and then whatever it was, X minute, it was like, yeah, everybody's switching over. You're just doing it, and then, but the thing is
Inferior,
that-
in my
Netflix
opinion.
did it. We stayed.
Okay. Okay, but here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Just-
Now, usually when
We're
those
just
things
sheep.
change, and
Yeah.
I can't speak for everyone, but usually when those things change, like for me, I fucking hate it. I mean, just like, oh, where's my thing that I want to look for that it was
Oh, yeah,
always
no,
over
I
here.
spend drastically less time now on that thing.
Yeah, but for me, actually, either A, I really wasn't using Facebook to the amount that I needed to, or I wasn't really spelunking into all the nooks and crannies that I could possibly do. But like, there are two things that it actually, first of all, one, I didn't notice really that much of a change at all, other than the fact that, oh, okay, that's over here now, and that's over here now. The other thing that it like made so much better was if you got a message, and like not only like a Facebook message to like your personal account, but also if you have Facebook messages to your like Facebook pages that you have set up, it made it so much easier to find that Facebook message to your Facebook page and be able to respond to those people. Whereas in the past, they used to just like you wouldn't see like a real notification for it or anything like that. It was just like you had to actually go to the page, you had to dig into it, you had to find the thing, and then like figure out like where this person was, and you'd always get an email from somebody. I messaged you on Facebook a month ago for these 3 green cubes, and I never got them, you know. And like now, it's like you actually can find that shit, which is I actually like.
Run your customer service through Facebook. I mean, let them own your entire company. I don't care.
No, I agree.
Oh my gosh,
I can't support a founder.
100% with what Lance said there. From my perspective, and I imagine Lance and I have a very similar perspective on this. I would literally have to click on Bauer's Game Corner to see. I agree completely on that user interface change, though.
Yeah,
it is so much nicer.
Now,
Yeah,
where
great.
can I get the most information about a singular board game, or like about every single board game ever created? It's your website, of course it is. Do you have?
Right. But in the same breath, you also said you wouldn't spend advertising on it. So, do you think
what I'm saying is,
I'm just being devil's advocate here to you, right? I don't.
That's fine. That's fine.
I understand what realities are.
I also feel like I'm upsetting you, so I'm like getting worried here. But I mean,
we are definitely like a small player compared to Facebook. Facebook's going to make $1 billion on ads just for this political season. Today, exactly.
Today. But no, I mean, so here's the deal: is Board Game Geek like the #1 place in the world to find board game information and like every single bit of information about every single board game? Yes. I mean, do you
that's
think
what it was made for?
Yeah, and do you think that and kudos to you for it? You know, it's worth $87 million according to worthofweb.com. But here's the deal. Do you think that when people go to that website for the first time ever, like they like, oh, cool, I played Pandemic like Grandma Edith plays Pandemic at her grandson's place and says she wants to like pick up the game herself, and she like Googles it and she goes to Board Game Geek. You think like, and admittedly, I'm like making this for hyperbole and
I wish I knew, Lance. I wish I knew what the user base was like.
Well, I mean,
if you have a way to figure that out, let me know, because I would love to know.
You of all people, you get all kinds of analytics and stats and things.
I do. What do you want? How do I can look at these millions of bits of numbers, but how do you actually extract? You're basically saying, I don't think any users of Board Game Geek come to see nothing but the top 20 or the top 100.
No, what I'm saying is I think that the vast majority of them are going there to hit that up. I mean,
I disagree incredibly. I think the vast majority of people who use Board Game Geek type in the name of whatever the game is, and Board Game Geek is always normally in the top 3. And I bet you the overwhelming majority of people who log on to Board Game Geek on a given day are people who just typed in, Smart 10, and they click on that and get the information. I don't think
Smart 10.
I don't think that many people even go to the front page compared to.
That would be my assumption.
You're probably right. Yeah, I mean,
let's say I use BGG all the time, but you know what I use it for? Just a search engine. Like I literally search for a game that I want, look for the description. If there's games that
you don't care what people say about it,
they don't even have a page for it. That really teased me off.
Yeah. Oh man, I get so.
How can you ask me to do something?
Do you ever read comments of games? Do you ever read the comments?
Well, I may go for rule books. Like I'll download the rule book. And I'll go through a couple chats if there's something very specific that I'm looking for. But I really don't use it for like the blogs, like the the top 20.
I wish you would.
I just don't. Like the one big one that I stick around and constantly go to the site for is that like the summer guide or the like the Gen Con guide that's always in the top right. Like that one I always go to.
Sure.
because
Yeah,
it's
I
really
mean-
cool that you have that list kind of condensed and it keeps going current, like, which I love. But yeah, other than that, man, like I just use it when I feel like it's for. But I'm sure there's a wealth of
Hey,
more
It's
stuff.
it's
going
different
on.
for everybody.
Hey Scott, you mentioned something that stood out to me. You were saying how do you interpret the data? Do you not have a data analytics person that digs into that for you?
No.
Oh.
You're looking at
See,
them.
so
The technical team of Board Game Geek is 3 people.
okay. Anyways, that's my career
Just the
is in doing.
size of thing. Yeah. Oh, is it really?
Sounds like Kirk is.
my
All right,
last-
Kirk. Let's talk.
Career was in data analytics. I worked
it's-
in healthcare, but it's the same type of thing. I look at millions of records,
Oh,
and you're
shit,
trying to,
yeah.
you're trying to.
healthcare.
It's sort of one of those things I've always wanted to do because I know the data is a valuable thing. Like I've always been told, like publishers would want a like pro analysis of whatever Board Game Geek can offer, but I just don't have the resources to make it happen. Right? I have a struggle managing 2 technical guys. Right? Like we're still in that weird growing phase where like it's you know.
You look really
It's a
professional, but you
challenge.
are a garage band.
Oh, we're totally a garage band.
Well, so if you
But
have
we
nothing in
appear to be
place-
not. Yeah.
I mean, real simple advice is you could spin something up where you do Tableau reporting and have some data model built in the background that's tracking just a certain quartile of your users that you're trying to look for trends over time. That's the real high level thing that it wouldn't be too difficult to interpret the results if you have someone build it in the back end. Now, the building it will take some time with joins. I don't know how many tables you have. The records isn't that big of a deal. Processing speed.
I got 20 years of data, like every page view, like that kind of stuff, right?
So what's the
So there's
biggest?
something there. There's a lot of data there.
Are you talking trillions of records of data?
I don't know. I'd have to look, but it's been going for like 15 years.
I imagine trillions.
Yeah, it'd be
I mean-
trillions probably. But here's the thing: what would be interesting, right? Like, what is interesting to a publisher right now? Like
Yeah.
publishers that are here.
It's based on you would have some sort of demographic interest. I mean, so you mentioned Facebook and how they make all their money. It is specifically because of how finite the targeting can get. Like right now, I have ads running on
I
Board
know
Game
it's crazy.
and Facebook. I'm paying for both services simultaneously. Cost per click is almost identical right now between both Facebook and Board Game Geek for our ads, 20 cents per click in the last 3 days. But Board Game Geek, it's just thrown up to all the people, and Facebook, it's
Yeah,
super targeted.
We target. Well, I don't know if it's been offered to you, but there is certain types of targeting in Board Game Geek. But it's not user driven. It's basically data driven. So like,
Right.
if you want to target deck building games, you can target deck building. Pay that kind of thing. It's never targeted towards, like, for one thing, we don't store any personal demographics at all. We dumped it all from GDPR. Right, like date of birth, genders.
Yeah, well, I'm talking
stuff
more
like
like
that.
you can look at it as far as you have categories of what they're interested in. Are these people that are interested in 2-player only games versus
Yeah, no,
5-player plus?
that can be determined, right, by what someone looks at, but
Okay,
not
so you're
their
talking about
personal
You're
information.
talking about physical characteristics of the person, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You do
Well, I
have
mean, I
geography,
know
though.
in Facebook you can target males, right? Or female, you can target male, female, or others.
Age, yeah, everything.
Age
You can target
ranges,
geography, couldn't you,
geographic
Scott?
location.
Yeah, geography, same thing.
Interesting that
Yeah,
you
No,
got
it's pretty
rid of it
scary
all.
actually. In fact, they don't let you get it too fine. If the results is too small, they don't let you target.
That's how they get
Right?
around
If it's
it.
like under like a couple thousand people.
Well, but
But,
it sounds like it's an interesting discussion for another day.
I think we should have a call, Kirk.
Yeah, it'd be
Look
interesting.
at this, bringing people together. That's what the Alaboom does.
Well, that's good because
Well,
I'm sure
that's
Scott was pretty bummed when he heard Jeremy doesn't care about the comments or the geek list or anything like that.
I know, Jeremy.
I actually
No,
think
I mean,
that's a good
I get
thing
it. I
being a
understand.
Jeremy.
Everybody's
I do. I
different.
go
I'm
like
not, I
I'm
don't take it
serious. Like
personally.
I learn about stuff still to this day about BGG. So it's like
Yeah.
it's really
It's
out
a
of
tough-
pure ignorance.
it's a
Like I
tough
just
problem.
know what to get and where to go. Like I know what to get and where to go. So
I think being a reviewer, Jeremy, it's a good thing because you're not going in with a biased opinion.
no. I'm like literally taking the knowledge I need for the game, and for me, it's really just an explanation of the game, and I need the rule book, and I'll do the rest. Like
Sure.
I will do the rest.
You're a what is it called? Not a consumer. You're a
Right.
creator.
Influencer?
Creator versus consumer, right?
Yeah. I just want give
You
me
want
the
to
info.
you
I'll
want to take
it.
the minimum and then make your own.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
judgments and
curious,
whatnot.
Scott. I mean, a few years ago, it must have put the fear of God into you when IMDb, which on some level has to be kind of a milestone for you, what you kind of
Yeah.
use as a
We started in the same year.
yeah. That they
Thank.
killed their comment section. They killed their
I
forum
know.
boards, and you must have thought, Well, what do they know that I don't?
Well, I've got Movie Geek. Someday I can. I mean, I don't understand. What did they do? Yeah, what did maybe too many lawsuits or something? Maybe some sort of.
I don't know. It was heartbreaking because I
weird-
loved those forums.
But it's owned by Amazon, right? And Amazon doesn't want to.
No, no.
I don't know. I don't know what Amazon's.
Yeah, there was a
direction-
lot of really horrific stuff in there, but there was a lot of really good stuff in there too.
Yeah, it was a weird business decision.
Yeah,
it surprised me.
Sometimes it's a battle.
But did it
Well,
make you
that's
think
not
that?
the-
Well,
that's
you
not
know
the
what?
only website they did that to either. So it seems like it's across the board. They've been trying to cut out customer service to a lot of websites that they bought.
Well, they also own DP Review, which is a digital photography website from 20 years ago, and it's amazing. But it's all the forums are really where it kills. Like it's any problem you want with a camera of any type, it's there, solved. Or advice, people will give advice. It's all, and that's sort of what I feel like Board Game Geek is, right? If you want to know about a like, we get tons of those posts like, I like this game, but should I get this game? You know, that stuff is hourly on Board Game Geek, right? So I don't know. It would have to be a big decision to cut out the forums.
I probably have every week at least 24 people on various videos of mine on YouTube asking, yeah, but what about this? And my answer is always, if you go to, and then I just give them the link to Board Game Geek for whatever the game is, you can ask there and I guarantee you will get a prompt, thorough answer. And I know a lot of those people do say thanks and they go off and do it because you're the only resource, because publishers don't have the manpower to answer stuff like that.
Guess
And I'm
what,
not gonna spend
Raphael,
a
when
life
I first-
day answering all that shit.
When I first contacted you, I didn't know how to find you on Board Game Geek. Like I actually, like I said, I just never used it the right way. But that was back in like 2017. That was a long time ago for me.
It is hard to
Ancient
find
history.
people on
But
there.
but it was just
That's a
hard.
lifetime.
Like
It
was.
is hard to
I
find
didn't
people.
know. Like it. I feel like it's user friendly in a lot of ways, but of course, for a new person, it is like a foreign.
It's like Social Network second, right?
Yeah,
Like
it
it
is.
was made as a database. Like I just want to know about the game. Like I don't know if you guys know the story, but I used to order like from Adamspielt, which is a German game company store, and I ordered their catalog. It's purely in German. It was a color catalog. They would speak to us in English, and we would just order off the catalog.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is there anything out there with all the information about these games? No. That's basically okay. Well, let's
There
do
you
it.
go.
Let's start
Yeah.
it. So
Well,
Anyway.
I think Board Game Geek is an invaluable
There's-
resource to the community. So thank you.
Oh yeah.
no, thanks.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to fish for like compliments, but like
I
and then
have
Lance puts me in my
Yeah.
place. Lance puts me in my place every week.
I have
my
told all
Here's the
these
thing.
Board Game
I
Geek
love
changed
being
my
compared to
life.
Google, Facebook, Instagram. Those are billion-dollar companies. So my number just went up, Lance.
I got a grievance.
Got fire.
All right, grievance.
Oh yeah,
My wife
congrats.
is a crackhead. That is my grievance.
Okay.
It's-
Congrats on getting
Uh,
tabletop events, by the way.
I was working. I'm working on the computer a bit more for the fingers, but I thought it'd be fun to do it initials. And she came in and see me doing it, and I explained to her the concept of it. Blah blah blah. So she went to bed and she woke up to text me 4 suggestions, and then go back to sleep. And then 20 minutes later, she texted me again for 2 more suggestions, and went back to sleep. So I married a crackhead, and I don't know how to resolve this.
Sounds like a tough one.
Sounds like a therapy session, maybe is in order or something.
There ain't enough time for therapy for this family.
There we go.
My windows finally got done from my grievance from last week.
Did they?
Yeah, how'd that go?
Oh, it was horrific. They said that they were going to come on Thursday. So I woke up at 8 a.m., waited
Oh,
for
boy.
them.
Wait in the window.
They never came. So I was like, okay, well, they have to come on Friday then. So I got up at 8 a.m. on Friday and they didn't come.
6 a.m. Sunday morning.
They did not, thank God, come on the weekend. But we had torn the whole place apart because there's a window back there. But we had people coming over on the weekend because we were like, well, they're going to do it on Thursday. Our Sunday game night's still valid. We had to put it all back together. And then on Monday, they showed up. We had set alarms for like 7:30 or something. They banging on the door 7 a.m. to say like, you have to let us in. We're like, it's 7 a.m. They say 8:30 is when you're supposed to be coming. They were like not knocking, just like tearing doors open. It was just.
What was this for?
My windows got replaced.
Oh, windows. Like car windows or a house window?
My apartment windows.
Apartment window. Oh, they were
This This
the
was
apartment
the
people.
landlord mandated.
Oh
thing,
yeah,
right?
they're the worst, right?
Yeah.
No, believe me, they come and go like I mean, it is their place, but you know.
But yeah, it was horrible. They left like glass shards all over the place.
Wow.
They put my sliding glass door in the opposite way. So it used to slide from right to left, and now it slides left to right. So not only
That's
did
not
I
a bug; it's a feature.
well,
New doorway.
and now we had to redo our entire living room setup because the pathway used to be to go to the door.
How many times have you walked to the wrong side and been like, why can't you open this?
Not now. We rechanged the whole living room so that there's now a right pathway, and
Wow.
we've blocked off the other side of the door. But it was just for something that I thought was going to be like, oh, this isn't horrible. It's going to take, 5 hours. It took about 7, but days. Like, I'm just like, I still am not sleeping properly because I kept waking up too early because I was like, these people are coming and I have to be ready
Believe
for
me,
them. I have to put my cat.
That's the way the entire world works for service. Just FYI. When you get your house, same problem.
Especially if you want cable.
Oh,
or your internet.
Cable,
horrible.
internet, bug, whatever, pesticide stuff, anything, lawn. It's just, you've just scratched the surface.
I don't like the surface. I want
Yes,
it to.
the world is. Did they smash any? Did they break your desk into a billion pieces when they came in?
No, thankfully.
It happened to me, by the way. I fixed my fan. He fell off his ladder, landed on my desk, and shattered it.
Oh my god!
What happened then? Did they have to pay for it?
That wasn't on purpose, God. It was not like I'm going to go skydiving into a table.
The guy, they didn't tell me. I came home. The desk was broken. I was like, "What the hell?" They were like, "Sorry." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I was moving anyway. Like, I was leaving college, so I was like, whatever. You just take it away." I didn't care.
Just take it away. You didn't raise holy hell. You could have they said sorry.
What would you do actually if you were moving away to a new land like Dallas, Fort Worth?
I would say that was one of my favorite desks, and it's broken now. You're gonna pay me the value of it.
Yeah, I'm with Lance there. I'd ham it up a little bit. I'd be like, yeah, that was my grandmother.
I looked at it like I didn't have to.
My great-great-grandmother's. I know it's made of metal and glass, but it was my great-great-grand.
That bush furniture from the 1950s.
I feel like the desk wouldn't be my concern. It would be, that my computer lives on that desk. And
I was already packed away, It was, luckily, nothing was on the desk. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, you're.
I would have raised holy hell. I would have got him getting me to cut a check. I would be
one job.
Is that like
one fucking job, and that was to not break that desk.
I guess I was looking for like a frictionless exit from this place, right? Where I don't have
What
to.
place was this?
It was my apartment in Gainesville, Florida.
My friend had moved some of her stuff out of her apartment, and the landlords thought that she had moved out completely, even though she had paid through the end of the month. And they broke apart her Murphy bed to get it out of there. And when she showed up and it was like, oh, this is broken, the property management company gave her $15,000 to let it go.
Nice.
Hey.
Oh wow.
That got
Man, I missed out.
Yeah, you did.
I missed out on my $80 Bush desk.
Yeah.
No, you go sentimental value on it. Like, my grandfather gave me that, and the last thing, the only thing I have left
about that stuff.
Well, fine.
Come on, this is America, baby. How can you get the most money
You got
for
the
least
golden
amount of
ring.
work?
Yeah, the golden ring, baby.
Yeah.
When Barry got hit by that train, he was thinking, "Oh, workman's comp."
No, actually, it wasn't. I went back to work the next day.
Hey, Lance.
What's up?
Hey, you remember last week we were talking? What was that? 2 weeks ago, we were talking to Travis, right, about going going back in time a little bit. Oh, Richard was there too. Going backwards in time here for board games. My quest to go
back.
find these older games.
Oh, right. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
we did
yes.
the.
All right,
Yeah.
so
That was a
I
very
have
good
my
guide.
first
What do you got?
return of games that I've decided to pick up.
All right. What
Are
you
you
got?
ready for it? You ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. I have Torres.
Yeah.
Ticket to Ride Europe.
That's the one.
Merchant and Marauders.
Yeah.
I never played it, but I heard it's good.
You guys suck already.
Seafall-
No,
Seafall-
Merchants and Marauders.
suck already. What the fuck?
First
No,
of all,
Merchant Marauders fits
Don't judge me.
your thing of playing it so you can get the full history. You should play it for the history.
I'm playing for this is for historical purposes.
Exactly.
For
For
that,
that
I have
reason,
some collections.
good call.
I want to say
All right,
something.
It's a
about
shitty
Merchants-
game, but good call.
Okay, hold on.
I want to say something about Merchants and Marauders.
It's not your show.
First of all, the expansion is like super important to enjoy that game.
Okay,
You
it might be.
fool! Did you get the expansion?
Merchant Marauders is probably lasts too long for what it does. However, way back in the day when people were talking about that, I suggested a rule because the way that the game worked was it was too easy for people to move from port to port, and they could hide to basically not have to run into other players, and they could play they not be a pirate and just be a trader and go back and forth, and and they could win a lot of money doing that. So I said we house ruled in that if you moved, because on your turn, because you have action discs to determine how many actions you can take during a turn. The thing was, if you wanted to move through a space where somebody was sitting, basically waiting for this rich merchant to leave the port, you could just move quickly to the next port and they wouldn't be able to attack you. So we made a rule that if you went through a spot where the player was, they could search for you by using one of their action discs prior to their turn, basically saying that they couldn't have as many actions when their turn came up. And it still wasn't a guarantee. There was I think you had to roll a die, and depending on the die roll, it determines whether or not you actually find the person. And that actually it didn't totally remove the ability to be a merchant in the game, but it also let them not cheese their way to a victory. And I suggested that, and they put it into an official variant rule thing, whatever. And I was like,
who'd you mention? Would you mention it, Zev?
No, I mentioned it to Marcuson.
Oh, okay.
Because
Cool.
when we and
Well, there
that
you go.
was
Lance fixed the game for you.
yeah, there you go.
That's how you got
All right.
your game designer.
I look forward to it.
I don't
Now,
have a game design credit.
I still have more. You ready?
Yeah.
Still have more. Here we go.
Get us.
I have Kalis.
Oh, you got it.
Good.
Yes.
Wait. Which
Yes.
cover? Which cover?
I
Angry
don't
King
know.
or the
It's
or
not
the castle?
1303. It's not 1303.
Yeah.
Well, there was
So
multiple
proper
covers in
Angry
Kalis.
Dower.
Yeah.
The Angry
that
King?
one's Angry Dower one.
Yep.
All right. Got Feast for Odin back. Got Caverner back.
Okay.
Caverna's good.
And then I went to
Feast for Odin's amazing.
a Blood Rage. Blood Rage.
That's not old.
Yeah.
Shogun.
That's
Shogun.
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
old Shogun.
Which
Yeah.
Shogun though?
Queen.
Queen.
The Queen one, right? Not the
not fucking around version.
not the Game Master thing. Oh, you got the big box.
Yeah, the not fucking around
Nice.
version. All right.
It's a great game.
The Alhambra.
Yep.
Yes.
Great one.
Metro.
Did you get big box?
No. I didn't.
You got big box of
Back to
Shogun, but not Alhambra?
With the 47 expansions.
Get out.
Yeah. Metro
Oh, you got the Metro.
and Lancaster.
Did Rajiv send you a care
Lancaster,
package?
Excellent game.
Yeah, he had to. He was
talked to
like
Travis?
Travis was like pick the ones, do some research.
Yeah. You got
And
some
I-
good stuff.
I said,
Those
"All right."
are the best Queen games for sure.
Yeah, he said these are the best ones, and then he told me pick out some newer ones and whatever. And I was like, I don't really care. I want the older ones. I want older games. Like I have enough of the.
I'll be curious what you think of Metro.
This is Shogun.
No, this one's better, dude. That guy needs some more hair implants. It's
No,
2020.
no, this
That guy needs
this
slugs.
game.
That's
He
from
needs
the
slugs.
what's that book? The what's the Shogun
Lavelle.
book? They made into a movie.
Well, Scott looks this
It
up.
was
I
a
would like to
massive
say that
miniseries in the early 80s or late 70s. With
Rich Summer will not be joining us tonight.
Corey knows this game. Corey, you
He
know this
won't
game. You're old
name
school.
him.
What?
I
Let
don't
me
know. That
wait. Let me
many
talk to him.
old
Tell him
games.
I demand that he comes in.
No. But he did respond, and then I said perhaps next time, and he hearted it. So I think that is a very promising sign. Rich Summer.
Oh, okay.
James Clavel.
Matthew
That's from the
Lillard won't even fill my
1975
goals.
movie.
Yeah, James Clavell.
Yeah, that's a great book.
Oh my gosh, I haven't played this in probably.
There's a reason why you haven't played it.
Oh, because it's so amazing, and
good.
Jeremy, while
What?
Lance
Excuse me, timeout. What did
goes
you just
back to his
say?
childhood, I have a quick question for you.
Sir.
Last week, you saw that I had Cascadia on the table.
Yeah.
And you were very much singing its praises.
Yes.
Nothing's changed about that, right?
Right.
Are you
Totally
sure you
dig
want to
it.
stick with that?
Totally dig it.
Because I filmed it the next day and I got a little carried away in my final thoughts and said, hey, look, you don't have to take my word for it. Seek out Jeremy Howard of Man vs. Meeple, because I was talking to him about it last night. And so he doesn't know it, but this is a collaboration. I'm going to say what he said.
It's coming.
So-
Yeah, it's coming. I'm filming it this weekend, actually. This weekend.
Okay.
So yeah.
And you're still in love with it?
I still love that game.
Okay,
Wow.
excellent. Then I
Excellent.
did not speak out of turn.
You
Because
said
I realized
you
afterwards,
said it was
well,
excellent.
I might really
game?
piss Jeremy off by saying that.
Nah, yeah.
Which game is this?
Cascadia, new Kickstarter coming.
Randy Flynn. Yeah.
First time designer. Yeah.
Do games just get released anymore? Like, do they just come out?
No, actually, I'm surprised when I get stuff from retail. It kind of scares me. I'm like, who the fuck sent this?
Oh, I got
This
a
doesn't
question.
look like a prototype.
When
What
it
is
comes
this?
to Alliance, I'm like, wait, they sing games still? What the fuck?
Has anybody played Rare Roses?
No.
Bueller?
Which one is that?
It's Grand Gamers Guild next
Yes,
one.
that is amazing.
Which
Oh,
game?
I
played
shit
it.
on it.
What?
I shit on it. I gave it a 4. I hated it.
Yeah,
That was
Okay.
terrible.
I think you're wrong.
Oh,
Unless,
hey,
unless
I
we're talking
wanna-
about unless we're
It's
talking about different
opinion.
games.
What
I
game?
want to talk. I want to talk about this game of Shogun because I wanted to find these. What other game
Yes. someone with
uses the
swords.
swords?
Amazing your swords are not broken.
Are
No,
those
so these
swords or are those skewers?
It's
for
player
olives?
order. It's random.
Yes.
It's like rolling a die.
All right, we
it's like
get
random
it.
player
Shogun
order.
is no
but
pandemic,
like
Lance, but it's good.
one person they collect all the swords.
Let's say I have a shitty like a dueling game that's got
Just would
actual-
you shut up for just 5 seconds?
Don't you know this is his show?
So these swords, like each person draws one out of the hand, and then like there's basically a number of diamonds on the side, and that determines the player order for the next turn. So like literally like the sword you draw will determine like how like it's a totally like kill your neighbor
That is cool.
Sounds like a great way to get screwed by RNG.
oh my gosh.
Exactly.
You're one more person complaining about
Exactly.
RNG.
Call back.
Scott, so are you talking about the Rare Roses where you have the flowers that mature?
Oh, maybe not. No, it's not the same game. Then.
Okay.
I thought it was a bluffing game where you're trying to offer a rose to somebody and they have to accept it or not.
No.
Okay,
You're
never
thinking
mind.
about
Not the same
the one from Blue Orange Games, the small
It's blue,
box.
it's
that came
blue
out-
orange. It's
Of
blue
course,
orange.
this is not a
Valentine's
Grand
Day.
Gamers Guild game. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about Rare Roses from Grand Gamers Guild. I have the only review up right now. It's brand new, and it's me shitting on the game pretty much. And I was just
Huh.
so it's like it's that thing where it's like, oh my god, is everyone else going to agree with me, or am I just going to look like this curmudgeon looking for attention?
You have become the discourse.
It's all right, man. It's all right. It's your opinion. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, I hated the game. I think it's a piece of shit. I actually destroyed the game in a video I made on accident.
It's your opinion. Fuck it.
You're so avant-garde.
I've been really experimenting somewhat because I had to quit my job. Actually, today is my last day at my job, but I've worked there for a couple weeks. And
Oh,
so
really?
I've been like really letting my freak flag fly with like the content I make. Like I've been doing these game night tricks where I just do weird ass shit.
They're
There's
fun.
like-
I like
I
them.
saw the watermelon video.
Yeah. What did you think of that? Because I've gotten 2 very distinctly responses from the board game group.
I got the joke and then I turned it. It was a little bit painful to watch actually. The
It
the
was
way you
painful to
eat that
eat it.
watermelon. It's just
No, but I thought it was really interesting, and I was actually talking to my buddy on game night about this. the response I got on Board Game Geek has been very, we're above this. This is not funny. Like, comedy's hard to do.
That was my first instinct.
Yes, but then on the board game group, it's much more like I thought it was just really interesting because those are the two most popular board game things on Facebook. And the board game group are much more like, oh, that's funny, like slap the knee kind of shit. Like it gets much better response, which I just thought was interesting. Like overall, because I've done 8 of them now, every single time the board game group has gotten a much more positive response, which I just thought was an
There's
interesting
your audience, then.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
The
Shogun's
Board
a
Game
great
Geek group
game.
has never been about silliness. It's
Oh
been
yeah.
very serious, right?
I'm surprised
Really,
you can
Scott?
post
They're
something of
very
your own
serious?
videos there. For
Believe me,
us
I didn't
without
create the
censoring
group.
it.
I
Yeah, I
inherited
know.
it.
Hey,
I
wait,
inherited it.
wait. Kirk, what did you just say?
I'm surprised, Forrest, you could get away posting anything that your name was associated with in the Board Game Geek Facebook group without them deleting it.
We've changed the rules.
Was
We've
there a
changed,
rule
we've changed
against
the
me?
rules. Yeah,
What
self-promotion
what
is-
were the rules? What was getting deleted? What's happening?
Self-promotion is allowed.
Sounds like controversy.
Here's what happened in the Board Game Geek world, right? The Facebook group. All it was just content creators reposting their stuff. They spent zero time integrating with the or not
Right.
or interacting
yeah,
with the group. They would just it was just drive-by posting.
It's like how Reddit frowns on that.
So we sort of like, yeah, all we would see would be like the same. And honestly, like not anybody we really know would just fire away like
yeah.
tons and tons of throwaway garbage content. So we just stopped it. And then
This
now
is
it's
my
like,
unboxing
kind of eased it up a
video.
little bit.
Well, good to
I
know,
thought
'cause I
this
have a
was
live
different enough that
Kickstarter,
it
so I
wouldn't
can
be
go
spam.
promoting there. Awesome.
Well, no Kickstarters.
Oh, okay. So maybe
Yeah,
that's
yeah. There's a Kickstarter Board Game Geek group. I don't know if you know about that one.
What do you
It's
mean?
just
What
purely
about it?
Kickstarter. It's just purely Kickstarter.
So
promotion.
okay, so if I happen to be an awesome video reviewer like half the people on this video, you're saying I can promote in there, but not because I'm a publisher. Got it.
Ooh, I'm more interested in which
No,
half
you
of
could
us are the
post.
good half.
I think you could. That's a good question. I'll have to ask the mod group.
Because I just had some
Here's the
lunch
thing.
on me right here.
I'm very egalitarian. If it was up to me, I would just let everybody post anything.
Ooh, that's not a good way to go.
No,
So-
but believe me, there's other people in my group with saner minds than that. So I let them just run it how they feel it should be run. Like
So
I
if I
defer to
post-
them.
So if I post a satire video about our board game that just happens to have a link in the comments to the Kickstarter, would that fly in there?
You know, and no,
Might fly.
no, it wouldn't fly.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, the Kickstarter promotion is just because
Stop
once you
trying to
let
fucking
in
game the
the once you let in that little crack of a Kickstarter, like it just turns into a flood.
Yep.
Sure.
And that's
'Cause
basically
the
what-
video isn't really a Kickstarter ad. It's kids
Well-
throwing the miniatures from Rurik.
Can you just post the video and not put the link in?
I'd have to edit the YouTube link. I could post. I could probably
Oh, is it
share
in the video? It's
No, it's
embedded?
not in the video. At the very end of the video, it says the game name website. It doesn't say it's on Kickstarter though. And then in the
That'd be,
comments,
I think that'd be okay. You could try and see what they say.
it's supposed to be a cringe-worthy effect. Kids are throwing the miniatures in Rurik, which are really nice miniatures, playing it like a dexterity game with them, and it's the bumper of the video doesn't make, or the trailer makes it look like it's an epic video, and it's supposed to be one of those clickbait ones where people.
I'd be curious to see it.
I'm curious how people will respond in that group because I think people will.
Yeah, I
Being kinda angry with
can't
the
predict what
miniatures.
we've sort of like eased up on that though, honestly. Like,
Good
cause
to know. You guys are talking about games you like. Figure this is an interesting game. Does anyone like Coup? The game Coup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Has anyone seen
COUP?
this game before? Cake
No.
Duel?
Nope.
What is it?
Is it a coup?
It's like a
Okay.
two-player Coup game that's awesome, and I'm utterly
Oh.
addicted to it. First-time creators, they really nailed the production. Figured I'd give them a shout out, and they have.
That is
this-
awesome box,
Ooh.
by the way.
That is
They-
nice.
You can
Yeah.
optionally put everything just in this little bag to take it with you to go, or you can. I sleeved it, but there's these acrylic tokens. You're trying to get all the cake, and they're really nice
Yes.
acrylic tokens.
Oh my god. Where's
That
who
is.
made
Can you
that?
hold
up
that- can
there
you hold
with
that up to the camera a
Omniverse
little better?
games.
Well, hold on
Okay,
now. The night is young. Night is young.
Yeah, so you're trying to get all the cake. It plays in like 5 to 10 minutes. It's a two-person coup-like
Oh,
game, and
yeah.
it's awesome. And the
So you
app,
say I'm the blah 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 cake person, or I'm the cook, or I'm the
What's the name
are
of
those
that, Kurt?
roles?
it's called Cake Duel. But so the way it works, and it's super. I mean, I've played this app like 80 times. It's my number one toilet game right now. Awkward, but anyways. And I like the app so much, I bought the game. So you can either say you're an archer or you say anything, you don't have to actually be them, or you're a soldier, there are 2 flavors of 1 point damage, or you can say you're a wizard, which does 2 damage. And then the opponent has to say, oh, I'm either a defender who can block the 1 point damage, or I'm a scientist who can block the 2 point damage. After everyone declares a card back and forth, anyone can always call the other one on a bluff. And if you call them on a bluff, the round instantly ends and you flip the cards. And if they were telling the truth and you said they were lying, then you lose. But if they were bluffing and you catch them on it, then you win. Otherwise, you play until it's like tug of war until one person gets all the cake and you play best 3 out of 5.
Okay.
It gets to the essence of something like Coup and does it so fun. And it's just kind of ridiculous looking goats. And there's one of them you play when you play this one. If you play it successfully and don't get caught, you have to taunt your opponent. That's what the rules say. So it's just been kind of my go-to jam recently for just something really lighthearted and fun. And these creators, nobody's really talked about them or heard about them before, but they're really fun. And
Find out on Sunday when it arrives. All right.
Ooh, I might have a fish on the hook right now, friends, on the
You know what I'm
Twitter.
saying?
I'm thinking.
Hey Corey,
You
how's
have a problem, Jeremy.
how's
I
Witchborn
know.
doing?
I do.
It's doing pretty good. It's doing
Yeah.
pretty good.
First step is
It's,
acknowledging it.
Sold a bunch at Gen Con, and
Yeah.
we're going to be doing a Kickstarter in October.
More content.
Yeah, more content,
Oh, cool.
expansion.
Did Lance? Did you ever get to play it?
No, I gotta get a copy from him. I gotta play that.
Yeah, I could do an online session with you too if you want to do that.
Oh well, pants optional.
We should set that up because I want
It's up to
I wanna
you.
do-
I'm not gonna put my camera on. So
Well, go on.
so true story. I run an IT staffing company, and I sat in on a screen with one of my recruiters the other day, and the guy in the background, I guess didn't tell his girlfriend or whoever's living with him that he was going to be on an interview, and she was naked walking across the screen.
Oh goodness.
Oh wow.
Whoops.
Happened last week.
Oh my.
Yeah, Richard.
Bye.
Taking off, Richard.
Yeah.
See you, Mr. Ham.
All right.
I was gonna
Talking
try
about-
and sneak out silently, but everybody noticed. So bye.
Take care, man.
No, it's awkward. I don't know if you guys have checked out the app Finished. Eric Martin has been going ranting about it for like weeks now.
No.
Have you heard of it?
App.
It's an app. I mean, it's a board game. It's a solo play card game from Freedom and Freeze.
Oh yeah, I remember that
And
game.
it's
Oh, my
basically
God.
like a solitaire variant, but
No,
it's pretty interesting.
No. That game is a disaster.
What?
That
It's pretty
game-
well. The app is good.
Yeah, I've heard like people play that, play it to death. It's just that one right there is. Freeman Freeze, not my fave. He doesn't have my favorite designs. But we talked about this, the power grid and stuff
The
like
guy
that.
won't place out power grid.
So should I leave you off the review copies when we get Fearbrand and
Yep,
and the other one, which I can't remember the name of right now?
I'm done. Freeman Freeze, sorry, man.
Wait, are you talking about that new reverse worker placement one?
Yes.
Oh, that one looks cool.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to promote it. I have the exclusive sales in North America.
I know a guy. Who
I need
gets
to
the
give
videos
some.
on
All right.
I've never done it. I have to
Okay.
get some out to the reviewers.
All right, Scott, that's different.
That's what I was. Yeah.
That's different. That's different. Oh, hey, one more box. Okay, here we go. One more box. I got some other stuff here. Hold on.
Give us a hint. Give us a hint. Make it a game.
How about Ika Gold?
Damn it.
Yeah.
All right. How about Alien
That's-
Frontier?
I prefer Diamant. Thank you.
Okay.
They're the
How about Alien Frontiers?
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I figured that was good.
I would say Alien Frontiers, if you don't play with expansions, though, it's going to leave you
I
limited
have everything.
actions.
I got
then
it.
you're fine.
Got everything. So I just got a whole bunch of card games after that because I have some card games that got beat up in a flood. So I have High Society,
Great.
Yes.
Bang the Dice game. You got to have High Society. I have
Yeah,
two
High
cards
Society's
I
awesome.
gave away. Targi, which I've been waiting to own. I don't
Awesome.
know why I've
It's
never owned
it's
a card.
amazing. Yeah.
It's
Tides
okay.
of Time. Now I have like 3 of them, but I'll give them away, I guess. Tides
Yeah.
of Time. I love that card game. Japur. And
That's good too.
I thought I owned Cat Lady. I didn't, so I bought it. There you go. I play the app so damn much. I figured I had it, but I did not. So I got
Lady's
Cat
good.
Lady. That's it. That's it.
You got some work cut out for you That's a lot.
Yeah, I
Catholic,
do. I do. But we got the game night coming back together. So I kind of got a little overexcited about that. So they looked at me. And
What's
my
your
mouth
number? What's your
said,
first game you're going to play off that group?
What's that?
What's the first game you're going to play off that group?
The first one I'm really, really dying to play is actually something else that he sent me. But I think the first one I want to play out of that is Lancaster. Because my friends
Oh,
are
you
like,
got Lancaster as
they
well.
were like, dude, you like dudes on the. He's like, I think that's a dudes on the map game, right?
Kinda.
Because he said they were like, if you like dudes on the map, then this is like what you
Shogun
want
is
to try.
Shogun is more dudes on a map, I think.
But
than Lancaster.
definitely somebody was like, you're definitely gonna love Shogun. Because I don't like dudes on the map games. My two favorite, Rurik and what's his name? Tsukiyumi, which but we just happen to have two people on there who publish those games. So but those are the only two. So it's got to be good. Otherwise, I'll just be like, here, take this,
Yeah.
get away from me. So
I think Shogun has enough Euro in it to make it not feel like dudes on a map.
You know what Shogun doesn't have any Euro in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm
Yeah,
excited, man.
You
to go
enjoy that
back.
copy, Lance.
Excited to go back.
Do you have Fortress America? America? I almost said Fortress Ameritrash. Fortress America.
No.
Hold on.
Do you have that one? Wait, get them all. Do you have the board size broadside board? Okay. He's already
Are
left.
you recommending Fortress America?
No.
The giant coffin box?
I'm not recommending any of those.
Oh,
Axis and
that's
Allies
good.
actually is pretty good though.
I was gonna say Fortress America was gonna be a hard sell.
It is. What was the game that made it better? It came out. Can't remember what it was called.
Hey, good to see you, Shane. By the way, been a little while.
Yeah.
Hey,
How's
Shane.
life?
Hey, Kabuki, man. I cannot wait for Tsukiyumi either. Man. Let me tell you something. Tsukiyumi, it just can't. Please don't suck. Like, please don't mess up this production. Please don't. Like, it is.
It's.
I love
it's
that game
literally-
so much. I can't. Can't
It
fuck
is
up, please.
consumed. Has consumed pretty much my entire week this week.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the Saddam cover.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure it does not suck.
This ain't no crummy remake that they did like 8 years ago.
Yeah, disappointment.
That was garbage.
So cool, Lance. So cool.
This game is so good. I love playing America, and then basically like if you can last long enough and you can somehow like get to the point where you're almost losing, so the invader players start fighting amongst each other to have the most cities because only one person can win because it has like a semi-cooperative. So there's 3 different invaders that are attacking America. And so America has to hold out for a certain amount of time because America keeps getting reinforcements, whereas the invaders don't. All of their units are there. Once they're gone, they're destroyed. If America gets to the point where it looks like they're going to lose, then what happens is that the players will actually start beating up on each other. Those players, because they want to have the most cities when America falls, and then they become the winner and they take over everything. But if you can play them against each other, that's great. And also you have the laser the laser things. You can just sit there and blow up the different ships and stuff like that. Oh, this game's so good.
You know what I noticed about that box cover? I see Saddam Hussein, but I don't see any weapons of mass destruction.
It's prophetic.
He's holding it in his hand.
On that, yeah, I said they're hidden. They're hidden there.
No, I mean,
it's behind his back.
Oh, Shane, you're here. I wanted your opinion on something. I think I had a Lance
Why?
Bigfoot moment. I'm not sure.
You had a what moment?
A Lance Bigfoot moment. I'm not sure. All right, like
Bigfoot moment. Oh
I don't know, if I believe in aliens, whether they're coming down here and shoving shit up our asses. I don't believe in it. But Trump announced Space Force coming 2022, whatever.
So excited.
I'm buying all the Space Force gear. All
of it.
I would like to defend.
Buying all of it.
I would love to. Space Force actually is super useful because if anyone were ever to attack like our satellites and shit like that, like we're fucking done.
Done.
Well, yeah.
Like, it is over. Like,
Boris,
we're-
can I ask you something really quick?
Do you think we're not the first people to go into space with the Space Force?
no, I imagine there's other people already doing it.
I think China's already there.
They're just smart enough not to announce it.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
to pump our chest.
If anyone takes out satellites, we are all done as a species, because then it's the Kessler syndrome, the cascading amount of debris. It just completely destroys the Earth orbits.
You think Kim Jong Un cares about that, Chris? You think Kim Jong Un gives a shit?
I mean,
So
I
it's
would
actually funny that you mentioned that. I was considering making a board game in the past that tied into that theme because it was such an interesting. I read a topic about that like 3 years ago, that if a single satellite got destroyed, it can create that cascading effect where the whole everything dies basically. And it was such an interesting construct that I was like, there's got to be a board game in there somewhere.
Mm.
I never could make that, but it always seemed like a pretty fun theme for a game.
So I've never heard of that. What is it?
It's called Kessler syndrome. It's did you ever see the movie Gravity?
Yes.
With
Yeah,
Sandra
at the
Bullock?
beginning when they get hit by the blowed up.
Right. So essentially, what
Yeah,
happened
debris.
is like once single satellite goes, like all that debris starts going as well. And it just takes like one tiny little bolt or whatever, because this shit's whirling around at like 23,000 miles an hour.
Right.
Like it goes right through anything, it hits. And so problem is once the first one knocks out two others, which then
Oh,
knock out
it just takes out the whole.
yeah, and then you just have a
Satellite system.
giant swarm of crap just circling the Earth, so you can't really
Right.
put anything else up there.
So hey, I want.
Does that just block the sun?
No, it's not. You wouldn't be able to see individual pieces. The problem is it's, in terms of like
Communications.
Actually, the GPS ones would be fine because they're way out up there. But like any sort of like communication satellites or like anything in those lower Earth orbit shells,
right?
That debris cloud is going to be there for the foreseeable future. So it could be like hundreds, if not thousands of years before it all comes back down and gets burned up by the atmosphere. So then it's like, okay, we're going to throw up a new communication satellite, but we lost it in a week because we can't track all this crap and something just hold it. Now it's done. So it's actually, it is a very worrisome thing. There was actually, it was a big deal when China tested one of their satellite killing missiles. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Because everyone's like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like this is not okay."
Okay.
So,
yeah, that doesn't sound good.
No, it's not great. I think from what I've read, I think the satellite killing / disabling tools they have now are like small, almost like robot type things that basically they're just looking to either put like an electromagnetic surge through it or something to disable it without necessarily like shifting its orbit or actually like physically destroying it.
The more I read about it, the more terrifying it is. I've done a couple deep dives on it before, and it's terrifying. Like an asteroid doesn't have to hit us to completely just jack everything up.
You just hit a satellite.
What happened to that asteroid that was supposed to come by November 3rd or something like that? What was that one?
So I mean, if you want to just Google top 10 ways all life on Earth could end without any warning.
Thanks for that.
Well, so here's another fun one if you want to have some sleepless nights. Google the Carrington event. I think it was in the 1800s, where basically it was a massive solar flare. This was like just when telegraph wires and kind of the start of electrical infrastructure was up, and it burned out like almost every single like piece of electrical infrastructure that was on the hemisphere facing the sun at that time. And we have come so much further since then. And if we get another one of those, like it will literally cripple like the entirety of the electrical grid.
But again, the chances of one of those happening is
it depends.
You say it depends, but here's the deal. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you could lay awake and worry about an asteroid hitting the Earth, or you could lay awake. It's like you're more likely to trip down the stairs and break your neck than any of those things happen.
So the point on this is that it would disrupt civilization. The point is that we should be upgrading our infrastructure to handle an event like that, because the odds of it happening within the next like 100 to 200 years are pretty likely, because the sun does engage in solar flares like on a fairly regular basis. Like the sun goes through its own weather. And so it's just a question of, okay, when it flares, is the flare pointing at us or is it pointing somewhere else and we're not actually affected by it? But the like underneath it all is like, okay, if we know this is a possibility, it really wouldn't take that much effort to upgrade our aging infrastructure to be able to, you know, at least mitigate some of the damage that something like that would cause.
But here's the deal, though, with those is that they happen all the time. But you basically, the Earth has to line itself up perfectly at that point for it to get hit by it too. I'm not saying it can't ever happen. It's just it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Fish to fry.
Yeah, I mean, let's.
Well, and that's why the geological and historical record is so important. Is you can figure out, okay, is this a 10-year event? Is this a 100-year event? Is this a 1,000-year event? Like that's what they do with like storms and stuff. Is that, you know, they'll be like, okay, storm of this magnitude comes along based on statistical evidence like once every 1,000 years, so we can plan for that. You know, a storm like this comes along once every 100 years, so we can plan for that. You know, something like solar flares, like I said, the sun has a very regular pattern of sending out flares. And so it's not like this is going to happen every single year. It might not happen for another like 200, 300, 400 years, but there is a chance that it could happen within our lifetime because like, again, like statistics does not, it doesn't predict individual events, right? Like it gives you, you know, okay, here's what happens over time, but there is a range between when that can happen. It's also important in games to understand.
I feel like we're really all that good as a species for preparing for things, you know, like in the future. I mean,
can you imagine we also were prepared for anything?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like
we're not really good at we don't do it.
We've been told for a while, like, hey, we're gonna get hit with a pandemic. We need to be ready for it. We're gonna get hit with the pandemic. And when we were hit with the pandemic, certainly our country not ready for it at all.
Yeah.
So
hey, are any of you guys voting absentee or like by mail?
I am.
I will.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
So you
the
can't do it in Texas if you're not 65 and ill or not going to be in the county or in jail. I can't do
you
it.
mean ill as in sick or as
Yeah, like
ill as in
disability,
awesome?
a disability or
Okay.
older, 65 years older or disabled or absence from the county or in jail. I can't, so I don't fall in any of those categories. So I can't mail my ballot. I didn't realize Texas was like that.
I had a COVID option, if I remember right.
Right. Where's my like fear of
Not all
getting
states do that. Yeah.
I don't think it's on here. They didn't change it. Anyway. So I got to go in.
It was strange. Ours did like absentee but not absentee. You filled it out like an absentee one, but then you didn't mail it. You had to go to like a drop-off center, and then they took it and you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to go at like 7 a.m. or something where no one's there.
I could mail mine back, both of them. I did the presidential one for the Democrats, and then the like the state and local stuff with 2 separate ballots, and I could just mail them back in.
Well, you actually, hey Aldi, you weren't here at the very beginning. Actually, most of you weren't here at the very beginning. So, my kid's Taekwondo class, there was a COVID case, so we're under quarantine.
Do you get to go get tested?
I can go get tested on Friday, but my doctor said, well, if you don't have any symptoms by now, you know, even if you have it, you're not going to have anything bad happen to you. So if you want to come in and get tested on Friday, feel free. So
Dwayne Johnson and his entire family got infected.
Who?
The Rock.
Oh, The Rock.
Well, they all tested positive.
Well, they have access to that rich person's serum though, so they don't have to worry about it.
It's called his
Plasma.
They literally have super serum.
Hey, I was gonna ask you guys, what's like if you had to pick like a gem in your gaming collection that like you think is pretty rare that not many people own that you're pretty proud of, and because I saw this and I wanted to gloat about my giant coffin box Planet Steam that is super rare.
I thought they reprinted that. No,
they reprinted it like
not that version. Yeah,
Fantasy Flight
slimmed
reprinted it, but it was a shitty freaking. They didn't put all the really cool wooden bits in it. Oh, here goes Shane. He's gonna get his.
I gotta go find. I don't know if this counts.
You got your Grail?
Yeah, well, it's not really a Grail. It's not even. I never opened it, but I also know that it is You can't buy it. It's
Was it Love?
Oh yeah, the Blizzard code names. Nice.
Ooh, what? When did what? Where did what?
No, where the fuck?
you had to be an employee of the company to get it, and
What? That's a Tracer. Wow, that's awesome.
and
I did track
It-
down
it
one of my Grail
it's-
games today.
It's
I
pretty.
actually made
It's
a
pretty
deal for it.
hard. What's that? What's
I would
that, Tom?
imagine it's pretty hard.
It's called Wizards Academy. I don't know if you remember. It's from 2016. It's like it's basically your kids in a library, kind of like a Harry Potter setting, a little bit more fantasy based. But it's a cooperative game where you're actually like moving tiles around and trying to create these spells in like a cascading thing.
I tried to get this
You're
game.
learning the game. You're
I
learning
remember
how to
this
do
game.
spells to get better, but
Yeah.
the castle and these demons that are coming in are making it harder and harder and setting fires and cold spells. It is such a smart design. I have no idea why I got rid of this game, but it was like the year I got back into gaming. I couldn't find it. I put out a beacon today just as a last hope. This guy's like, I got it. And he's going to sell it to me for a good price. And he just said, I'm going to check and see if it's 100%. I got everything in there.
That Wizards Academy, that was who published that? I remember.
So it's a
3D total.
one guy. It's like 3/3 total games or something like that.
Yeah, they made Escape to Nightmare too, which is another really cool game.
I tried to talk that guy into getting somebody else to I was like, somebody should publish this game. Like, it's so good. Like, it's so good.
I remember trying to track it down a couple years back.
It's so good. If you can talk to that guy, you got publishers here. Find that guy. I'm telling you, that game is great. And nobody, it just, yeah.
If only I knew a publisher.
Man.
Yeah, if
They could
only you
use
knew a
some-
publisher that wanted to. It's not good enough.
Yeah.
He just looked it up, didn't you? You looked it up. You looked at the
I
rating.
did. I would never. I would never make that game based on what I see about it in
On the comments.
In the comments and just in the rating. I mean, it sucks, but 7
There's a
point.
lot.
It's only 183 ratings, but
right.
People just go, it's a 7.1. I guess if there were enough, influencers that were all about it,
yeah,
it could help, kind of revive it. But without that,
So
Harry
this
Potter
is-
license or
This
something.
is why. Remember, you and I were talking about this the other day, Shane. This is what like one of those things of, like adopting the P500 system to do the like P500 thing, but do it in but use it for reprinting stuff like this. Like if you could sell, I mean, not particularly, it has to be this game, but if you could sell like 1,000 copies of it or something like that, you could get 500. Like if you can get 1,000 people to sign up, yeah, fine.
Do people commit their money at the beginning in P500, or you just commit
With
yourself to
P500,
buy
what
it?
you do is you give them your credit card information, and then what happens is that basically saying, I'm willing to buy this. And once they hit their threshold, which, they say it's 500, but it's not necessarily always 500, they send you an email that says, we'll be charging your card soon. And so then you have the ability to go to GMT and cancel it or continue it.
Oh, okay.
And so basically
you have an out at the end.
You
But
do
if
have
you
an
don't say
out.
anything, you're
They
charged.
said you get an email that says we're charging cards within the next 7 days, or we're charging cards in 7 days, something like that. So you can either it's ostensibly to like let them know if you've moved, if you've changed your mind, or if you want to use a different payment method.
Okay.
And they sell it for about basically what they almost, if you live in the United States, they sell it at a discount enough that basically you pay the price plus shipping, which would be MSRP. So if it's an $80 game, they'll charge you like $60 and charge you a little less than $20 in shipping usually.
So you get a little discount.
Yeah, you get a little bit of discount, and then you get the feeling of, oh, I supported GMT, which is just mostly a war game publisher, but they've definitely done Euros and stuff like that in the past, like Dominant Species. And I've P500 like a handful of things. I'm P500ing Dominant Species Aquatic or whatever it is, the Chad Jensen's last design. So I mean stuff like that, which I think is cool. But that's what I mean. It's like everybody's like looking, like everybody loves Kickstarter, right? And it's just like, but there are also people are looking for a way to get out of Kickstarter and do something else. And that's one of those things where I think if like
you can't, I thought I've been thinking about this a long time. There's games on that P500 list that have been there for years. they languish, right? Like they just don't get. There's not
Well,
excitement.
they eventually just drop them. They're like, so you know,
Yeah,
like,
sure. Like after 5 or 6 years or something like that.
But why? Like, I've never actually been on this website, but I feel like if you could make the presentation sexy, so it's like, oh, we only need 23 more, and we're gonna get this bad boy made. You know,
Well, that's what Kickstarter is.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
but-
say.
but
I
why
mean,
couldn't they do
I
it
think
with
something that
500?
already exists.
Forest, it's war gamers. They're a very small crowd. It's different. You know.
No, but I'm saying, what if you actually did it with games like this? Like, what if somebody took this and you made a certain contract and said, all right, we're not going to pay you for this, but if we hit this 500 threshold, you're agreeing that it'll go through or something like that. Like if you could work with enough game designers to get that, like I feel like someone with the money and with the wherewithal to create the website could make a really cool, sexy thing. And then once you hit that 500, it would be like that moment in Kickstarter where everybody's like, oh shit, this is getting made. Like this is really going to happen. It'd be like a big deal. Like I feel like what Lance is saying there is like, it's untapped if someone could glamify it or gamify it or do something with it.
Well, you could
But
just
it's
layer the
already been
report.
done.
Yeah,
Go
it
ahead,
had
go
with
ahead, Kirk.
I was going to say, I mean, it could just be something so simple as there's just a board game geek list that it just says games that people want to have reprinted that are out of print, and people just thumb those up. And then when there's a high enough number of votes, then publishers monitor that and reach out to the original designers and say, hey, looks like there's enough interest. Could we talk about something here? I mean, that'd be a real simple way to do something.
I was
like
just
that.
gonna say, how do you scout games out? You know, like other
People to
than
nominate
like,
it.
the publisher pitch stuff, like that's not what I'm talking about. Like, how do you scout these games out that are like in obscurity?
if you're
You know, like-
Shane Myerscough, you go and check the BGG rating.
That's what. Well, that's what Steven Stronghold did. For
Because I mean,
years.
like I would do that. Like if you get like I'm like for new stuff, of course. Like if you're at Essen, like I would assume you wouldn't just have one person out there looking for games to like bring and try to localize here. I would expect you to have a team of people like going out and about specifically looking for possible titles that you want to bring to the U.S. market. I'm assuming. But
It depends how big you are. We don't have teams.
all the content creators tell us that anyway.
what's that?
All the content creators tell us that anyway for free.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm
talking
saying?
about for you, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about bringing those games over to the U.S. through your like publishing, like localization. So,
Right, but
like
I
I just
mean,
had somebody.
I mean, I guess
just
you
sat
could
down
do
with
the
somebody
legwork.
and they asked me for several games. It was like a full-on consultation. We went through a whole bunch of titles together. Like it's done. I'm just wondering why I don't see it more or hear about it more.
The upside's not that good
Yeah.
because
So-
they've already sold it. Unless it's like a mega hit, right? Like
Well, yeah.
take a typical import. What are you going to sell? 1,000 to 2,000 copies?
I don't
Maybe?
know. If you bring Raccoon Tycoon to a different market, you might sell a shit ton of them.
That's true. I love the Raccoon Tycoon.
So I don't know. Yeah, that like when you say that to me, I'm just like, that's just a question a couple meetings away. So I don't think that's invalid.
I will support your company when you start it.
Hey man, I don't feel like this. I am in such a learning process, but the big thing with me is like I want to know the business. I need to know the business. Like I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you can bust ass. You can bust ass. You can go to Japan. You can go to. You can be there on like day one of that Tokyo game market.
Yeah.
And be in line with AEG and WizKids and
the problem with that is like you have to like establish yourself first in order to even get any real consideration, for any of this stuff. For the stuff that there's the stuff people already know about or that everybody is kind of talking about it and there's a buzz. And unless you're established already, like you have zero chance of getting that, like zero.
Well, so I'm just okay. I'm gonna give you one example of a game. One game. It's called Rescue Polar Bears, and it wasn't.
I remember
it wasn't big at all. But the guy from I think it was Mayfair.
Mayday.
He said he was at a Tokyo game show and he found the guy who made it. The guy who made it, like this guy, and and he published that game. And I'm sure he made a boatload of money because it was a Kickstarter that funded, and it was probably just all profit, damn near all profit. But
there are those scenarios.
I feel like you do have to do the work. Like the one thing I don't see from some publishers is they don't do like that kind of work. You got to be a little bit more boots on the ground because this is still a boots on the ground handshake business. Like it still is. It's going to change, but you still are meeting a lot of people straight up and going to their booths and actually talking to them. So like, why don't you have people that go out and find these instead of like,
you're right about that. But what I will tell you is I think, at least for us, I'm trying to get more away from doing localization. I used to be all about it, and now I'm trying to get away from it. And the reason why is because unless I am just over the moon about the game, right? Unless I think it's like there has to be something about it that says, yeah, this is going to be a massive hit. And those are, I mean, one
every
in
10 years. Every 10 years.
Well, right, or even if you
5
look
to
at
10 years.
right, like even if you look at a game, let's say I think I can sell 10,000 of it here, and I'll tell you, for a hobby game, 10,000, it's a lot. Like most games that are coming out, you're lucky to sell 1,000 of them, right? So 10,000, and maybe in terms of games that come over here that do that, there might be, I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out there, 20 a year maybe you could get to. And you're competing with all these other publishers. Here's the thing, or I can spend my time and resources and efforts making our own design, creating everything, having complete ownership of it, not being at the mercy of another publisher, run it on Kickstarter, capture almost all the profits, and then still have about the same percentage chance of having a hit as I would have if I had just localized it from somebody else. And I'm going to have a much better margin because I own it. And then I can also localize it to other countries. So it's really just a matter of where you're putting your money and time and effort. And I think localization gets really tricky. The only caveat to that is if they will allow you to localize it and run a Kickstarter for it at the same time. If you can do both of those things, then I think it might be worth it.
Yeah, I totally, like I said, I'm playing through a lot of ignorance, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, the margins have to be smaller. But I also feel like you got people out there looking for the right games, looking for games that you're looking for, sharing the same eyes, going through that kind of stuff. I just think it's worth it. I mean, dude, I scouted college basketball for a while. It may seem like, you know, you're wasting your time going out and seeing all this stuff, but like eventually you do find a couple diamonds in the rough. It's the same idea with board games. It's really no different. I mean, it's still throwing some straws because you're going to go to Essen. That person's still not going to be able to see everything at Essen. Like me, you, and 5 other people, right? But there's also some other people who actually can target the things that you're looking for, possibly, and then you can, you know, make more time of it. I wonder if it's worth the effort. That's all.
I can tell you, we've been doing it every year for 5 years, and so far, I will tell you, has not been worth the effort. Yeah. My only 2 evergreens, or the only 2 games I've ever made that have actually continually sold, were Champions of Midgard, which we actually found the design and then developed it ourselves.
Right.
The other one was
Deception,
Murder in Hong Kong was the other one, right? Yeah. Which we licensed from Jolly Thinkers over in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So those are the only 2 games. I mean, and I have looked at, in terms of like licensing, bringing over, I have had meetings for hundreds and hundreds of games between myself and Josh, and we've picked up dozens of them, and maybe we're just bad at it. I'm gonna
say you missed out. You missed out on a run with Board and Dice. You missed out on a run with Board and Dice. You missed out. You didn't get the new Board and Dice.
With what?
You said you missed with the new stuff from Board and Dice. You have Board and Dice stuff, but like the newer stuff they have is ridiculously good.
Oh yeah, but you see, that was we partnered with them while they were kind of just
started. Yeah.
Started.
Yeah.
And then once they got started, they didn't need us anymore. And I don't blame them. Like, yeah. They're smart. They are smart because they looked at it and went, well, let's just do what Portal did. We don't need an American publisher to help us. Let's just be our own publisher. We know how to speak the language and we know how to make games in English. Mm-hmm. Why do we need them? And it was like, yeah, you really don't need us. I would love to have some of your titles with the Gray Fox logo on it and take my cut.
Rainer, those guys are smart as hell, man. They're awesome. They're great.
Yeah, I mean they're great. But yeah, so
I think that business model was good like 10 years ago.
Right, there was a time when you could just
there are a few out there that are there, but it's tough to find them.
yeah, I mean, it's really tough. And then on top of that, if they're known, like if the buzz is out on them and people are talking about it, now you've got competition for it. So your odds of now getting it go. I mean, like you said, you used to scout for, college basketball. I mean, how many you have a really good scout, you got a bunch, every school wants that prospect, right? So now all of a sudden you're in a bidding war basically with a bunch of other places. And at the end of the day, I run this like a business. So I'm like, I go, where is the margin there? If you want this much, if you want like this much, and it doesn't make sense for me, I'm not going to stick my neck out to do it, right? Like I'm not going to stick my neck out. So, for instance, I think it was like Machikoro was a good example of one where was it IDW that initially had that. They just dropped so much cash on the table that it was like nobody could, like they were like, yeah, okay, nobody's competing, right? And so when you have a game that gets that much generating buzz or whatever, there's always going to be somebody that overpays for it. There's always going to be somebody that does something stupid.
It prices you out for no reason.
Well, not even for no reason, but it's like they just either they're new to the business and they got more money than sense. I mean, there are some people in this business who this isn't their main gig. They've got other gigs and they've got deep pockets. And so if they want something, they're willing to just pay more for it than like I would.
Yeah.
So and then there's other factors to consider, like who handles the printing. Like, I don't like anybody else to handle my printing because I don't like to be at the mercy of having to order my games from somebody else when I run out. So like a lot of your European publishers, they're like, well, we want to handle the printing and we want to do the printing like here in Germany or whatever, or we want to handle it and then we're going to get a bunch of partners together. And it's like, that's great on the first print run, but what happens when I need a second print run or a third print run? And what happens when at that second print run, I don't want to stick my neck out for 3,000 copies. I only want to print 1,000 of them. And your printer won't allow you to print 1,000 because their MOQ is 2,000 or 3,000. Whereas if I have control over the printing, I can go to my printer and go, I need to do a reprint of this and I only want 1,000 copies. And they will do it for me at a price that I can it still makes sense for me to do it. Versus some of these companies or publishers use printers that it's like, well, if you want to print 2,000 or 3,000, you can get a price that's pretty decent with China, or maybe your printer in China will give you a good price. But if you only want to print 1,000, that $10 game is now $15 or $16 to print. And all of a sudden now it's not worth doing, if you only want to print 1,000 copies. Right. But sometimes, especially in this market, 1,000 copies is all I want on a reprint. Like, it's like, right, I think I can sell another 1,000, or I can sell 2,000, but it's going to take me 2 years. And do I really want to tie up my cash flow for 2 years to do 2,000 copies? I'd rather spend a little bit more per copy and only print 1,000 and only have, a year of inventory instead of all of that money tied up.
Worst thing to have is inventory just sitting.
Right. So
you pay rent and storage and.
I'm going to take off, guys. Thanks for inviting me, Lance.
Oh, hey, Kirk, and hey, everybody, go back, Rurik.
Yeah, man.
And if you have already backed it, back it again.
Hey, owe me $5, man. You're rich. New money.
Yeah, no, Rurik expansion. Stone and Blade?
Yeah.
Should have been Blood and Blade.
Blade and Stone, right? Blade and Stone.
Stone and Blade.
Stone and Blade.
Stone and Blade's pretty cool.
Big seal of approval on that one, man. Like he took some of the things that I thought like I didn't even expect to be in the game, and he just added like it just got better. Like it's just infinitely better. I do have feedback on the prisoner part, but other than that, it was great. That was great, and we play with everything in it, so it was awesome. So I got to feel like we got the full filling of all the stuff, which is great, man. I'm so glad you sent all that stuff with it too, by the way. So we got a chance to play it all. Congrats, though, man. Congrats.
Thanks. I look forward to seeing your live stream.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Kirk, drop me an email.
Okay, is it just Scott at Board Game Geek?
Yeah, but it's better to write to Aldi at Board Game Geek. He's a better dude to talk to. Okay, but it's both. They both go to me.
Okay. ALDIE, right?
Yeah.
I'll just send you an email.
With the silent Q.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Take it easy.
And ladies, sorry, Cassandra. Bye.
Bye.
That's why we say y'all in Texas.
Y'all. Hey,
Y'all.
Now
y'all.
you say y'all because you're Hicks.
Scott, do they still say Yanks down there?
Where? Here?
Texas. Yeah.
I have not heard that word in a long time.
Now I want to start calling people Yanks, Barry. Thanks.
I was, my brother got married.
I'm not talking to them. You know,
Huh?
I don't really talk to anybody that, you know. I don't think I've talked to anybody outside my house for like 7 months now. 6 months. 6 months.
Feels like a year.
It feels literally March
just
13th.
taking and having a spot of tea right now, buddy. So have you had anybody say Yanks? No, not in a while. Not since Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance for any results since Thanksgiving.
1983.
No, I was just curious if that's a thing. Like, I was called a Yank once, and it didn't offend me. It just took me aback because I didn't know how to process it. And the guy who called me a Yank happened to live in Florida at the time, but he was originally from fucking Connecticut. So he's more Yank than I am from Pennsylvania, you know? So there was that. But this was my brother's first marriage, which was 20 years ago, probably. So I was just curious.
So what's the opposite? A rebel?
A Reb? No,
I guess Johnny Reb or
racist?
No.
Or sorry, just
I don't know.
No, but it was Yanks for the because they fought in the Civil War.
Take
Not the Revolutionary War.
It
was Union versus Confederate, right? So it's not like that. Yanks. I don't think Yanks was Yanks part of that Civil War.
Thought it was.
Yeah, that was part of it.
I don't know.
I've
never heard anyone.
That was
Me personally, I've never heard anyone use it. Like, but that's. I mean, I don't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
From my understanding, it's mainly like a New Englander thing. So I don't know if that was around before the Civil War or not. But I know it was around during the Civil War.
All right, sidebar. I did not know that Corey Kramer was the guy.
Oh, never mind.
So it was federal. It was Northerners in the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dallas is a pretty cosmopolitan city. It feels very like un-Texas. Like if you go to Fort Worth, is what people think of Texas. Like with cowboys and people wearing hats and boots.
Yeah.
They have like they do
the stock exchange.
Well, they used to do it the cow running through the city. But that's not happening anymore. Hey, rodeo.
Yeah, I guess.
One year when we get back together, y'all, we're going to the rodeo because I've never been and I want to go with my friends.
It's amazing.
Life is
great.
short.
It is great.
I'm gonna cut out a rodeo night.
Rodeo is great.
BGG Con.
Yeah.
I used to. I had to go to so many dumb rodeos when I was a younger kid, and I absolutely.
Dumb.
No, they're not dumb.
Don't listen.
They're a lot of fun.
They're a lot of fun, man. Like it's just like if you go to like a monster truck thing, like it feels something like, whoa, this is a world that I've never been.
Right, you have no part like.
But it's fun for the night. Like it's a thing. Like,
exactly, it's fun because you're with your friends and it's an event.
It's like, whoa, hey, all right, let's get the beer going. Hey, I can be irresponsible. No, I can be a little kid and watch people, do stupid shit and then talk about it.
Watch this, just trying to hang on for 8 seconds.
Yeah, there's a group that goes to Medieval Times every year after BGG Con, like the Sunday night of BGG Con.
Okay.
They go to Medieval Times because it's downtown now. It's right downtown.
Medieval Times.
Medieval Times. Welcome to Medieval Times.
So in Texas, they must have like a rodeo, like every weekend, right? Like probably like on every corner.
In Fort Worth, but not in Dallas. Yeah, it's in the outskirts. But they literally would have every week, like every few weeknights or something.
I mean,
I just never been.
If I go to rodeo, I got to get the right hat before I go, though. Like,
we could go to the place that sells the hats. And
hat shopping. Is there an actual shop that only sells like cowboy hats?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
I don't know about there's one in Dallas.
Probably boots too.
And boots, yeah.
Boots. Get the right hat, get some boots. I mean, I'll wear them one time, and that'll.
Yeah, you wear them one time, and you're like, that was a great memory. You know
what? I'll just go on. What do you call it? There's like either go on eBay or there's like a Poshmark is another website where you can buy like used shoes and clothing. So I'll just buy that from there. So I don't waste my money on new stuff. But
Lincoln and Nikki took Freedom and Frieza to a Texas shop or like a cowboy shop, and he bought this very cool Hops shirt, like perfect for him. It was like green hops, like super intricate. Like, so all those shirts are really cool. Like, I want to go look at that stuff.
You mean like the cowboy kind of shirts?
Yeah, it's
with
like a
the-
cowboy
all the
shirt that's
embroidering with like the
yeah, but it was hops.
super
And, like,
intricate.
they
Yeah,
had to talk him into it, and they're like, he's like, how? They like, it's perfect for you. It's like you like beer and you like green. What else do you want?
yeah, exactly. I mean,
Done.
what else do you mean?
Buy that shirt. I mean, it was expensive, but yeah. Friedman's got power grid money.
They got that power from the power grid. Huh?
Power grid money.
That power grid money.
When they reprint in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Still? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wow.
Any game that has worldwide tournaments, you're printing, okay? Like we're putting in big orders. Like
I wonder how many are sold in the U.S. because I bet you it's not that many in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know, but
Yeah,
this is all
tough
worldwide.
game.
They print in like 32 languages or something now. It's crazy.
32?
It's wild.
Yeah.
Such a good game.
I gotta play it again. It's been.
I mean, that might be
8-10
nostalgia
years.
talking, but I
Yeah,
mean,
you should play it again to see if it's still good. I mean, I played Studies and Nights recently, and it was as good as I remembered it. And played Tigers and Euphrates as good as I remembered it.
I played Power
Yeah,
Grid
it's
2
like-
months ago, and it was still great if you don't mind sitting there crunching numbers.
Yeah, it was real dry for me. I remember that impression. I remember Jed not liking it.
Play by the seat of your pants. I bet you still have a good time,
yeah,
and you might win too.
that's what I've learned. I just
Don't bother
anymore.
with accounting.
I don't care anymore. Just like I mean,
are you still
seriously,
talking about the game here, Shane? Or
no, that's also true. Both in life and
If I just don't care.
It's just,
what I
just want to make sure.
everything I've learned from
Move this
gaming.
conversation
What I've
forward.
learned is it really doesn't matter if you win. Just play. Just have a good time. Just have a good time.
It's like I want to turn the lights off. Like, wait, you want to turn the lights off, or do you want to turn your lights on? Shane? Or we move forward. I still have to play that one because honestly, a lot of the Freeman Freeze designs have just really turned me off, unfortunately. So I definitely have to try that one because it's like his biggest.
well, his problem was he hit it out of the grid with Power Grid.
Yeah.
And he basically hit his magnum opus with Power Grid, and he's never come close since.
I thought he had two
I'm
bigger
always
ones.
open to trying games. It's just that like I'm just saying he had the biggest like ups and letdowns for me when I played them. So yeah.
I mean, 504 was interesting once.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting like 5 times to see all the different things, you know.
But
And
I was just kind of like, well, that's neat.
What is 504? Like, what is 504?
Could you have made it? Could you put some fun in there and made it 505?
No, you can't put fun in that. It's
It was
too technical.
I like
it was
fun.
basically like a modular game where you would combine like section A and section B, and then
It had 9 sections. You pick 3.
yeah.
I want pick up and deliver, worker placement, and
Oh,
you
pick
know,
up and
just
deliver,
And
no.
war.
yeah.
Yeah, you could make it had 9 segments, and the book is amazing. Like the design of it.
Yeah.
It's a flip book, and you flip. So you have like, what do you want the primary mode of the primary mechanic of the game? Pick up and deliver. Okay, put that as number 1. Do you want trading? Okay, put that as number 2. Do you want war? Put that as number. Like just a flavor of war, but not like dominantly war. And so,
Okay.
if you change the order of those, you get 3 different games.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
the combination comes out to 504 uniquely different games.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Now
It's quite amazing, actually. I
That
mean,
is-
I don't think he gets enough credit for it. He should-
Again, yes, I'll give him all the credit in the world to his design, but like I said, could you have put some fun in there somewhere?
that's what I'm saying. Like that just maybe it is like genius that he came up
It is.
with
It's a
that, right?
genius thing. And in fact, every single game designer should own it because your game has to be better than that version of it in 504, right? Like if you could boil your game down into those mechanisms, whatever, play the 504 version, all of them or whatever, of those mechanisms mixed up, and your game should be better than all of those.
And
But
you still get tripped up over making
together.
It
Hey,
cracks me up.
Lance, little non sequitur. Did you see what your quarterback got? Coronavirus? Because his cousin's got coronavirus, and he said, "quote If I die, I die."
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty. That's deep, man.
Little
So
Ivan.
so he
If I
is.
die, I die.
He
If he
is.
doesn't have it, he's just an asshole.
What else? What else? If I die, I what else? What are the other options?
He is a Charlie Church. So I mean,
You like that?
Who's the QB for the Vikings?
Kirk
Cousins.
Oh,
Are they actually going to have a season?
Oh yeah.
They're really gonna try. They can't let their advertisers down.
here we
man.
go. After saying "if I die, I die" about the coronavirus, quarterback clarified his comments Wednesday on Spotify. Has 10 questions with Kyle Brandt, a podcast the quarterback said he appeared on in July, which was posted online. Blah 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 blah. He's taking a survival of fittest personal approach to the coronavirus, even if it kills him. After a wave of backlash over his comments, the Vikings moved up Cousins' media availability one day early to speak. What I was trying to say back then, admittedly, I probably wasn't as clear as I would have liked to have been. Read the public relations people got a hold of me.
yeah.
Said. But what I wanted to say then, what I would echo again now, is that while the virus does not give me a great amount of personal fear, there's still great reason for me to gauge in wearing a mask and social distancing and washing my hands as frequently as I can and following protocols that have been set in place, obviously to be respectful and considerate of other people, which is very important, but then also to be available for all 16 games this fall, because as the protocol is set up, if a player were to test positive, they would potentially be out of game or games. There's plenty of reasons to wear a mask, social distance, and very vigilant to help stop the spread of the virus. That was the heart of what I was trying to say in July. Admittedly, I didn't say it as clear as I would have liked, so I just want to share that same message again and hopefully articulate it a little better. But that has always been where my heart is, and again now, and just trying to say that.
That was the complete opposite message of what you said in July.
Saying all that.
On the podcast, Brandt asked Cousins to rate his level of concern over contracting the virus on a 1 to 10 scale, with a 1 being the person who says masks are stupid, you're all being a bunch of lemmings, and 10 is I'm not leaving my master bathroom for the next 10 years. Cousins replied, I'm not going to call anybody stupid for the trouble it would get me in, but I'm about a 0.000001.
Really? Wow. How responsible of him.
When asked to elaborate on that answer, Cousins said, I want to respect that what other people's concerns are. For me personally, just talking, no one else can get the virus. Probably a bad writing here. What is your concern is if you could get it, I would say I'm going to go about my daily life. If I get it, I'm going to ride it out. I'm going to let nature do its course, survival of the fittest kind of approach, and just say, if it knocks me out, it knocks me out. If it's going to be okay, even if I die, I die. I kind of have peace about that.
Does he have a family?
Yeah, he's got a wife and kid.
Why don't you run that by his wife and see what she says?
Well, I'm sure she's
or his kids.
Asked whether he would take that
walk around
"I die" comment with how many people have perished
Jeremy,
worldwide
your
from the
mic's a little cracky.
Cousins, including nearly 185,000 in the United States as of Wednesday afternoon. Cousins did not change his stance, but provided further clarity on what he meant. I think it was just the heart behind it. It was just saying that I have peace if that were to happen, were all I was wanting to say. I have peace. I don't believe that I control the outcome of my life. There's many things out of my control, but obviously my faith is my foundation of my life. I trust the Lord to handle things. If something happens, I trust him to have a plan and purpose, and to use even a pain, a setback, adversity, to use that to help grow me and teach me more about him.
So he believes in predestination.
A lot of
he has no control over his life right now.
When you clinging to that damn deathbed, or you clinging to somebody else's deathbed, you looking at it, you better say God is good and God saved me, because that's what you're gonna have to beg for. Because that's the kind of haphazard stuff when people say that.
Fix your microphone, Jeremy. Your microphone. It sounds like you're calling in from the chopper.
Welcome to McDonald's. Calling in from the satellite.
Yeah, you're calling in from the chopper. How's the weather? How's the traffic on I-90? It's going pretty good. Back up. I think you might want to take that. Back to you.
I'm in the chopper now.
Good job. There you go.
No, I'm just saying, like people. It's like almost we were just talking about that prepping before, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, it's people have to get lucky enough for the worst thing to happen for them to actually like go like, oh my God, I was all wrong. I was, this and this and that. And I swear sometimes, man, I'll just say this, like religion sometimes, man, it just makes people so Man, sometimes I just think it makes people so
Careful,
unrealistic.
Jeremy.
Man, I'm telling you, man. Sometimes people bank on it, man. People bank on the wrong man.
If you
Shit just happens.
you
Shit
die.
just happens. That's another thing. Like, regardless of religion, shit just happens. You know, like shit just happens.
I don't necessarily think it's always religion, though. You hear it with a lot with the science too. You know, facts are facts, but even if they're wrong facts.
Oh, lack of religion does the same thing too, though. Like
Yeah.
people just like fuck it, I don't care. Like, some people have what I call the fuck it gene. Like they literally walk around like nothing's gonna happen to them. So, I mean that there's the other side of it too, you know. So I'm not gonna say like, oh, this is a religious knock. It's just that blind, oof, man.
I think
This ain't the time. I can tell you that.
My favorite comment that I saw on Cousins was, "It's okay because COVID doesn't do well under the lights either."
That's what I'm saying. By the way, for so many people to not like science and math, all of a sudden, everybody knows every damn thing. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, I hated chemistry. I hated biology. Now, now everybody knows everything.
So why do we put so much stock in people like sports, not only sports players, but actors and stuff like that, who are basically, for the most part, trained to do one thing? Why do we put so much stock in them?
Well, Barry, it's really simple, because if Kirk Cousins says that, and Kirk Cousins just got a $200+ million contract, and everybody knows Kirk Cousins, and I cover it on the news, it's going to get more clicks. It's going to get us talking about it, and it's just because news companies want to sell news.
So I will push back on that, because I will say that we as a society have shown that we value those people more because we pay them a fuck ton of money. And we're constantly asking them, what do you think about this? Even they have no expertise in this whatsoever.
Let me see if I can find this YouTube video, but it's like it's literally like because NBA players, they get asked a lot of questions, but they get asked a lot of the same questions. So they made a series of YouTube videos where they asked LeBron James the same questions for like a week. And it's just the reporters asking the same questions all week. And it's like, I try to explain to people, like, pro players have to go through this constantly. It's like they're asking the same question, but trying to get them to say something, right? But they're asking the same questions all week.
There's only so many ways you can ask someone, how are you going to beat the other team? Like,
right.
Like, that's it.
How do you feel? You just won.
Right?
Yeah. I feel great. I want to thank God. And
do you feel like this is going to carry over to the next game? It's like, no, it's not. Like, like it's not at all. Like, I'm going to go home.
No, it's, you know what? It's terrible. I mean, actually, Bill Belichick might say that even after, unless it's the Super Bowl. Otherwise, he's pretty negative.
I'll say Bill Belichick.
You guys just won. How do you feel? We could have done better. I wasn't happy with the way we performed. But you doubled the other team's score. Yeah, I know, but we could have done better. We got work to do.
He had the best response though. He was like, he said this. I just expect everybody to do their job. Very clear. That's it. Like that's Bill Belichick. He said, I expect everybody to do their job. That's
thing
it.
That drives me nuts when athletes say stupid shit is, like, I know from personal experience, every single year we had a meeting with like a PR professional, and it was an hour-long meeting. And one of the main points of that meeting was, it is okay to say, I don't know how to answer that question. Can we move on to something else? Like, I'm not equipped to answer that. Let's move on to something else. Like it's okay to say, I don't know. Like you sometimes you just don't have to tweet. Like, it's fine. And I say that obviously as someone who ran my mouth. But yeah, it's very easy to just not say something. Like,
but it's different though. If they ask you how you feel about something, you're just gonna start, like.
Oh no, they also went over that too, like how to redirect a question, right? So say for example, someone asked me, Chris, how do you feel about people not wearing masks? And I didn't want to actually answer that. I'd be like, well, that brings up an interesting point. Like, I feel, especially here in the facility, like we want to make sure everyone's out on the field, everyone's healthy for games. So, whatever it is that we need to do, then that's what we can do. Like literally, you just within the first 3 words, you spin it to what you want to talk about, and you just go.
So there was this athlete. I don't know if you know who Russell Westbrook is. Westbrook is.
Yeah.
He must have been trained early on to say this. Because if you watch them, because sometimes they have like the same team on like a couple times in a week, and I used to make fun of him because he would say, they would ask him regular stuff like, hey, this was intense, all this stuff, this and this. How do you feel? And he would say, my coach just says stay aggressive, and trust your teammates, and I trust my teammates no matter what. And if you would ask him another question, he was like, well, no, the coach just really wants us to be aggressive. Yep. And I was aggressive. And then, I swing the ball left and right, making sure I get the ball to my teammates.
Exactly.
Like wait, what? So you just say that over and over again? And then every once in a while, when they would ask him a question, he would smirk.
Yeah. You knew exactly what he was doing.
I was like, man. I mean, if you don't know what to say, if you don't know how to say it either, that still is a good way to just be like, hey, man, I don't know what to talk about.
And I feel like that's something, too, that a lot of people, it's tough for them to internalize, is that it is hard to say, I don't know how to talk about this at this current point in time. Right. I need more time to figure out what is the best way to talk about this. And
it also lets you know that we care about what athletes think. Because they do. Because they ask it. And then it's like, if you don't know, it's like, well, you should know. Or like, as I tell people, like now people don't want athletes to be role models, but when they fuck up, they are role models.
Now you're a role model,
right? Yeah. So which one do you want?
Right. Keep your politics out of my sports unless it's the politics I agree.
Yeah. So wait, do I blow my money and then you make fun of me, or do I donate my money and then you call me a political corporate shill?
Right.
And I'm trying to donate money to like a cause to get people out to vote. And you're saying that's stupid, you're gonna blow your money. So I just find that, which way do you want it? Do you maybe you just hate basketball players? I don't know. Just say you hate black people or hate basketball players. Just say it. Just say it.
Just say you're Donald Sterling and move on with your life.
Just say it. It's okay. Just say it. Then I won't fuck with you ever again. Now we all know. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh man, sports. Good old sports.
Yeah, sports is really just under it. It sucks how much pressure sports is under, because you really feel that people are looking for an outlet. An outlet is sports. It's our entertainment. It's a big form of entertainment. Sunday is for church and for football, and some people mix both. But it's like for some people that's their religion is football. That's what they do. They get up Sunday morning and their whole day is dedicated to football. And that like the nothing else, just like Saturday. Sometimes Saturdays is what everybody lives for. That's their thing. They get up Saturday morning, get the flags out, so I understand. It's like, if that goes away, I mean, even for 2 Sundays, let's say it's just like 2 Sundays.
Yeah.
Well, just think, after 9/11, they almost still played football.
Yep.
They almost still play football. That just shows you how much. It just shows you how much the NFL cares.
I think
they almost still play football.
When Hurricane Katrina came through, I think it took them until like Thursday to cancel the Saints game for that. Like the hurricane was supposed to hit like Friday or Saturday.
Really?
Yeah, they don't care, man. They don't care. They have to deal with these sponsors, man. They have to answer to them, and they give them a lot of money. And they don't care, man. They don't care.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if any teams have to forfeit games because of COVID. Because I guarantee you, like, if someone gets it in the locker room, there is no way.
There is just no way. But they're doing. They seem like they're doing. Each team, they don't have they don't have it regulated yet. But like some teams are doing a bubble or some sort.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is keep all the players and support staff like from interacting with anyone else.
Yes,
which is really the only way you're gonna be able to do it. but I don't think teams are going to be able to maintain that for the entire season.
I don't think so either. But like I said, I think they are. Some of them are like doing like they're testing every 2 or 3 days or something. Like they're doing something.
Well, they're testing every day. Like their protocols are very strict, which is also kind of fucked up. Where it's like, okay, great, we can get rapid response tests for the freaking NFL, but you're an average American, like you get to wait 3 days.
Fuck out of here, right? Get out of here, kid.
Priorities, America.
Get out of here, kid. You got millionaires.
Already established. Professional sports stars are way more important and than we are. So
they are essential employees.
Chris, you're no longer in that fraternity. Right? You don't play anymore, so you're out. You're out.
I am non-essential.
You're non-essential. Non-essential American. Non-essential American.
Yeah, you're no longer. Yep, you're with us now. Sorry.
Oh boy. Yeah,
we're joking, but literally he's got like 10 COVID tests just sitting right, you know.
he's like, no kid, man. I got like these 10 COVID tests. Right
he's like, I got it. Yeah. He's like, they drop them off every day.
Them out. You want one? How much money you got?
You're under a scare? Nope, man. I just got some, bro. They just sent them to me, man.
They just sent them. Whatever.
Oh, man. Although I will say when my wife was exposed, because she does social work, I guess in California they have like a fast track program. Like if you are an essential worker, like a social worker, or someone that the state has deemed like necessary. So she was able to get her results back by like the next day. But yeah, if she had just gone in for a test, they said it would have been anywhere from like 3 to 7 days, which is like wow,
that's too slow.
Yeah, well, no, that's how it is across the country. Like people are getting results back like way too late for it to actually mean anything.
But they also don't they have like a faster test, but the accuracy isn't like you can do a faster one, but then it's so inaccurate that it doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, it's like a coin flip.
Yeah, you're like, I can give you a test because my sister recently thinks she had it, and this is literally what the person. So her doctor wouldn't see her, because she was anything COVID related. Her normal physician would not see her. Yeah. Even over like Teledoc or whatever, like even like would not see her. And I don't know. I was like, well, that's really weird. Like, I guess it's liability. I don't even know. So
call me when you get over it.
Right. Seriously. I mean, I am not kidding you. Would not see her in any capacity. They said, go into urgent care. So she goes into urgent care. The nurse at urgent care said, this is what she said to her. She said, everyone's blowing this out of proportion. It's not as bad as they say it is. You can get the test, but if you get it and it's positive, then they're going to ask you all of your family, like where they've been, what they've been doing or whatever. So so this is what the person told her. I would suggest you don't even get the test. Go home and ride it out.
Oh, ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go home and walk it off.
I don't know if you guys know, but Toy Fair's not canceled, but it's postponed next year, February 2021. Sorry.
Have two in 2021.
I hope 2022.
Hey Scott, what's the update on your BGG stuff for the fall?
We got we're gonna do another virtual con.
Okay.
Probably announce it this week or probably next week.
Okay.
Actually.
I was gonna say it has to be sometime around now. Right?
Can you incorporate a rodeo into that somewhere? Like maybe.
God, I wish we could, like a virtual rodeo, or like
virtual rodeo,
or like just do a rodeo. I would pay to watch it.
Can Lincoln be the clown?
Right? Just have it streamed.
Yeah, we'll just virtual rodeo. Play games, watch rodeo.
It's on the main stage every day from 5 to 6.
Yeah, it's just on the main stage every day. No context. It's just filler. Just filler for whatever. Somebody does a shitty hour, they just pull them off and put rodeo on there.
Can Lincoln and Dave be the rodeo clowns?
Oh my god.
Oh. All right, well I'm gonna head out. It's getting a little late. My kids are sleeping next door, so
we'll wake them up.
Hey, what time is it? Oh
West
shit,
Coaster.
I have to get. I gotta present in the morning. I'm sitting here chilling. I'm wide awake. It must be a full moon, man.
Yeah. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
See you, man.
Good.
Oh, must be a full moon here.
Lance, you've been very quiet. Where is Lance?
Lance is in outer space. What is he
He's
doing?
muted himself or something.
Can't hear you, Lance.
Mute it. Mute it.
You are muted. Somehow.
Oh, wow.
He's muted.
Have you guys played with these new backgrounds yet?
No.
I was filming one a little earlier. It's kind of fun.
With what?
Oh, boy.
Nice.
Come on, man.
How do you do that?
Come on, man.
Click your video tab and there's like all these filters now.
Your video tab.
Video tab. I only have a stop video. I don't even know what the video tab is.
That'll work.
Down on the bottom left.
There we go.
I mean, I see a stop video button, but nothing.
So click the
Yeah,
little
hit the arrow
click the
next
little
to
arrow
it.
next to that and go to
Settings?
choose video filter, and you'll go to the video filters.
No, it doesn't have any of that.
I don't see
Yeah, I'm
that.
not getting that.
Choose virtual background.
They're kind of goofy.
And I can't do any of these things you're doing.
Yeah, I can't either.
Oh, you maybe need to update.
Oh,
Or
that's how they get
Or
you.
is it? I mean, I pay for this, so maybe that's it.
That's
that's
why you
probably
have it. That's why you have it. Yeah, you
I
pay
love
for
the
it.
fact that you said I pay for this as you had those glasses on.
Real ones. It's actually not too bad.
It's guys like I have premium access.
Sorry, I didn't know it was a premium thing.
And the
Do you not
glasses.
know
shade.
who I am? I am the board game geek motherfucking master.
I'll show you all of them. Pizza party hat. Mini Zoom hat. That's so dumb.
That looks
Halo.
Gotta have a devil, right? Gotta be a devil.
The
There we
pizza hat is too good. I need it.
Of course, masks.
Oh my god.
God, these are so dumb.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Little crown.
Dude, you gotta put that pizza one back on, man.
Oh, that's pretty good. That almost works.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Don't enter a call like that.
A VR. Oh, these
my
are pretty
God.
cool. Oh, it's transparent. Neat.
Yeah. That's
There we go.
pretty. Oh, it's even prettier.
One more. What is that? Oh, butterflies.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah.
They also have these things where you can change your color, which is not that exciting.
Yeah. We have the backgrounds.
And they
Oh,
have
that's
that.
what you were doing when you came on.
Yeah.
They don't
I have
have
choose virtual background.
they don't have like teardrops for like how many people you killed.
Yeah. What is that? It's like a camera.
Just like when Pete was the Joel's up behind him and all that.
Oh, now you're in like a old TV.
Yeah, it's like a picture frame. There you go.
Yeah, the Tonight Show thing.
That's kind of cool.
That's cool, man.
There was a system that had that before. I can't remember what it was. It was like AIM, I think, or something, didn't it? Like, no, the Logitech system. The Logitech camera had those things where it would like add little goofy things on you.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's built in. Anybody playing anything this weekend?
Oh, dude, I
did
just
this already.
went through a nice little marathon of gaming. Go ahead. What you got?
We had talked about it. We had done.
Oh, you
marathons
guys
there.
already covered that? I missed that part. I'm
Yeah,
looking
we-
for anything
we
here. I need
decided
stuff.
to work. Like,
I
what
know.
is
I got
that?
to keep that board game geek website. Stupid,
Yeah.
stupid thing taking up my time.
I played this Title Blades, man. It's coming to Kickstarter backer soon.
Is it
was-
good?
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah. I was really surprised. Like, I went from like, who cares about this game? Okay, it's pretty, so what? And I ended up playing it, and I was just like, this is actually pretty good. And then I played it again, and I was like, you know what? I can actually stick my neck out for this game. It's actually it's pretty decent. The one thing I think about that you will kind of get kind of like, whoa, hold on here. There's not a lot of turns in the game, so you don't really feel like you can get everything done, which is going to require like another playthrough. And you know how people are. They're like, no, there's not enough turns. They're like, you kind of have to play it twice. to get the feel, because I feel like if you play it the first time, you probably won't feel like you had enough turns to do anything.
Those are hard
yeah,
games sometimes to like get people to play the second time. I mean,
Yeah.
now I think these days though, I think there's so little coming out right now that it's like I'll play again.
Man, this game's so dead sexy that people will play it. You know, it's just gorgeous.
Does it have a solo mode?
It does have solo mode, sir. I will be playing that live this Sunday at 3 p.m. on Yes, I will. I'll be playing it live this Sunday.
Cool.
Smartphone. I played Smartphone, which is the actual imported now Arcane Wonders version. That game. Well, I loved it last year. But
did they change anything, or is it
thankfully they did two things in this new version that they have with the 1.1. They added a 2 and 3 player map, because this game sucked at 2 and 3 players. It just absolutely stunk at 2 and 3 players, because it's such a big map. You can never get your phone, your phone coverage across the world far enough to like stop somebody from doing what they wanted to do. So it was just really a race to certain parts of the board, and you can just stay away from everybody, even in a 3-player game. Now, when you play 4 and 5, it's like it's a battle. it's a full-on battle. We played a 5-player, and it was a battle. It was a complete battle. Crazy stuff going on every round. But this one, they added a 2 or 3 player board, which is really, really tight, and it's perfection at that point. Like it's a perfection of that design at that point, which is really, really good. And they also added a lot of like little modular things, like how they have little text at the bottom of the board. Well, they added 12 more of those. So now you have a little bit more of the replay stuff going on in there. And it's also very different, because they even have one that's like a CEO icon that you get, little CEO miniature. And you take that miniature around, and it does different things based on what that miniature, what the tech available is. So they added that little element to it. And they also added these in-game goal tiles that you can use as well. That one's just really...
How tough is that game to learn? Because I didn't play it last year.
Oh, that was not tough to learn at all. It's just really the interaction of understanding how to keep your prices high and low at the right time. Like somebody ended up selling their phones for like 3 instead of 5, and they like sold like crazy the first round and second round, but they didn't get any tech. So then all of a sudden, people who teched up could sell all their stuff at the end, and since they went cheap early, too cheap too early, they could sell the phones in the world. But then they couldn't keep up with the tech, which kind of makes sense thematically, right? So
that sounds cool. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. It's a really, really interesting game. I really like that one. A lot of Essen games coming out now from last year.
Last year. That's typical, though, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah, August.
Well, they'll come out earlier because obviously COVID had an effect.
Right. Yep, June, July, August, usually when they hit. The Magnificent, we played again just recently.
I enjoyed that one.
I love that game. I
wish I liked it.
Yeah.
I just don't like the theme. I don't.
Game is themeless, man.
When you have circus performers that don't do anything, how do you explain that? Yeah,
it's just art. It's just art.
No, which is great. I like it. I liked it. I like the noir design, and I like the performers look. But what do they do?
Yeah,
they don't do anything.
They don't do anything. Yeah, it's just art, basically.
And I think the gameplay is good, but I need more.
Yeah. We played Fort again. I love that card. I just like that card game. I keep whipping it out whenever I get a chance, when we have like a 45-minute hour. I'm a big card game person. When it comes down to it, I just like cards, a good deck of cards, and playing cards. That one right there is right up my alley. I like the SPQF game that it was before, and I'm so glad that later games brought that one. Flipped it. Oh yeah, you don't have that one yet?
No, I think I just got it.
Okay.
I think I just got that one also.
Yeah, dig it. It's what, it's gonna make you feel uncomfortable. It's gonna do something it's gonna do something that's very uncomfortable to you, and you're not gonna get it at first because you're used to thinking of deck building a certain way.
This is the one that you like. If you don't use all your cards, other people can take them, right?
You literally are playing one card, and if you play it as a one card, because there are multipliers, like you can play if you have the same suits. There's 6 suits, so if you have a multiplier where you can play multiple cards, awesome. But if you can't, you just play one card, and then the rest of your hand goes out in front of you. for other people to take to their fort. So it's like by the time you get back, you may not have those cards in front of your fort.
Is it play 2-player?
Yes, and it's tight either way. It's tight. It's tight either way. Like it's just a tight design. So yeah, that one that one it's one of my faves. But of course, if people have played SPQF, they know they know.
Trying to think what else has arrived. Kickstarter stuff keeps coming from like 2 years ago, but it's like,
holy shit, yeah.
I had no group.
I've been playing that digital route. Oh my god.
Play against AI.
Yeah, and it's feeling good. You know, I've played more of that route than route.
Really?
We played Root for an entire day, like,
Oh, yeah?
and then we just let go of it because everybody it made us all mad.
Yeah.
You're right.
It divided your house.
It divided. We were all like pissed off, and I think, I forget the name of that faction. It's the underground one. Not
I was about to say it's the mole guy. Yeah, it's the mole guy.
No, not that guy. The ones that just blow up your whole stuff, all your stuff, without really much investment.
The woodland creatures.
The woodland. Yeah.
The revolters.
Revolts.
Yeah.
It just makes me mad. Just made us all mad. We're at the end of the day, we're like all at each other's throat. We're all like mad and pissed off because, especially with the birds, like the birds fly around and you cannot stop them.
No, you can't stop them, but you can when you do
Get
that.
every bird on a
You can tear everybody's stuff up, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's not really the game. I mean, I think it's a very cool system. Like, I'm amazed what they pulled off, but I just like makes me mad.
I love your honesty.
Perfect for. But here's the thing: if I was playing with Lance and stuff, it would be fine, right? Because Lance is like into that.
Right,
Lance, wake up.
I don't know what's happening to Lance.
You're muted again.
Okay, here.
Lance doesn't know.
We don't hear you, Lance. We can't.
Lance doesn't know he's muted.
His mic's all jacked. Yeah, can't hear you.
Lance.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Barely. What are you doing, Lance?
No, not at all.
Did you break your new mic setup?
Shut up! I didn't break anything.
It's
obviously you don't have Sprint.
Guys, are you guys jacking with me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Be quiet.
Yeah, not very loud.
Like I'm not a person who likes to win. Like I don't win at all costs. I'm not a person who wins at all costs. I want to see cool stuff happen in games, so I'll just do stupid stuff just to see what happens. But by the end of the day, I was like, I want to win, and it made me mad that I couldn't because the stupid birds run around the board, or the stupid vagabond guy gets like takes a 15-minute turn, and I take a 1-minute turn. I hate
the marquee just took the marquee, who are spread all over the board to start the game. Like they're just a nice little. They're like very.
I played the marquee 3 times because I wanted to focus on that one thing and see what if I could make it win, and I could not. And it just made me pissed off by the end of the day. Like, screw this root game. Which anyway, no, but I think it's a cool game. You haven't played it yet?
The issue is that like Devin and I can't play it together. I have to read it, the rules, and then we have to bring people in to play it, or we will just kill each other and it will last for days and we'll be like, no.
Yeah,
I think Root is your first game is always going to be a learning game, and what I would tell everybody who plays it once is don't play with the same faction. Like play it once.
Once you know the faction, and you can play it correctly.
What's that?
Well, you play it once. That's why I wanted to keep playing the cats, because I wanted to know how they played and then see if I could make it work.
Oh yeah, when I play asymmetric games, I try to just play different factions, just simply because I, at least from the perspective of one character, I understand how that game works. But then there's always a central part of the game that is like, this is the game. But then there's also the part of the asymmetrical ones where this is how they play the game. Like Tsukiyumi is that way. It's like there's parts of the game that are, this is how it's played. But then there's definitely more like, but this is how we do it. This is how we do it. This is how we do it.
I think that's fascinating type.
Yeah, I find that so fascinating.
Yeah. No, I love asymmetry and variety and depth of.
It boggles my mind how these designers can actually do that and then make it work. Anything that even resembles balanced Like
right, anything that resembles
don't
right. I mean, but here's the thing. It could be perfectly balanced, but you're going to get people playing it and going, well, that's not this. This is way overpowered. Even if that's not true, the perception could be that. But I mean,
You know what Martin Wallace told me? He goes, in a multiplayer game, you don't need balance because the players will balance the game for you.
okay, well, I don't buy into that, but
you know, his 4-player. What was that 2-player game that had the flaw that everybody like?
Dude, Lincoln. Oh, Lincoln.
No. You're thinking of a few acres of snow. A few acres of snow.
Yeah, it had a maneuver called. It had a name.
Like an axe or one. There was like one card that broke it, right?
And everybody focused on it. And he's like, "Well, I'm making a multiplayer version of that, and I don't have to balance it because it's multiplayer, and people will the other players will balance the runaway leader."
So, are you talking about a few acres of snow? And there was a town that if basically you laid siege to that town, and that's the only action you took, you'd win the game every single time.
Yeah.
And then he said that, like, well, but then just don't play it like that. That was his response to that.
I know, he's funny.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of the old school designers.
Halifax, wasn't it?
That is their mentality. Like, I mean, they just.
Halifax Hammer.
Like, I don't think Richard Lanius does not care about balancing at all.
He definitely. He shouldn't. I don't think he does at all. I don't think he cares at all.
No, I mean, he can make a game in a day. It's not balanced, but it's probably fun. I mean,
Mythotopia was the game that it was the multiplayer version of A Few Acres of Snow, which was I thought it was a really cool game.
That game was broken in so many different ways.
Broken? Never. I only played it in prototype, and it was like we kind of sort of decided to end it because.
So it was a game
saw the end coming.
It was a game that just didn't. Like 2 players, it didn't work well. 3 players, it like was garbage, and 4 players was just like
never ended. Yeah, that's what we found was sort of like we can't end it, so we'll just be like we'll call it.
Well, because like the 3-player game was because it was all set up with people kind of like messing with each other, and so like the one person that wasn't being messed with, basically, the 2 players would be fighting. Then the one person that wasn't being messed with, that was their chance to get get up, and whoever won that battle between the 2 people before then had to attack the person that didn't get messed with, and then the other person would like race forward and try to get some points. And it was just like,
games are rough. It reminds me of that Triumvirate game, which I really wanted to play again, but I never brought it back out. Do you remember that on the end of the Triumvirate? It's only 3-player or 2.
Yeah, I liked the Triumvirate. That was a good game.
But I wish there was, and that was an asymmetric game as well. One was
funny that we're having this conversation. Last week we talked.
Well, we were talking about like asymmetric games and how they don't really need to be balanced because the players will balance them. Is what the thing.
Right. We just had that. I was like, oh boy, I wish he was here for that again. Like, I just don't understand that philosophy at all. Especially for board games, not for any other stuff. Like, I just don't understand that. There's no downloadable content for board games like that. It just.
Oh, yeah, with Tapestry.
Yeah.
Oh, I pre-ordered the expansion.
Look at you son of a.
Big bucks.
Well, I'm a champion, so I got.
You are a champion.
I gotta support the champion club.
How much does that cost you again?
I don't know.
You're a champion.
Yes, you do.
I don't remember. Do you remember how much it costs?
No, it's like 40, $3 or $5 or something.
It's not a lot. Hold on.
$40, right?
Is this the Stonemaier thing? I thought that was like a month.
Yeah. Think about Stonemaier. I can never type it right on the first try.
Would you have him on here, Lance?
Well, I would have Stonemaier all day. He wouldn't show up though. I don't think he likes.
We've had him on here.
I'm gonna ask him to come. I'm gonna ask him.
We had him on here when he was pitching Scythe.
I'm gonna see if he. I would
Really?
ask him.
Yeah, remember he said it's a 4X game, and I said you're missing an X.
$15 a year.
I was at 15.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if he was on here, I was on here. I mean, I I've exchanged email with him like a half a dozen times. I played a game. I taught him Crusaders at Geekway to the West like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And that was cool. I mean, just me and him, like
Just a regular guy, like all the rest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I'm not even talking about that.
Remember, he was standing for the whole thing, and Anthony said, "You better sit down. We're going to be here a while."
Yeah.
Hey, Lance. I don't know if this is in your thing, but you just said Crusaders, and I thought about it again. Is that expansion ever coming out for that, or what? I felt like it was hinted at before.
You would be honestly like the 6th person in the last week who has asked me a question about Tasty Minstrel Games, and like usually it's like I've gotten who even owns this company and where's my Kickstarter stuff, and I'm just like, I have not worked for that company in over a year.
Yeah, I know.
I don't have answers for you.
I'm shooting in the dark, man.
I don't think there's anybody at the helm.
I'll say this. I'll say this about no, I don't know anything. But I'll say this. The Crusaders expansion, which is called Crusaders, they will be done. I think it's called Divine
Intervention.
No, it's called I gotta look it up now. But I gave it the name. That's like one of the last things I did.
So memorable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so impressive. You don't even remember.
Oh,
I gave it its name.
And he worked for you, Shane.
Divine Influence.
Yeah, I know. We've already discussed this. I'm an idiot.
Divine Influence. Yes, I gave it the name. So that's like one of the last few things I did.
And as everybody knows, the name of the game is what makes or breaks it.
Yep.
Well,
it can. I see a lot of people who reach out to me through the Kickstarter thing, and they'll give me the name, and it'll be so generic. And I always say, will your game ever pop up in the top 10 if you just type that word in? And if the answer is no, you should not name your game that. Just period.
So what, do you got to come up with a nonsense word?
Well, no, it's just, it doesn't have to, like, the worst is when you get the short name. Like Mayday Games, for instance, I'm looking at it right now, Meteor. They have a great real-time, like 5-minute game called Meteor. Never did anything, because if you type in Meteor, that game is not fucking popping up. Like, I feel like...
What if you type in Meteor board game? What comes up?
Then that would come up.
Meteor card game.
I'm sure then it would pop up.
Yeah.
But I think...
Well, what if they called it, like... so you're saying design a game with a nonsense name that no one ever has used before.
Or just you wouldn't have to go that far. It's just, I feel like any 3-word title for the most part.
Meteor Battle.
I see it a lot, and I think it has a direct correlation.
Really?
Like,
If somebody's there looking, I mean, how many people find a game that way? Like, if you know if you go to there looking, you're like, I'm looking for Meteor. I played this game. I'm looking it up. I type in Meteor. I find the version that I'm looking for. So, like, how many people discover a game because it's named Meteor?
17.
No, I mean, I don't know. I feel like people come searching for. So there's a couple ways people probably find games on Board Game Geek, right? Like by category, rating. Like there are certain things.
Yeah.
Well, right. There are certain criteria that I think people are like, what are the top 100 games? Like, how many of those? What games do I have in my collection? What don't I have in my collection? Which one should I get for my collection? Right. So, but the name itself, I mean, I think if you're going to Board Game Geek and you're typing in the name, you're doing so to look for that specific game. I know that that's what I do. Like if I'm looking for a game, like if I'm looking for Title Blades, just as an instance, I go in and I type Title Blades, and I know that's the game that I'm looking for. So, I mean, they could have named it
on your level of expertise, right? But if would any random person go? Like if I heard about the Meteor game, would you just go type Meteor in Google and see if a game came up? Or would you type
Forrest,
Meteor?
are you talking about like the noob or like the BGG user?
I don't know. I guess we have to define who our
Yeah, I'm just
persona is, right? Like, what's the persona of the person you're trying to capture as a customer? People have never played games before. People have played games before. People are really into
Yeah.
games. There's three kinds, right? Like,
Because I think a person brand new to the hobby would see a name and be excited by the name, and then look deeper into the box. You know, if they're in a store.
these days
Or,
they want to,
you know.
people want
oh,
to be told what to buy.
I think if you're talking about a physical copy, like looking at it that way, yeah, I agree. Like, I think there has to be something about the packaging that grabs them if they're in a brick and mortar store. But if they're just online, like doing, you know, going down that rabbit hole of
Database or-
research, I'm not really sure that the name really matters all that much. I don't know.
Well, do you think like
For
you get
hours
more
about
sales
color
from
buys.
online, or is it like people who physically see the copy at like cons or game nights or whatever?
Say that one more time. I didn't hear you.
Do you think more sales come from like people physically seeing the game being played at like cons or game nights or whatever, or YouTube, or is it more that it's like they're going on Amazon or BGG or whatever, just plugging it off the net? You know?
Well, I think most games are sold. I think the people make decisions to buy games for the most part because this is because some influencer that they watch said it was awesome and got excited about it. They played it themselves and they were stoked about it, or their friends played it, or word of mouth, somebody else played it and just started talking about it. Whether that's on BGG, which pushed it up to the hotness, which then causes people to click on it and go, "What's this all about?" And then they start researching it. I think that's how most of the stuff happens. I mean, we go to conventions and we grind, every year we sit people down and we get them to play our games or whatever. And it's really just to kind of create all we're trying to do is get the snowball rolling down the hill so it can start gaining some momentum. Like, that's the whole purpose of it, because I think a lot of this is just word of mouth, and you get one person that's super excited about your game and they talk it up. That's probably going to sell more copies.
That's all we do at conventions. Like, what do you played? What's
Right,
good?
right, exactly.
And that's the conversation you have, and then it's like it keeps going and perpetuating and stuff. But if you get famous people to play stuff, you'll also generate. Like
Sure,
that
they've gotta
streamer
be
guy,
excited
the video
about it,
game
right?
guy, was playing board games last week because he was not playing video games. They were playing Concept. Remember Concept?
Yeah.
They were playing that. 60,000 viewers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I
sold Concept out probably at Amazon or something.
Yeah. You never know who's going to pick, like, when that stuff's going to happen. Like, was it Kotaku that they have like a section of their site where it was like, some people who work for the site, they have like a game night or something, and their game night just one night just happened to be Deception. It was like, let's play Deception. And it got like over 100,000 views, and we had no idea. Like, we had no idea it was happening. They didn't give us any heads up, and we sold a bunch of copies. So,
yeah, I think for people who don't know games and don't follow it and don't like have expectations, it's celebrity / famous people driven, or they played it at a friend's house and remember that experience, and they want to have that experience in their own house, or some weird like viral event like Kotaku. Like, those three things generate most things these days.
So as a publisher, would you rather have, like the Board Game Geek users or the brand new users?
Oh, the brand.
You want mainstream. you
Brand
don't
new,
want, you don't want BGG users. Come on.
Yeah, no question. I mean,
No question.
Nothing against them.
Board Game Geek users don't matter, right? Like, you want to be.
No, I'm not trying to say that, guys.
They matter in that they can help promote your game if they really like it, but they're a very critical audience, and so getting them to
market's tough.
What's that?
It's a tough sell. The hobby market is a tough sell.
Right. It's a
because
tough
everybody
sell.
wants to tell you how they're getting. I mean, we created the website to talk about the games. That's why it's like,
right.
That's what it is.
But the thing is if you somehow break through that shield, right, you can go nuts, right? Like, you just explode from there, right? Like, I mean, look at, I mean, Root's way too complicated of a game to have sold, more than 100 copies if it
No,
wasn't for the
crazy how it's done for how complex it is to learn.
right. It's a super
Play-
complex
play
game.
well.
If it wasn't for the BGG crowd, that game wouldn't have sold anything. It was that crowd, and and
I
quite
mean, the shut up,
frankly,
shut up and sit down review was negative.
what's that?
The shut up and sit down review was negative.
Yeah.
But I think the shut up and sit down reviews is almost like they're daring people to play the game, because I mean they say a lot of positive things about it, but then they turn it on its head at the end, and it's like, if you listened all the way through, then you wouldn't know the negative. If you didn't
It's
listen,
been half and half, which is great. That's all I can. That's what I would say. For the big games, they definitely do half and half, which is very good, and they do a really good job of scripting it together.
Sure.
So they don't really give you a review to me.
But
They
but
kind of
they're-
give you like hey, check this game out. That's really what they give in the end. They don't really say like this is a complete dud. There's very few where they say this is a complete dud.
They did it to Travis.
But to be fair, a lot of reviewers are like that. They're not going to review games that's complete done. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
they're probably like one of the biggest reviewers now, right? It's tabletop.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Might want to check out Jerry's review of Cosmic Encounters Duel. Woo. All right. We also have this guy up in the top right corner who doesn't really give a shit about how people think. Chris does not care, man. He says what he feels, man. It's just say what you feel, man.
Forrest is like that.
Yeah, say what you feel.
I have gotten infinitely more compliments for negative reviews than positive reviews. Infinitely more. Every time someone stops me at a convention and says, "Hey, it's always mentioning a negative review a lot of the time."
That's because people want to see people shit on things.
They do. They want to see people shit on things because I have done on like many a podcast. Like I've done negative reviews, and I'm thinking to myself like, what's so hard about that? What's the fear? There's no fear. It's my opinion. It's one person's opinion. Like don't get me wrong. Yes, there is some influence behind me, but it's like it's still one person's opinion, man. Like still one.
Sell yourself short.
I think there's
That's
an
what
audience
everybody
out there.
that's what the default that everybody says, and I'm thinking to myself like, but I'm still one person. When people who watch or look for my content I'm thinking they're probably not the only person that they watch and look at the content. Like even if it's Tom Bassel, who is I don't think that's the only person they will watch the video of that day for that review, unless it's the first review. Like unless it's the first review, right?
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's some people that just have their reviewer.
They do. They do. I feel like there's some.
There's a lot of people that are like, this is the guy that I watch, and generally I believe, like, generally he syncs up with what I like, and there's no reason for me to watch anybody else, and there's not enough time in the day for,
We need more women reviewers too.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, I think people use reviews to justify their decisions that they were going to make anyway. Right?
Yeah.
I do it all the time. I look at what people say negatively about a game, and just to see if those negatives are enough to turn me out of a game that I know I won't like it because it has real-time player elimination or something like that. Like, okay, well, I'm out.
I gotta
that's
dig
all
deeper.
I'm looking for.
Yep. When I hear negative, I gotta dig deeper. That's what I'm looking for. Like,
and I think there is an audience for that, looking for an honest review, because you get so much positive stuff on the mainstream.
Yeah, I want to see what makes the game good, and I don't care about I don't need to know all the rules. I just want to hear like, oh, when I flip these cards over and I get all these things, and I like feel like I've got to make the right combo, or like that's the interesting stuff. It's not
hey, Aeon Zen is great. You want to know why Aeon Zen is great? Well, it's like Dominion. It's a deck builder, but here's the cool part: you don't shuffle your cards; you flip them over. And then the cool part about it is you
the
get
most
to sync
important
up your
part.
cards with the different magicians. I mean, the different portal guys, and you have this choice between attacking the monster or saving the city. And at some point, there's actually minions that kind of fuck all that up for you. That's why Aeon Zen is great. A lot of pressure. Also pretty cool because you build synergy between both of you. It's an awesome game, but at the same time, it can be a little bland. It has some training wheels on it that may seem too slow for people who are experienced, but you get the variability of changing up your market to kind of fit your level, and they also have more complex magicians. Boom, one of my favorite deck builders of all time, It is innovative and yet simplistic at the same time. Done deal. We're out.
I mean,
We're out.
do you think in terms of like people saying, like when you said Forrest, people come up to you and they talk about your negative reviews. I mean, do you think it's because that they're generally most reviewers are trying to be kind of fair and balanced?
Yeah.
So when you do have one of those rare situations where people kind of look for extremes, right? Where either the reviewer is like, oh my God, you got to go get this game. One of the best deck builders of all time, right? Like just crazy, this game is good. Or on the flip side of that, like, I want to burn this game. I want it out of existence. I don't ever want to see this game again. There's nothing good about it whatsoever. Like there's extremes, right? Like, and then there's like the kind of the in betweens, which I don't think you really get anything out of, right? Where you're like the reviewer is like, well, you know, I mean, there were some good parts about it, but then there were these bad parts, and you're like, I didn't really get anything from that. And I also don't like it when reviewers feel
So you
like
want to be more extreme, like, oh, do you buy this game or not?
Clear, definable statements.
Right, exactly. And I also don't like it when reviewers do like they'll give you positive and then they look for a negative that isn't really a negative. And it's like, why did you have to even bother putting that in there? Like, you should just like, I don't know.
They nitpick just to put something negative there.
I always do pros and cons because no matter how much I love a game, there's cons.
There's always cons, man.
Like 2 to 4 players. I always mention 2 to 4 players because a lot of times people don't know it's 2 to 4 players, and a lot of people it's like, oh shit, it's a deal breaker.
Sure,
like, just immediate. Like,
right. And that might be a con for somebody, and it might not be, right? So, like that might not be a deal breaker for somebody, right? But I guess the point that like what I'm trying to say is looking for cons, like just looking for something that really has, it's not really like all that, there's no substance to it, right? It would be the same thing for a positive, for a pro.
well,
Like,
I'll put it this way: when I look at cons, I try and think about all the different perspectives of people who might play this game. I try and think of why people wouldn't like the game. And so I try and specifically mention it. Like, this is not a good game night game. If you are into heavier games, it's not going to be for you. Right. 2 to 4 players. Oh, it's not great at this player count. I try and think of
and those are all valid. Those are all valid. But
I also think about it like this though. Like, so I'm working on Pendulum right now. One of the big things is that I also have to do a review. What's that?
It's late. Where is it?
You're late. Where is it? It's too late. It's already ordered. It's already shipped.
I'm gonna tweet that at you.
I'm working on Pendulum, and one of the big things is I'm already working with the fact that one, it's a Stonemeyer game, and it's going to be high and divisive. I don't really care about that part. What I care about in the actual gameplay is it's a real-time game. So I have to also, when I give some criticism, I have to share my experience of how I feel about real-time games. I also have to explain what the real-time experience is in this game. And I want to be fair to it, to let people know that, like, you want to make sure you cover your bases here. You want to say, hey, like, if you're into real-time games, this is where this might work for you. This may not. I just want to make sure people watch the whole review and don't just go like, oh, fuck it, it's a real-time game, I'm out of here. And that's what I try to do. Like, I want to make a video that's still compelling enough just to watch it, whether you like it, you like those type of games or not. And that's sometimes what I think about when I'm trying to make when I try to make a video. Because you do want to make sure it's still entertaining so that people can, like, that want to watch it, like, not just consume the media. But I'm not trying to, like, fool anybody here. Like, if I don't like the shit, I don't like it. Like, like, no, I'm not trying to play that trickery of words. Like, it's either yay or nay, or if I'm between, I'll tell you why I'm in between. Like, I'm kind of jostling this idea I'm not necessarily sure about. And you don't always have to have the answer, but there's a reason why you're confused. Maybe it's just not that great, maybe it's just not as
well. I mean, the big selling point for me for reviewers is what's their enthusiasm level when they're talking about the game and how are they describing it, and what they feel is good about it. That's it. Real simple.
Yeah.
Off the table, Ringo.
I mean, like as a publisher, we feel like we hit a home run if we ever make a game. Like if we make a real-time game and people who don't like real-time games like this game,
Yep.
we've hit a grand slam.
You hit a grand slam. Yeah.
Right. Like for us, that's like the best feeling. It's like, okay, we send it to somebody, they don't like real-time games, but they like this game. Like that's the highest kind of like, you know, like recommendation you can get.
Yeah.
Like I'm not a reviewer. I hate social deduction games. I hate them with a passion. And I like deception.
Good thing you made deception. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
it's amazing. Yeah, 100%.
Right. So it's like that. It's like that if you can make something that converts a non-believer, right? Then
you find that deck builder that Lance likes.
They're few and far between.
Yeah, I got a tough one with this one. I got a tough one with Pendulum. It's gonna be tough, man. Tough.
Do you feel pressure that you can't be negative because it's James?
Oh God, no. Oh God, no.
Oh, no, you don't care. Okay.
There's no reason to do it.
I'm friends with everybody, so I feel pressure when I talk.
So am I. I just don't know Jamie that well, but at the same time, he asked me to review, and I said yes. So that's our contract.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question.
I switched on that reviewing. If that's my world, then yeah, you do it. You put yourself in a different mindset.
Right. You just put your
the friendships out of the way.
Yeah, friendships out of the way. I don't.
Yeah. It could be cause some weird, awkward things.
Yeah. It's not weird and awkward, man. I'd like, hey, you like, sorry, you handed me your shit. There you go.
I got a question. This is primarily aimed at Shane. If I were to slam one of your games, like I don't like it, the negative review, or I say, you know, it just didn't do it. I didn't think it was a great game.
You're
you know,
never going to copy again.
No, like a 4 to 6 rating, somewhere in there. Would you want me to tweet at you when I post the video, be like, hey, from this company? Because I don't know that social, like, what would a publisher prefer? Would they rather be tweeted, tagged in that tweet, or not?
I would, I mean, if it's truly a negative review, I would say no. I would rather people not see it and not associate it. I mean, there's a difference, but I mean, like one of the first
is a review like you gave tonight for the Roses game.
Oh, it's real bad. Like
100% no.
Yes, I literally say I cannot recommend this to anyone. I don't care if you are a florist. I do not recommend this game.
First of all, as a publisher, if we make something that is that bad, we have somehow we have gone off the rails. We have failed miserably, because even if we send you something, even if you don't like it, there should at least be some aspects of it that you're like, look, I don't like real time. I don't like pick up and deliver, and I don't like this. And so I don't like these 3 mechanics, and this game has these 3 mechanics, which also, by the way, we try to vet that with people before we send, like we try to make sure, like, we're not going to send you a game full of mechanics that you hate, right? Like, because we're just asking for a bad review at that point in time. Like, so unless there's something unique or, you know, hopefully like really revolutionary or different about it. But like the worst review we ever got was for the second game we ever, not the worst. I mean, it's the one that stuck out with me because it made me laugh. It was the second game we ever did. It was a trick taking bluffing gambling game. And the person said, the review was like, it boiled down to this was a waste of perfectly good art. Like, that was their review of the game. So like, they had nothing good to say about it at all. So I mean, like, for reviews like that, no, I don't. But honestly, it was the second game we ever did, so you know, like, that's gonna happen. But hopefully anymore, like when we put something out, there might be, I mean, look, there might end up being like some component issues or something like that kind of stuff might happen at that level. But hopefully,
I know which game it is.
Hopefully,
I
want to just talk about.
I think
no, it's fine. It's Captain.
Because I remember the review too. I remember reading that one.
Yeah, so
Which
it
game?
does have really good art. I really enjoyed the art.
It's got dragons.
Yeah.
Wait, which game is that?
Got dragons in it.
Wait, is
And
that
that's,
the one with big
that's all I'm gonna
publisher?
say.
It's not that one. No, it's not that one.
Oh, it's not that one. Oh,
No,
I thought.
it's called Captain's Wager. It's a trick taking
Oh, okay.
game.
Sorry, I thought it was the other one.
I know what you're talking about, but
Yeah,
no,
Okay.
it's not. It's not that one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess, if we've made a game that's so horrible that you just can't think of anything nice to say about it, I guess we've just failed miserably. Like, I don't know. Like, hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it did, would I want you to tag us in a tweet? Probably not. You know?
I mean,
Are you
like,
thinking
I'll
of
let
Dragon
I will let
Whisperer.
them.
Is that what you're thinking of?
No, he is not.
Okay.
Never mind. Never mind what I said. Ignore me.
That game is a piece of shit.
I'm completely wrong.
Richard Borg shit in a box in that game.
God, if I was to do that thing we talked about with doing some of the things for your store, games for your store.
Yeah.
If it was a negative review, would you let me post it?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Good question.
Or do you want me to?
The answer is no.
But here's the
no.
I haven't played the game.
Let me check my inventory and see what game you're talking about.
Save your money. Don't buy this game.
No, it's a hard question to
It's
answer.
a shitty game.
because,
Scott just bought 5,000
like,
copies of.
you want people to love this game, but I went in on a game. I
It says
mostly
in the
'cause I'm
stock
friends with
3,000.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, here's the thing: I can sell anything. Like
Right.
eventually, you can
Right.
sell anything eventually.
At the right price.
Right.
At the right price. How's that tapestry moving?
Believe me, if I lowered the price low enough, we would sell it.
Oh yeah, 100%. No
Well,
doubt.
yeah. I mean, we've seen the liquidation stuff that like hits
Oh, yeah.
major markets.
People want cheap, bad stuff, but Tapestry's
yeah.
not right. Like even Seafall can sell at $15 or whatever.
Well, they're still selling them for $15. So
They're not selling for $15 anymore. The algorithm raised the price back up.
Really?
Hold out for 10.
Like 30 something.
For what?
Hold out for 10, I'm gonna do it.
Seafall.
Oh,
I should sell my copy.
That game is so worthless. I just,
I
tried to enjoy it so hard.
Yeah, me too.
I never played that game, but back when I was at Cool Stuff, they came into the office and pitched us the game because they were trying to like pre-sell a bunch of copies to retailers. And when they pitched the game to us, we were so excited about it. Like the way they made it sound was incredible.
Yes.
But the implementation was obviously garbage. Like I never played it because, and by the time I would have gotten around to it, everyone said it was terrible. But has anyone here played it like to the end, or do they know what it was supposed to have done?
I got through with my group. I got through 5 or 6 sessions, and then we just fucking gave up.
So
We were
here's
just like-
here's what we were told, and this is what kind of blew us away. It was like, you're gonna play the game, and half the game is going to be done this way, right? You're gonna mark up the map, and you're gonna do these things, and you're gonna you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna look for these artifacts or whatever, and then once you basically through the first half of the game or the first half of the sessions that you play, you kind of get this artifact, the game completely flips and you put this black light on it and you see all of these things on the map that were hidden from you the whole time and you didn't know they were there. And then the game completely shifts into you basically having to like fight off these ghosts or something. Anyway, it sounded
That's awesome, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here's the thing.
Of the trading, or I don't even remember what it was. The mechanics of the fighting and the picking up and delivering stuff was just not good.
Right. So I don't think anybody got to that point where it was like, where you even got to the black light part where the whole game shifted.
I read the back of the box and saw that there was batteries in it, and so I'm like, oh, there's some kind of thing in here, either a laser or a black light or some kind of.
Yeah.
So here's somebody who I like. He writes reviews. He did some videos too, but he conclusions, expectations are way too high. Risk legacy was a hot topic, and pandemic legacy blew the roof off expectations. Seafall wasn't built on a strong game. Pandemic, Risk, Clank Legacy, these are all built on games that people love. Seafall had the hard task of being built on a new game and an IP that people couldn't believe in. The game has an issue with telling a subpar story. Even if the game was good, the story sucks. It's just like, beyond that, it makes you run through an hour-long tutorial that is not fun.
Oh, that pissed me off so much.
Yeah.
Everything you do in tutorial, you throw away.
The game
which
is
super
boring.
super annoying because you spend all your investment of thinking like, oh god, what am I going to name this character? What's the name of my ship? Like what am I going to? And then I throw it all away.
Whoa.
What?
So
What?
here, the game is boring.
I wish I could have been a playtester on that game to help it be better.
Yeah. It's like, overall, I would argue this is one of the biggest busts in board gaming history. The game came on the scene with the largest of hype, and it came from a Class A board game company. It was from one of the best game designers on the planet. It also is a game you can buy anywhere. Now it's a game you can buy anywhere for $5 to $10.
Yeah, I remember that. That Gen Con.
It's probably our most biggest modern bust.
To be fair, this was only the second one made, right?
It was like third.
What I know it was in production for like 5 fucking years.
It was in production for a long time.
The final thing that he said was, "This is a terrible game that I would not recommend to anyone. I would tell you to be pretty sure you want to play this before buying it. While the game works, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy."
There was some cool stuff in the game, though. I will admit that. There was like do you remember the Dread Pirate? Did you get to the Dread Pirate?
Yeah, I got to the Dread Pirate.
I thought that was really cool. But like, there's a lot of cool things. But then you're doing this thing where you're like, yeah, whatever. My game
didn't have
the people I played with. So this also made me not want to play the game anymore. The people I played with, the guy accused another guy of like hitting on his wife at the time, like during, like after the fact, like while we were playing.
God, you have a lot of divisive parties there. You got a lot of warring parties at your game group there.
I'm making it sound bad.
If that's part of the game, they should have sold a lot more copies.
But I was like, what? Oh, and that basically broke that friend. There was never really a friendship there, but it basically broke the relationship apart. Of like, wow, it's really cool. I have like this group of friends coming over, and this person coming over who normally never hang out, and we played Seafall, and then like a month later, I hear this thing like, well, he was hitting on my wife all night, and I'm like, what? I was there. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I wanted Seafall to be so good.
We all did.
Let me tell you something. If you guys are out here in the podcast still, if you ever see Seafall on sale for like, it was on sale for $12, buy it. Great components for other pirate games. All right. So
I'm good on components.
The best components for other pirate games. So
I still want to. Have you played games that you wanted to burn? Like I could think of two, but have you played any games that you just want to burn?
I played games that I gave away immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I went on the Dice Tower and they were talking about games that I hate because I just picked the games or whatever, I was like, there are games that are so just deleted from my mind, like they just went away. Like I just made sure they went away from me.
I just gave them to me.
That's one thing I mentioned in reviews.
Those games.
There's only two I hate.
Yeah, like
because they piss me off so
they
bad.
didn't even get the energy to hate. Like they're gone. Like
I love quotes like this. Like you look back to the hype that this game had. Like this, like one.
I paid $500 for my copy.
So here it goes. Last night in a playtest session of Seafall,
It was charity.
it says we learned that Rob Davio has really outdone himself. We are bound by agreement not to discuss specifics, but I can definitely say this man continues his streak of brilliant innovation with Seafall, bringing us yet again to a completely new territory in hobby gaming. Davio is the official design ninja.
Who did this review?
This is like some guy called Bob Wilson who like in 2014 played a game of it.
Did you play the prototype of their I want to say Evolution, but it wasn't Evolution. It was like their Civilization game that him and Dirk Niemeyer worked on?
Yeah, I played that.
play
That I liked the idea behind that.
I wonder what happened to that game.
Artana went out of business.
No, they
Yeah,
didn't.
but games still get made.
Yeah,
Remember-
but the guy who owned Artana, like he ended up just like, they like, okay, so he told me, Marcus told me that like basically Artana, that game, like Era or Civilization or whatever,
What was the name of it?
it worked really well when you had your basically each person played a member of a tribe, like you're part of like the Stone Age, and then when you moved on to the Bronze Age, then each person would control like a village in the Bronze Age or something like that. And he said that worked really well. But then they were going to move on to the Iron Age after that, and they couldn't figure out, like Dirk couldn't figure out the way to go into that, and he would just basically like reached
It didn't scale up.
yeah, he reached like kind of a design block, and then they were just like, yeah, this isn't gonna work, and they were just gonna, so they put it, oh excuse me, they put it on the down low for a little bit, and then it just yeah.
Artana was acquired, by the way. I don't think they were.
Yeah, Artana was
Well,
acquired.
I mean,
by,
but
Well, they were acquired by our office mates, Genius Games. So
Oh, okay. Oh, are they after your office mates? I didn't know that.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, he just Marcus just got out. He was done.
Yeah. Have you seen those human-sized puzzles? Do they have all of them?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got them in the warehouse. They're selling quite well because of COVID.
Yeah, everybody wants puzzles.
Yeah, I mean, like they literally just hit it at the right time. They were like, man, we're
Perfect
a
timing.
puzzle company now.
Timing.
Yeah,
Still $1 million worth of puzzles.
Yeah. Amazon wasn't shipping like non-essential stuff for those first few weeks or whatever, and they basically just brought them all into the warehouse and were shipping them out from, where they were shipping all the Amazon orders directly from the warehouse to get them out. But yeah. I gotta give him to give me a set of those before we.
Yeah, I want to get them too.
Our lease ends at the end of October, so we won't be office mates anymore. But I'll probably just steal them. I'll steal you a set too. They'll never miss them.
I mean, can I read this Seafall thing? Is this I appreciate good.
But wait, let me say something before you do. The guy who does every game you like is bad, or
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
his Seafall review turned me on to him, so that was like pretty cool.
So it says, so like he goes, basically it starts off saying, we finished the campaign, roughly the expected 14 games to do so. We didn't read anything as far as spoilers go. I didn't read any reviews. We just played it, and so I didn't want to do anything like that. And then he goes. Then gives this spoiler warning, and then he's like, ours has been a hate/hate relationship laced by perpetual hope, or as one of our group delicately put it, it started out as a hesitant and hopeful tolerance, and by the end sat at a despaired but still hopeful loathing. By way of background, my group are fans of the legacy concept, and we like campaigns. We really enjoyed Pandemic. I'm not, it just basically goes on. It's like, I'm looking forward to Gloomhaven. Yeah, just, you start out, it's not like he talks about, like when he gets into the spoilers or whatever, he says, when you win an individual game, you have to target point jumps. Those would award bonus points over and above the base points for a successful explorer. Basically, the first player to achieve a couple of point jumps in a game won it. This obviously means at the start of the campaign are completely milestone cards. First one to do that, but there are a few more. Exploring the open sea to open a new island, for example. Site explorations increase in worth, and so on and so forth. And this is exactly my problem with it. The problem with this is point jumps in one game were just totally luck-based. Basically, if you ended up in the exact right spot at the exact right time, you got rewarded by basically getting pushed forward in the game. And then you ended up like it didn't like reward good play. It just rewarded being in the right place at the right time.
Bummer.
And so then it was like, that's all. Yeah, it's like, okay, that's fine. He said, but then he basically goes on. But now you're also rolling dice, and if you get a bad roll, you sink your ship, and it's really bad. It's really, really bad. And he's like, most games only last 7 turns, so if you have to restart without your ship, he's like, you're completely behind me.
Hey, how close is it to Merchants and Marauders as far as game mechanism?
Oh, Merchants and Marauders, no, not even close.
Not even close. Okay. Because I know one of the how do I describe them? Developers of the game played a ton of Merchants and Marauders while he was developing that game. So I was wondering if that rubbed off into the development of that game.
I don't know. I mean, Merchants and Marauders is a game that takes like 3 hours, and it's too bad. But I mean, Merchants and Marauders, you can tell that guy just loved Sid Meier's Pirates. and he tried to
Right.
make Sid Meier's Pirates the board
The
game.
board game.
And to be fair, back then there was a lot of that, like one game rubbing off onto another.
Hmm.
You know, at time they were still pushing out new ideas constantly. You know,
It's like I've never played a game that lasts 7 to 9 turns, but it lasts 3 to 5 hours.
Yeah. No, because you have the whole adventure game part of it was interesting, but then when you realized the adventure game didn't mean anything, it was frustrating because it took a long time. Right? You would go down this path of paragraphs, and they were very verbose, I guess.
Well, yeah, and he's like,
in the end, they didn't mean anything.
He's like,
Hey.
yeah, the paragraph book is great, he said, but he's like,
Shiver Me Timbers is good. Shiver Me Timbers is pretty good.
yeah, it is good. Shiver Me Timbers
Yeah,
is good.
It's good. Yeah.
But no, he said with this, it's like he's basically like every choice was one of two things. One which was safe and one which was greedy. And if you took the greedy one, you had to roll a die, and if you got lucky, you got more stuff. Or your ship got destroyed. So there was no reason to take it.
You never would
just take the less greedy.
Yeah. What's Shiver Me Timbers?
So in Shiver Me Timbers is like you're a pirate and you have like this board that you make that kind of like intertwines and like you can kind of make it up however you want. But it's just like it's a simple pirate game where you're living a pirate's life, and you're just going around. You can attack other ships. They have this cool. This is the cool piratey part of the game. So like when you go and you fight someone's ship, you can like attack it, but you can also get on the ship. And when you get on the ship, there's actually a board where you two are like fencing each other, like you're fighting each other on the right on the dock, right? And then you get this deck of cards. So then you play the cards, and they're like defensive cards for high, low, medium. And then you play cards that are also in that 4 deck that are high, low, medium, but they could be counters. They could be feints where it's like you trick the person completely and they miss. And what happens is, how many hits you get, you actually go through like a tug of war, and you can knock somebody off their boat to win. And it's just a really cool little, like that part right there was like the heart of why it was really, really, really interesting. It's also
I don't think this game ever came out.
Yeah, it's coming out.
Oh, it's coming out.
The guy was on the show because I did a video for it like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, it should be out. It should be out soon.
Okay.
You can late pledge for it.
Soon plus COVID.
Yeah. No, it also Shiver Me Timbers was also Shiver Me Timbers had the cool 3D printed ships that you could
the
put
ships
stuff
are
in, and you get it.
That's right.
Hey, Barry.
Oh, look, it's the other Barry.
Hey, Barry Doublet, tell us about the Seventh Citadel.
Barry.
Huh?
Tell us about the Seventh Citadel. Tell us about the Seventh Citadel. I'm excited.
Hello. You're excited for the Seventh Citadel.
Oh,
Is that mic
yeah.
working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's great. Sounds nice.
Okay. The Seventh Citadel. All I know.
Oh, you don't have it?
I don't have it. No, I played the demo last year. And it's kind of the same format of cards, a kind of
maps. Explore the maps, do the stuff on the maps.
Yeah. But each player has their own deck of cards, which they're going through, and their deck is kind of correspondent to their character. Everyone has a different character. You're not obliged to stay as a group in this. It feels better when you do split up. Someone does something else. You don't want to go into the room because you think that room's trapped, and so you stay in the corridor, and then you see your friends fall into the trap.
Right, because you almost always stay together in Seventh Continent.
Yeah, it does kind of work out. It does benefit staying together, but in this looks like it's gonna benefit more because you'll be able to split up. If you die, you kind of like respawn. So you're going to play a whole story. You're going to start and you are going to finish. You get a conclusion. No matter what happens to you, you could have one life point and get to the end and have a conclusion.
So is this like, I gotta know, is this like an expansion or a standalone?
It's a standalone. It's a different universe. Hence, I cannot use the same melodies for the background music, which is a shame.
But you want to, because it's different, right? I mean, that was like a jungly continent with different biomes and
Yeah, this is going to be the same. It's going to be 10 worlds,
Oh, wow.
10 zones. So there probably will be a desert. There'll probably be a cave. There'll probably be a forest. But I was referring to the melodies, the little tunes, which drove people insane. So yeah, all I know is I've created the theme tune for the Seventh Citadel, and now I just have to wait for them to
content.
Yeah, produce the content. Tell me about the worlds.
I'm pretty
Tell me
excited
what, Tell me what creatures are in this world. There's going to be different races. It's going to be more of an RPG than you're walking along on your own kind of thing.
Okay.
So
I
yeah,
put like 40 hours in the Seventh Continent, man. It was delightful.
Yeah.
Frustrating, but sometimes, but I loved every little trick in it. And then I haven't seen it all. I mean, I barely scratched the surface of it.
No, I've probably played about 300 hours worth. I've tried every curse, failed every curse.
Wow.
But again, you go to areas which there's something there and it's not there. And there's always something different, or you run into that kind of like dead end. You've got the fog of war, you turn it over and it's that bastard monster which requires
That
7
bloody
cards of
cactus
energy.
monster.
Yeah, and it's like you've just started and you've got nothing. You're like, fucker. But yeah, that's all I know.
More stuff from them.
And then there was silence.
How's France, Barry?
France is, I think, starting to turn a bit like America.
That's what I've been reading.
wait.
Not me. That wasn't me. I just felt like dancing there. Yeah, France is good. I've got fucking put my back out doing the vendange, the grape harvest. So if we had smell-o-vision here, you'd be able to smell the vinegary, winey air which is outside. Kids have just gone back to school, so I've just dropped off my little one. That's why I couldn't join in the conversation earlier. So sorry, Kabuki. But yeah, I had to get the kids ready for school, and then
So they were going back to school.
Yeah. Physically going back to school.
Yeah.
But it looks like maybe in a couple of weeks they'll be back at home because we're getting clusters and.
So there was I think there was a headline today that said 1,000 coronaviruses at the University of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, like that 4 sororities all got
yeah.
Like everybody got COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty outrageous, actually.
So
Yeah,
Barry,
now-
was it your choice to send them back, or was it a government mandated thing that they go back?
Sorry, can you repeat, Barry?
Was it your choice?
Was it your choice to send your kids back to school, or was it a government mandated thing?
It's kind of a government mandated thing. It was preconceived. We had the numbers go down really low. I mean, deaths are still around about 6 to 10 a day, but the number of cases are rising from 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 yesterday. So
that sounds like the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Smaller numbers.
But the thing is, I understand why. A couple of weeks ago, we went to Nancy, which is where Holy Grail Games are based. And I popped in and said hello to Jamie because I needed some audio from him for the Titan soundtrack. I'm promoting myself here. Thank you for the promotion spot. But everyone's gone to bed in America, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, this will get like 1,000 views over the next day or two or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, no, the wife's been plaguing.
I'm being generous. I don't know. Hundreds.
Yeah. So my wife's been plaguing me to go on a holiday since COVID. So we went to Nancy for a couple of days to have a look around the city, and it was nice during the day, but in the evening, the terraces were just filled with people, and it was scary. We had the kids.
Nobody wants
It's the young kids, isn't it? It's like, oh, we're out in the open, it's okay. Oh, we're sat a meter apart, it's okay. We're smoking, eating, and drinking, and I don't know. It's very scary to be in the middle of it all, especially with your kids as well. So,
what city was it? Where'd you go?
Yeah, can you say that slowly? Because it sounds like you're saying Nazi with a French accent.
Nazaire.
Nancy.
Nancy?
Nancy.
Okay.
And it's Kenny Everett. Yeah. N-A. Oh, I can't remember. Dyslexia. Nancy. Yeah. But it's
N-A-Z. Is there a Z in there?
There's no Z.
Okay, I'm thinking
Nancy. Nancy is pronounced. Nancy. It's Nancy.
Nancy. We would call it Nancy.
Yeah, that's what I said. Nancy.
In American English.
In English.
American English.
American English.
The low English.
Like Nancy Pelosi. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
It amazes me how other countries know so much about our politicians. It's like, and they care so much about it. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Do you get updates on the politics? Okay.
Oh yeah. We get the truth here.
Normally,
that's the thing.
When I'm over in Europe during the Essen time, there's no U.S. news on anywhere, like nothing.
No, it depends on the channel. I mean, if you look at the regular TV channels, there's very little. It might be 20 minutes into like the half-hour broadcast that they might say something about America. But when you watch like the BBC World News, the France 24 World News, there's always something about America. There's always something about a rally, someone being, unfortunately removed from the planet. And it's nice to watch all these different channels and get the different points of view. And then it leaves you. It's like a board game review. You get these different points of view, and then you decide for yourself if this is the game for you or this is the president for you. So hopefully there's people that are like that in America, which I can point to some. This is fun. Hello, Lance. Mwah.
On my screen, there's nobody there.
Yeah, you should went the other way on our screen.
Go the other way, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Forrest kissing my ass at the moment, or giving me a BJ.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Forrest. Oh, sorry. This is after hours now.
There's a lady present.
So what
There
happened?
is.
What happened with the grapes? You hurt yourself?
Oh yeah. I just put my back. I put my back out. It
muscle.
is very labor intensive. It's.
So you don't use machinery
for cutting grapes? No.
It's just all hand done.
It's all hand done. And
you carry baskets and all that stuff.
It's a regulated. Regulated, is that the word?
Regulated.
It's regulated, so no machines are allowed to be used to do that. It's all got to be hand cut. It's all got to be the right quality, no mold, no mildew, no leaves.
See ya.
Jeremy,
he's gone.
So Barry, is that a French thing or is that a wine thing in general?
It's a champagne thing. Champagne is
okay.
regulated. So even if you have, say, 5,000 feet of raisins, you're only allowed to get X amount of wine from those raisins, even if it's a good year and the raisins coming out your ass, which would be hemorrhoids, which I didn't get this year from picking grapes.
Congratulations. Always a plus.
What?
Sorry.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. What?
Barry doesn't have hemorrhoids.
Oh, from picking the grapes?
Yeah, that
Just
makes a
in
change.
general.
It was a raisins joke initially.
You sit on a stool or something?
No.
Oh.
But
Wow,
no, it's
Scott, you dug
everything's
really
regulated.
far into that one.
Yeah. So there you go. Life in France. How are you guys? I've been watching anyway from time to time because Sam.
It's weird because I tried to block you.
I love you too, Lance. How you been keeping? What you playing D&D wise?
I'm running 2 campaigns right now, playing in another. I don't know. Having fun.
I don't know.
Enjoying it.
And Scott, big thank you for helping out with that video. So.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they know what happened. It was some sort of file name problem.
Yeah.
I wish we had known earlier because Ken was like a million years ago.
Yeah.
Feels
But
like
I think I put when I first saw the video, I put a comment, but it looks like nobody read the comment saying that this is the wrong video, and then I forgot about it, and then
I'm not subscribed to the comments on that channel.
Yeah.
I probably should.
Yeah.
Just to see. Grant, you're back.
Hey, you guys are still going.
Oh God, yes. We got like another like 2 hours at least.
No, we don't.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
My buddy was like, "All right, I'm going to bed," and I was like, "All right, well, I see they're still going." So
What are you guys up to? You got a cabin? What are you doing?
yeah, my family owns a cabin like 2 hours outside of LA, and I was supposed to go camping this week, and all the fires in Northern California, we had to cancel all that stuff. And so my buddy was real bummed because he like took off from work, and I was like, well, why don't we just go up to my cabin up here? And I didn't want to leave him like too long by himself. Like we came up here, I was like, oh, by the way, bye. I'm gonna go talk board games for a while.
Sure.
You know? So, but literally, I just took a pause and we played Evolution Climate and drank a beer, and now he's going to bed.
Oh
so-
yeah. How is that?
It's, this was only my second play of it. I'd say it's good, but not great. Like, I think the theme really works if you're somebody that likes biology and science and stuff like that. I think the theme is great, and the choices and everything really fits very well with the theme. And there is a decent amount of choices. I just don't know how much fun it is. Like
It's not fun when your stuff gets eaten either, because you're basically you're gone. Right? It's just wiped.
There's games that have similar mechanics that just are more fun to me, I guess. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm at with it.
Now,
Theme is important. I mean, it's like people
Totally.
don't like viticulture, but I like viticulture.
I mean, it's
because
fun
it's
when you
wine.
like draft the big predator, right? The apex predator, or
Totally.
whatever. But like, it's not fun for the other people.
Yeah.
Because you just get completely wiped out.
For sure.
I actually had a rage quit on that when I first played it with he basically 2 turns in. I didn't know the game. None of us knew the game. We're being taught, right?
Yeah.
And I ate both of his his animals like first 2 turns, and he's like, you know what, this is not for me, and he left the game. Just boom, gone.
Yeah.
Like done.
Well,
Not a
can't
rage
imagine-
quit, but like just dropped out.
He knew his limits.
I can't
we
imagine
weren't-
you angry,
we weren't
Scott. I
taught the
really
game
can't.
of what would happen, right? Like it was just he was teaching the game, and as we played, well, this is a predator, and it's next to a non-predator, whatever they call what, an herbivore or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, and
bigger
by the
than
way,
that.
you're dead now.
And by the way, it's okay, you ate it and you got this much food, and like, okay, and that's removed. And he's like, what? And it happened 2 times.
Yeah, when somebody teaches a game, it's
Yeah, you kind of need to know that.
yeah, it could be tough.
Like you wouldn't have played the second. I don't know. It was a weird situation, but
Yeah. I remember that in Spice Road, someone was teaching me the game, and they said there's this one card that's really powerful, and so you're playing the game and you're building your engine, and all of a sudden this one card comes out and goes, that's the card, and then he bought it. It's like, well, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm also like we were playing up there right now. This is my buddy's first time playing it, right? And he played a he turned one of his species into a carnivore at one point where he like couldn't feed it and was gonna basically, by turning it into a carnivore, he was going to make it go extinct. And I was like, just don't do that. Like, play a different card. Like, we're gonna put that in the discard pile. We're gonna do something else. Like,
it's hard to foresee what will happen in that game if you
Yeah.
don't really know it well. Yeah.
but it's also like, well, I'm not gonna be a dick. Why am I gonna be like, oh, all right, yeah, play that card so I can kill you right now? Like, this is your first time
destroy you
playing.
your first
I'm gonna,
time.
it's like, well, I don't want him to have a bad experience.
Yeah.
That's like, that reminds me of Dinosaur Island as well. It's like when the one time I played it, my friend was aggressive, bought all the carnivores, had loads of people die in his park every friggin' round, but yeah, he won. It's like, well, that's not a fun park, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's those games that you just kind of have to play and then learn the hard way, I guess. But if you're not like easygoing,
Yeah, and I'm like totally fine to like, my first time playing a game, it's like, I don't care if I win. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. But if I'm getting like crushed all the time, it's just not gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Have you guys found like you were taught a game a certain way, and then years later you found out it was wrong? But by that time, you're like, but by that time, you're like, fuck it, I'd like the other way better.
Yeah.
You know.
I have a has anyone here played Corporate America? It's spectacular. It was
Every
this game
day.
that came out.
Oh wait, no, that was the one from
Nothing Sacred Games.
No, it's not the same. I was thinking
Fantastic
Corporate
game.
Struggle.
Yeah, I could have swore to God that there was a rule in there when I read the rules that said if you can cheat without getting caught, you can cheat. So we played that way. We played
There is
way
a game with
for-
that rule in the
Yeah,
game.
there is a game with that rule. I can't remember.
Dreadball.
Well, it was not this game because
it was, it
like
was
a
that-
year later, like 10
had the-
games into it, somebody in my game night got super pissed because somebody stole like $100, which was enough to win them the game. And he's like, "That rule is not in here. We've been playing it wrong the whole fucking time. Why would you put that?"
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
Isn't
it.
like it's a game where you split up treasure with the silken glove card, or I think it was called, or something like that. And if you had that card in your hand, it said, if you can, you're allowed to steal gems, and if anybody catches you, you have to give up all your gems, or something like that. Like it was a part of the game, which I was like, oh man, really?
I want
I
more
played with some
cheating
person that
in
was really
games.
good at stealing.
Go play Illuminati if you want lots of cheating.
Go and play Monopoly.
Is Illuminati actually a popular game? Because it's one of my most consistent evergreen videos that I've ever had. I'm pretty sure it's just people typing in Illuminati on YouTube.
Yeah. It's like the only hit.
Yeah, sounds right.
I
I mean,
always
that game's
thought
been
it
around
was
for like
that.
30 years.
It hasn't aged well, but it was very, very good when it came out.
How's Revolution? I was thinking about playing that actually last week.
Revolution's great.
What's Revolution?
It was a game that's pretty much Philip DeBerry's first game.
Steve Jackson games one.
I feel like I don't play games sometimes with all these games that people talk. Oh yeah, I remember this one. I remember the cover. I never played it.
Which game?
You playing any game? Revolution.
Oh.
You playing any games, Barry?
Nothing but Kickstarter prototypes that have been coming through my door. Like,
Is that a service you do?
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to phase it out because I've got too many soundtracks to do at the moment.
Oh, it's a soundtrack job.
No. I think Forrest, you did Arm Pal as well, didn't you? Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
robot. Yeah.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't end up doing it. I emailed them and said, you know what? I can do an honest video for you about my thoughts of the 8 hours I spent trying to construct this thing, or we could just be done.
Yeah, I did 15 hours of construction, constructed it, and then found it wasn't equally balanced because it's all hydraulics. So I wrote a review, but I didn't record a video because it would have been fucking negative as fuck.
What
game?
Arm Pal.
Arm Pal. It's not really a game. It's not even on BGG.
15 hours to assemble, and it's pitched as a party game, but you're not going to want anybody to fucking touch it.
What is it? Arm Pal?
Yeah, go on Kickstarter.
Sounds
and
like
look up Arm Pal.
Why does it take 15 hours to assemble?
Because it's a wooden punch out thing, and then you construct it because it's hydraulics and it's a robot arm, which you have like 2 controls. It's like the Wii.
Oh my God!
Like a crane game?
Yeah, like a crane game. But you've got to make the games. You've got to supply the components for shoveling up with the scoop or collecting with the magnetic.
Whose bright idea was this? Let's send an MDFG.
I will tell you exactly whose idea it was.
It looked amazing.
And let them put them together.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea, but it's too much work for a board gamer. It's probably worse than painting.
That's worse than the Shadows of
Minis.
Brimstone minis.
It is not even.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
do you want to play this?
Oh, I can't. I remember the Shadows of Brimstone minis. People, they were so mad about having to construct those miniatures.
I shelved the game, and I bought all of it.
So do I, and I have a lot of it.
I don't have time to put together 20 hours of minis. just to play this stupid first scenario.
Yes.
I put it together for BGG Con because I felt like if someone would play it at BGG Con, me and Lincoln spent an entire
and that was the game that almost crushed Flying Frog too, because
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah,
took
they
them
had-
forever to
Yeah.
fulfill it.
By the way, the arm pad looks awesome. It's too
It
bad.
does. It is not. It is not.
No,
Dear
yeah.
God, Scott, stay away.
It is awesome, but
If you could buy those pre-made or something, maybe.
yeah,
Very,
yeah.
but here's the thing: it's pitched as a party game. Would you trust people? Would you just walk away from this and just trust people? Like, it's so fragile. Like, we got one of them constructed, and I was just like, "This is like, no, I don't want anybody to touch this. I don't trust anybody to fucking touch this."
It's fragile and it's finicky because if the hydraulics are not all equally balanced, I mean, we were playing and like for some reason my arm would only go from 90 degrees left to straight ahead, while my daughter's was going from 90 degrees to 90 degrees. So she was able to fulfill what she was doing. Sometimes the scoop doesn't work as well. And so you've got to recalibrate it with water. And it's that, kind of stop and start trying to get these cranes to be equal so you can have a fair. This is where, going back to what you were talking about earlier in the show about that it's the players that make an unbalanced game balanced. In this, no. No.
Do you remember the Saturday morning cartoons, like when you saw like them playing with some awesome toy set?
Oh, yeah, they always had like the awesome
amazing
setting. Oh my God.
Like the green, and then you're like, oh, water not included. Oh, not included. Like, oh, that's, I'm like, I can just imagine that, because if you look at this video, you want to play this. Like,
yeah. Burning laser eyes not included.
Someone figured out that they could make a hydraulic system out of nothing but these cardboard cutouts. These
are they cardboard?
Cardboard cutouts.
They're wooden.
They said,
I'm
"I
sure
bet we
it
could
can.
make a boatload of cash on it." And they did. They
It's
raised
like-
$100,000 on Indiegogo.
It's laser cut wood.
Yeah. It's good quality as well. I admit the punch outs were really good. We did have one piece that broke, but there was enough little spare parts to replace it. So in spirit, it's a great idea, but he got frustrated. I got frustrated at the end when I couldn't play the game fairly. And hence didn't do a video. So I didn't get paid for it. It was like, I was going to get paid, and because I didn't do a video, I didn't get paid.
Paid preview, yeah.
I talked to two other people.
You don't have
aside
a
from you,
close for
Barry.
that, Barry?
Everybody was frustrated with this fucking thing. Everybody. And like, oh, the popping out. Like, I wish I would have just shot videos of us popping it out, because every time you popped anything out, it was just like, oh God, this is it. This is the one that's going to break. This is the one that's going to break. No, I'm serious. Imagine that, but for hours. Like,
I did. I
Yes.
shot hours of making it, and I was going to like time lapse it. But then
I would still like to see that.
I mean, the nice thing is now you guys can put woodworking on your resume.
Hydraulic robot arm building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I built a robot. So yeah, I've been doing Kickstarter videos. I've just done one for Shards of the Jaguar, which is up. Auto Farmer, which is up. Osaka. New Osaka. So yeah, I've been Kickstartering it, as well as been doing soundtracks for Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
And soundtrack for Titan. I got a soundtrack for Kemet to do. I got a soundtrack for Seventh Citadel to do.
Fine, you're awesome.
No,
Jeez.
it's good. He put in all the hard work.
What's going on here?
Now he's the guy.
Well, I don't sit in an office and just play games anymore.
Is that bad?
It's a shame.
Well, when you turn your hobby into your job, then that's what it does, right?
You learn to hate your hobby.
It's like we don't hate our friends of the hobby, hey Lance?
Yes.
Yeah, put them up. Well,
I'm sure Grant thought like, hey man, I like making people laugh. It's
And
fun.
now comedy is not funny to me at all anymore. Like, legitimately, when you see another comedian and they have like a good joke, I don't laugh. I go, oh man, that was funny. Oh, that was funny.
Are you watching any of the late night stuff?
John Oliver.
Yeah, John Oliver is my favorite of any of the shows.
Not having the audience really affects.
I mean, there's so much of comedy is timing.
Yeah,
you know?
and the laughing and.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much of comedy is laughing at that other guy's funny laugh that sat next to you as well.
Totally. Well, and there's like a real energy with live shows, right? Where like when people are laughing and enjoying it, I'm better too, just because I'm feeding off of that energy and giving it back to the people that are enjoying it. So that's all gone. It's all gone.
never to return again.
Well, you can at least watch Ghostbusters again. That makes me laugh.
Yeah.
So she sleeps above the covers. 4 feet above the covers.
Yeah. Rick
All right. It's late.
Yeah.
All right.
Call it.
Well, thanks for letting me join here at the end. Just saying, I just wanted to come and say good night to all you guys.
Yeah.
I wanted to tuck you in and wish you well.
Yeah, it's good to see you. All of you keep up your good work, especially you, Scott, because I worship you.
We somehow got through most of tonight without any politics or anything like that. There was no like.
I think there was some politics in there,
but very little. It was
I
mostly
missed
just
it. I
games.
don't think I wasn't here for that.
Regardless of what your politics are, vote. That's all I'll say.
Oh, we did talk about politics because I was trying to figure out how to get my ballot to mail in, which apparently I cannot because there's no send me a ballot to mail in. I have to well, whatever. I already covered it, but I don't fall into any of the categories.
You gotta go in.
Make it happen, Scott.
I mean,
fit
Dallas
into
is
one of those categories.
I don't want to go anywhere in Dallas.
It doesn't fit. Make it fit anyway.
I'm gonna have to go at like 7 a.m. right, like before anybody goes.
Have you
Well,
considered
I feel like old
fraud?
people will be there at 7 a.m. A lot of them.
What's that?
I feel like a lot of old people will be there at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm gonna early vote and go early, like early in the day and early vote, and maybe
Have
I'll
you
miss.
considered camping, like outside?
We have early voting starting like next week, I think, or something. So I can probably just do that. There's always less people. I just don't want to see anyone. But
Holy shit, Scott! You should hire somebody to vote early, like a week early, but have them camp out in a board game geek tent. You'd make national news.
Yeah,
that's not the way I want to make national news. By the way, the first article ever in New York Times for Board Game Geek was about a negative thing.
Which was what?
Second one would be about
I've been
voting.
working all these years, and the first article ever in the New York Times was about a big negative. But anyway, whatever. That's not the way I want to make it.
I remember camping outside in a queue, but that was for like no, that was for like the X-Files season 1 video, VHS video.
What?
That's amazing.
X-Files.
Thank
the
God
movie?
you got it.
No, not the movie, the series 1. It's like no,
would
they
you-
did
why
they
would
did
you
a
camp
box
out?
set.
Oh, they did
a box set.
Oh, like a release, like a DVD release?
No, it was VHS. It was a big plastic black box with 4 VHS videos, but
I
they were
vaguely
like
remember that.
some from season 1, some from season 2. It was like the whole
It was the
story put
conspiracy
together.
episodes, right?
Yeah, it was the conspiracy episodes. I've still got it downstairs,
Yeah.
but that was the last
might be
time
able
I
to sell
camped
that
out.
for like $5 or something.
Fuck off. I'm not selling that.
By the way, nothing's worth anything anymore if you didn't know.
This is
Baseball
life.
cards. Talk to my boss. Baseball cards are big money.
Okay.
Soundtracks
All right.
as well.
They are, but
Oh, I'm exhausted. All right, I'm calling an end to it. I've been trying to call an end to it for an hour.
You guys have a good weekend.
All right,
Take care of yourself.
See y'all
Stay
back
safe.
here.
Later.
you guys later.